Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into part 2 of What If Naruto's Clone Council infiltrated the Academy? This is part 2, so strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 12, Silent War. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Prank Day 53. Now that the Wave Group had better knowledge of the island, sneaking back in was quite easy. The half-completed bridge was well into Kawamiri distance for jumping, and it didn't take long before Nico was back with the rest of the team. "Welcome back," the Kage Bunshin known as Shiro said. The clone nodded, then looked around. "Only a dozen of us?" he asked. "We have more than 4 times that. The rest are out exploring, as per the plan." "Any news?" Nico asked. "Not much yet. The only thing we found is a village completely emptied on the southern end of the island." The leading clone's face became hard as he said this. "You mean everybody killed?" Shiro shook his head. "No, it doesn't look like that's the case. A few corpses, but not enough to account for the entire population." "Slave trading, then," Nico said grimly, and Shiro nodded in confirmation. That was one of the reasons the clone group in Wave was exploring. The main question the council had was why Wave? Compared to other places, Wave was close enough from the continent that people could, with difficulty, make their way there. Multiple ideas had been bandied about, especially by Irika, but nothing certain. "Seems so," Shiro said. "You have the equipment?" "Of course," Nico replied, withdrawing a number of scrolls from his backpack. One of the issues with Kage Bunshins was weapons. While they were copied like anything else a ninja owned, they were unfortunately as susceptible to damage as a shadow clone, and damage could burst both weapon and holder at the same time. As such, the real Naruto had arranged for a large number of different weapons to be transported by Nico to Wave, to be used in the fighting. "Here," Nico said, handing a dozen storage scrolls over. He then went back inside his backpack and got out a heavy pile of papers. And a few hundred tags. Shiro's eyes went wide. "That many? I didn't even know we owned that much." "We didn't," Nico replied. "This is Irika's contribution to the plan." As Naruto wasn't even a genin yet, he wasn't allowed to buy equipment such as tags and storage scrolls. For the scrolls, he currently had enough remaining, but the tags were a different matter. Irika, however, as a chunin, wasn't so restrained, and had gone and bought enough for the planned mission, with some excess. "Nice," Shiro said. "We'll need to thank him once this is done. This'll make things a lot easier." He waved. "Come on. Let's go store these." The pair did a number of specific jumps, disappearing in the forest that was inner Wave country. With all the experience the jumpers were getting at the Kawamiri, aiming for specific but distant places was easier by the day. The two of them ended up at a cabin in the woods. "That's the main base?" Nico asked. "Don't be fooled. It's got a basement that's much bigger than its ground floor," Shiro answered, leading him down a ladder to said basement. It had nothing on the Uruhara training grounds, of course, but it was still large enough for the dozen clones that had followed the pair to base. "So, show me where we're at," Nico said. Shiro drew his copy in front of a map. Well, he started. Prank Day 56. Kokiai, the male clone infiltrating the civilian academy, forced himself not to yawn. In front of the class, the female teacher was explaining the rise of the family of the current fire daimyo, and the fall of the previous one. It was boring as hell. As a copy of Naruto, he understood why the original had decided to infiltrate the civilian academy, and even agreed with what could be learnt there. It didn't mean, however, that he found the work interesting or anything. What he did notice, though, was the difference between the ninja curriculum and the civilian one. Some of them were evident, like the lack of ninjutsu, weapon classes and taijutsu, but even the classes both institutions had in common had major differences. Ninja history was about war, plain and simple. The clan wars predated the ninja villages and their resolutions, followed by what led to the Great Shinobi Wars and how those ended. There were some parts about specific people and what they did, but that always went back to war in the end. Civilian history was about people, on the other hand. How this person found out this technique, or that place, how a group of 3 explorers created a village which became a major trade center. It rarely touched wars at all, and shinobi even less. Over the past week since the 2 clones had been present, the names of only 3 ninjas were spoken, and all of them were kages. Even in maths there was an acute difference. Ninja maths were all about speed, crunching numbers as fast as possible to get results. Fast and close enough was better than slow and exact. Not for civilian maths, though. Naruto had known what decimals were before the start of the prank from one of his maths books, but he couldn't remember ever having to use them. For civilians, however, they were everywhere, from money to time to weight. It was disturbing. Koki sighed softly, and turned toward his sister and fellow clone. The pair of them had split the subjects at school in 2 halves, and history was one of hers. He didn't know why she'd chosen such, true, but he was glad for it. He didn't think he'd have been able to take it. What he did do was raise his book so that it is whatever he was working on, and took out his calligraphy homework. That was one of his subjects, and he thought it might help him learn seals in the future. So he took out the brush and ink and started writing. He didn't have the best calligraphy, something that Iruka had long complained about, so he'd at least be better at that. The fact that it helped pass the time was the main reason for it, however. Prank Day 58. The 2 Naruto clones had never been in a restaurant this fancy. They were pretty sure that there wasn't a Naruto bunshin in existence that had been, at least not as a client. The pair of them were led inside by Tucci to a large table in a booth near the back of the restaurant, where 4 men and a woman were already waiting at a table made for 8. Lady, gentlemen, the ramen chef started. Allow me to introduce Jisei Ane and Jisei Janae, owner of the. He thought for a moment. Kuroneko, was it? Both the clones nodded. Kuroneko Trading Shop. I've been doing business with them for a few weeks, and I think you'll be interested in what they have to offer. He then turned to the clones. Around this table are fellow restaurateurs of Konoha. Ishicho Kaku, owner of the Yakinikuku restaurant, a dark-haired man in simple clothes, waved. Mibi Suji, of the Shashuya bar, a nod came from a man with spiky brown hair dressed in a kimono. Sumida Tetsuya, cook at the Konoha Zazankyo, a dark-haired man with glasses, bowed formally. Sakura Daiseiji, who owns the Ryuri Ryujin. Good day, the heavy-set man answered. And our hostess, Kaiseki Koju. Welcome to Koju, Jisei-san, Jisei-san. She bowed to the 2 clones. The pleasure is all ours, they answered. Tucci looked around the table. Does anybody mind if we talk about work before the food? Everyone shook their heads. Business before pleasure, always, Tetsuya intoned. Indeed, Tucci said, turning toward the copies. I suppose you have brought copies of your catalog? They had 4 copies between the 2 of them, which they handed on both sides of the table. I'm surprised such long-lived restaurants in Konoha are having an issue with supplies, Ane said to Tucci while the others were going over the catalogs. Janae had to agree. Koju's had a sign saying 50 years of Konoha history, and while the others weren't as old from his knowledge, Naruto had known about their existence since forever. Seiji and Suji looked at each other and sighed. The QB changed everything. Suji said. The Merchant Council works by election. A new member is voted by the remaining ones from Konoha merchants when someone holding a seat dies. The QB emptied half the seats, and it allowed a powerful bloc to form itself on the council. Most of us had links to 1 or 2 council members, but those were all among those lost. Since then, Kaku continued, joining the conversation. We've been having issues importing various foodstuffs, spices, and the like. Anything that's not coming from Konoha and its surroundings, really. Seiji nodded. Caravans are lost, there are issues with the orders themselves, theft, perished items, he sighed. All sorts of reasons. I'm personally of the impression that some people are trying to soften us, weaken us, their hostess said. Trying to force us to sell our stores. I've been receiving 3 to 4 offers for my restaurant every year, and I know I'm not the only one. The men at the table, even Tucci, nodded. Janae stamped back on a surge of anger. Ichiraku ramen without Tucci wasn't something he wanted to contemplate. Prices are good, Tetsuya interrupted. I'll trust Ichiraku-san's word that delivery is prompt. There are, however, items that I am interested in that do not figure in your catalog. The catalog is only what we are sure to be able to supply, Junei replied. If there are other items you are interested in, please say so. As long as we have an idea of the price you'll pay and where it can be found, we'll do the best we can to get you the merchandise you ask for. We have contacts all over the continent, so go ahead and ask. Perfect, Seiji replied with a smile. The orders started coming out then, just as Koju started bringing drinks. More than half the items weren't on the catalog itself, but that simply meant the network had a way to improve. The meal afterwards was just as instructive. The various restaurateurs knew Konoha like the back of their hands, and were full of useful anecdotes and stories. Junei and Ine listened carefully, as there were plenty of hints and tips on how to run a business throughout. It didn't hurt that this was the best meal the pair had ever eaten, even including Ichiraka's ramen. Not that they would be saying so. That would be blasphemy. Prank Day 59. Where there had been less than 100 Naruto Bunshins in Wave 5 days ago, there were now more than 1,000. And they weren't stopping there. Already, the search had given good results. Gato was using a city on the side opposite to Fire Country as a port of call, and had as many mercenaries there that he had on the city near the bridge. Most of the cities on that side of the island were now ghost towns, empty to the last person. The clones had infiltrated the city, again as a missing nin. Sanrio was the one who had taken that job once more, only this time as a ninja from Wind Country, since rumors said that Gato had a number of shinobi from Kirigakure on his payroll. It wouldn't do to be found out by someone who knew curing ninjas better than they did. The base they used had also changed. While the cabin in the woods was still used as an outpost and storage depot for weapons, the command center for the missing had moved. The Naruto Bunshins were now based off an abandoned manor near the center of the island, which seemed to have been emptied by Gato's forces in the previous months. They'd put a good number of sentries to make sure Gato wasn't coming back, though. Incoming jumper! A clone yelled from his position on the roof. Another Naruto clone appeared right in the square set for arrivals. He ran straight inside and went right to Shiro, who was still leading this mission. We've got confirmation on Gato's shinobi forces, the jumper said as soon as he was in the same room as the leading clone. 4 of them. Zabuza, Haku, Goza, and Meizu. One of the clones further back cringed. Ouch, he said. We've got heavy resistance right there. Shiro turned toward said clone, who was reaching for a book. What do you mean? Zabuza Momoichi the clone read from the bingo book. It was Earth's, and the most recent one they'd found. The Demon of the Hidden Mist. Ex-member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Ex-Anbiyu, master of silent killing. Still owns and uses Kubikuri Bocho, his sword. His eyes went wide. The bounty on his head is pretty big. Not an opponent we can take, can we? Shiro asked. Not without piles of luck, no. Shiro turned back toward the jumper. Good work. Go eat, then return to your position. We have to find out where he's based. We can't attack until we know he won't interfere with us killing Gato. That wasn't something the Naruto clones were looking forward to, but leaving Gato alive wasn't an option. He'd proven he could do too much damage to be left living. It was even part of the Konoha shinobi education. Do not leave an enemy breathing at your back. Yash! The jumper said, turning to run to the kitchen where his ramen was waiting. So, is everything going according to plan? Nico said. He was still a jumper, and had gone down the Konoha Wave Road twice more since he'd returned from Konoha the first time. Food had been his main cargo both of those times. Not really, Shiro answered. Gato's out of the country, and nobody knows for how long. We still haven't found his main base since he doesn't live at the port, and there's a rumor that the bridge builder left for Konoha to recruit ninjas for protection. Nico had to admit that the pressure was clearly mounting. Extra Konoha ninja meant that they might have to remove most of their forces so they didn't interfere with an official Leaf mission. Incoming jumper! Said jumper didn't even wait to be inside. The Gato Corporation flagship just arrived in port, with the man on board. Shiro sighed in relief. Finally! Prank Day 62. Even with Gato on the island, it took 3 days before they were ready to strike. Days which included frantic searching for the missing ninja's lair, constant shadowing of Gato by clones, most of them in animal form, and the discovery of the man's base. Turns out slave trading wasn't the only pie Gato had his finger in. Deep in the forests of Wave, accessible only through a hidden path from one of the many rivers in the country, Gato had a plantation more than a dozen square kilometers wide, all of it growing black swamp poppies. The source of the most addictive drug currently on the market. The only reason the clone group had managed all of that is because Gato didn't trust the ninjas under his command. He saw them briefly, maybe once a day, and no more. The tycoon entrusted his security detail to a group of mercenaries, ex-samurais by the look of them. Said fighters didn't pick up the fact that Gato was being spied on. The ninjas would have. While it didn't seem like Zabuza had spotted them, the same couldn't be said of the girl/boy under his command, Haku. She was incredibly perceptive, and the clones tracking them had a number of close calls where a clone had to dispel himself in hiding. The Naruto bunchins ended up having to watch the missing Nin from much farther away, just to avoid detection. A clone appeared right beside Shiro using Kawamiri. Everyone is in position. Like everyone present, he was dressed in this mission's camouflage suit, all black with gloves and a simple mask with 0 inscribed on the brow. Should anything go bad, the clones didn't want anything linking them to Konoha. The shadow clone leader nodded. Missing Nins? Zabuza has been spotted in their base, and Haku is a constant presence at the windows. I think he picked up something. Nothing else needed to be said, as Gozu and Meizu had been seen leaving the island 2 days ago, and hadn't been spotted since. That's probably the best we can get, Shiro said, nodding. He then looked at the jumper straight in the eyes. The mission is Geo, Code Amber. Good hunting, everyone. The jumper nodded, taking his kunai and dispelling himself in one move. Shiro's whole team surged forward and the leader had to catch up for a moment. Then they burst from the trees into the plantation, all the teams in perfect synchronization. You couldn't beat shadow clone messaging for timing. The picket guards didn't even have time to scream before the swarm was upon them. The guard before Shiro's team took a dozen mixed kunai and shuriken near instantly, and fell with a wet sound. Go, go, go! Shiro said intently, pointing toward one of the many buildings that served as barracks for the many swords for hire Gato has under his command. The bloody part of the day had started. Barreling through a closed window, the clone with the very imaginative name of Kunanigo thanked all the training the clones had done on the chakra shield. Neither the impact nor the cutting bits of glass touched him, and he was inside. The sound woke all the mercenaries sleeping, but not fast enough. By the time the first warrior was up and armed, the clone had put a kunai in 6 different mercenaries trying to get out of bed. Only 2 had died, but all of them were now incapacitated enough that they wouldn't be causing problems for the moment. Q sidestepped the overhand swing of the swordsman, falling instinctively in the first stance of the sharp fist. His arm automatically came up, parallel to the blade, and he immobilized it instant, reaching for a kunai with his other hand. The mercenary was faster, drawing his tanto and slicing open the clone's belly. Q turned to smoke instantly. His death wasn't in vain, as the copy who'd followed him put a shuriken straight in the mercenary's eyeball while he was wondering what happened. The 4 other clones finished up everyone else in the room. There were unfortunately many more to go yet. Gato's bedroom was on the 3rd and top floor of his mansion, as if that made him more secure. It didn't help one bit. By now, the many Naruto clones were well versed in the tree-walking technique that Kuratori had taught Miramaro more than 2 weeks ago. 2 complete clone units, which meant 32 clones, hit the walls running and climbed them straight up. The sentinels on the roof, 2 sleeping swordsmen, with 4 more playing a card game, never saw them coming, and were down before any could raise a blade. Then they went back down to Gato's window. Said window was locked, true, but that didn't mean anything to the boy who was still Konoha's best prankster. It wasn't sealed shut, so it took around a minute before a clone had it open, and the teams filled inside. Gato's bed was large enough for 4 people, and for good reason since there were 4 people inside. Gato was clearly enjoying the fruits of his own enterprise, as he had 3 women along with him in his bed. And 2 of them seemed quite young to be in such a place. Team 1, the leader of this part of the mission, signed in what they called bunny language. Clean house, kill guards, capture others? 16 nods answered him as that group moved out of the room. The leader then pointed to 6 clones. Girls, take another room. No talk. More nods. Rest gag tie target. The masks hit everyone's face, but he could feel the smiles. As one could see, the language was still a work in progress. It didn't take 5 minutes before they had Gato tied up tighter than a sausage. They'd even given him a modesty sheet, though that was more for their own mental health than anything. He was then brought outside by a single bunshin while the rest started dismantling the man's office. Everything is fine? The clone leading Gato asked Shiro as he reached him, standing in the middle of the fields. We have a dozen or so escapees, but nothing totally unexpected, Shiro replied. That's the man? The clone nodded. No reason to leave him alive now, Shiro said, withdrawing his sword, one of the weapons which had come from Konoha. The group as a whole had discussed the possibility of torturing Gato, but realized they didn't have the stomach for it. A clean death or a death in combat was better. There were many clones who, as soon as the fighting was done, had gone to secluded spots and vomited what little they could. Shiro would do the same later, once everything was done. He was the leader, he had to hold it back now. Miyamoto had been training them in the sword for more than a month by now. They weren't anywhere close to proficient in kenjutsu yet, but cutting off the head of someone immobile with a single stroke was well within their abilities, given a minute to prepare. Gato's head rolled off his shoulders and fell to the ground, his body following a second later. This ended up being Shiro's only kill that day. Seal the head, the leading bunshin ordered, and have someone bring it to Kakawada and add it to the collection. That was the settlement in wave closest to Fire Country, where the bridge was being built. Gato had a place where he displayed the heads and bodies of the people opposing him. His own would be a crowning masterpiece of that collection. His body goes in one of the mass graves. The rest of you, pick up everything here that's worth something or is useful. We're burning the place once we're gone. He wasn't going to leave that many poppies for anybody to find. It was another half hour before Gato's safe was found, and 2 more before careful use of fire chakra melted it open. Shiro took the money there and, after a look at Gato's ledgers, sealed a large part of the money in a scroll, which was given to a specific courier. The non-monetary items found, Gato's hanko, bank keys and the like, were given to Nico, who made 6 clones and was on his way out of the country. It would take 15 days, but the rest of Gato's holdings and fortune would fall in the hands of the Naruto group. But now, there was one last thing to do before the day was done. Incoming, Haku said. Zabuza, ever a light sleeper, rose straight from his bed. Haku had been expecting something this whole day, if not this whole week. There was something at the edge of his senses that was making him nervous. He'd wanted to investigate, but his master had forbidden him to do so. Zabuza was expecting Gato to turn on him, and it wouldn't do for Haku to spring a trap. A knock came on the door. Haku opened it while Zabuza returned Kubikari Bocho to its place on the man's back. There was what was visibly a ninja on the other side of the door, clad all in black with a blank white face mask. The character 40 was the only clue to the man's identity. Coming to see someone like me at 2 in the morning ain't conducive to continued good health, you know, Zabuza said, looking down at the ninja. The man bowed. I am sorry, but there have been developments I believe who should be made aware of. You got a name? You may call me Ray, the ninja said. And I am here to inform you of Gato's death, 3 hours previous. Zabuza scowled and his hand grabbed the pommel of the blade hanging over his shoulder. That ain't something I like hearing. Anything else I should know before gutting you like a fish? Haku had been focused all this time on the man. There was something bizarre about his chakra, and how it a clone. Haku quickly signed this to his master. Zabuza's scowl grew harder for a moment. There ain't even any blood for my sword, he spat. Haku could tell the clone smirked, even with the mask. Indeed, a clone. You are the first to notice. I see your reputation is well deserved. Get to the point, Zabuza replied. Ray withdrew a scroll. I have here the payment promised to you by Gato at the beginning of your contract. And what will I have to do to get it, if I don't plunder from your corpse? Nothing, Ray answered, handing Zabuza the scroll. He tossed it to Haku, signing verify with his other hand. The Icening did so, falling back deeper in the building. He released the money and counted it quickly, and it was exact to the real. He sealed it then once more. Money is good, Zabuza-sama. The tension in the room lowered. Why all this? Zabuza asked. Ray bowed again. The group I am part of would like to ensure good relations, simply. We may very well in the future require someone of your skill, and being fair is simply good business. You want a way to reach me, then, Zabuza replied. That would be perfect. The ex-Kyrie thought for a minute, then gave the location of one of the dead drops Haku knew about, far away in grass country. The ninja noted all the details, nodded and said pleasure doing business with you. He then walked out in the forest, and was gone from his senses the next second. Pack your bags, Haku, Zabuza ordered, already doing the same. We're out of the country tonight. We grab the brothers and we go straight to the water. The self-proclaimed tool nodded, grabbing his own equipment. It was only minutes later that he realized all the pressure at the edge of his awareness was gone. Prank Day 63. Iruka was glad to notice the sign that there was a meeting of those in the know tonight. Ever since the news from Wave had first come in, he'd stressed about what could happen. Last Sunday was even worse. He worked at the mission office on the weekends, and there was a C-rank mission to accompany Tazuna, whose name he recognized from the Naruto meeting, back to Wave. The Hokage personally handed said mission to Kurenai's teammate. While the woman was a talented, the mission was said to be C-rank, which meant no expected contact with enemy ninjas. He'd nearly broken his promise to Naruto at that exact moment, just to give a warning. Only the fact that Naruto had said everything would be finished in the next few days stopped him from doing so. By now, navigating the Uruhara tunnels as they were called was second nature, at least from either his home or the academy. He arrived around the same time as everyone else, taking his seat opposite the real Naruto and his partner Ichigo. So, big news. The real Uzumaki said as soon as everyone was in their place. Nico's back with news of the Wave mission, and everything went fine. Iruka released the breath he'd been holding. Thank God, he said. So, Gato's done? Dead and buried, Nico replied. We left only his head and put it with the ones of his opponents on display. Iruka had to agree that was poetic justice right there. We looted everything we could from his businesses, burning the drugs and releasing the slaves. We are currently up 5.5 in Rio, and we haven't gotten to everything yet. Millions? That isn't much for a company like that, Iruka replied. Billions, actually, Nico continued. The man had a lot of money squirreled away all over the place. The main reason I'm in Konoha was to empty the accounts the man had here. Iruka's eyes went wide. I almost forgot. Here, Naruto handed Iruka a scroll. The money you gave us for the prank. After the casino trick we found, we didn't need it anymore. Casino trick? It seems we Narutos have huge luck at anything that's a game of chance, another Naruto, not the original, explained. The clones we have in Tanzakagai have been slowly but surely building up funds, especially for the trading network. With the payout of Gato's death, we're pretty much set for anything that comes. Iruka nodded blankly, crumbling in his chair. And the ninjas in Wave? That's the main thing he had been afraid of. They weren't really an issue, Nico pointed out. Gato didn't trust them, so we had no issue with the attack. We dealt with them afterwards, though. I didn't want to have them hanging around. They were out of the country last time they were sighted. The clones smiled. Zabuza might have been gruff, but he played fair at the very least. Iruka was happy that he hadn't been drinking anything, as he'd have sprayed it all over the table. Momoichi Zabuza, he said, eyes wide. The demon of the mist? And you met him? Not me personally, Nico answered. But another clone, yes. He's rough around the edges, but he plays it straight. Best of all, we have a way to contact him in case we need some superior firepower. The many clones at the table nodded, while Iruka just stood there stunned. He'd never have agreed to the Wave mission had he known about Zabuza's presence. The man was known to snack on missed ANBU teams. He'd have gone through the many shadow clones like a knife through butter. The meeting went on, discussing merchant teams and training. Iruka barely paid attention, still mentally stuck on the close call they'd gotten. Prank Day 65. Naruto, the real one this time, under no disguise, was intercepted right as he was about to go outside for lunch. The last few days taijutsu had given way to weapon throwing, which meant he could stop impersonating Miromaru. The person was Kuritori, and Naruto had to focus for an instant not to treat him as Miromaru did. What, sensei? The man's eyes bored into his. I am not a fool. I've seen you, he said, voice clear. You are clearly planning a prank of some kind. I know about it, and you won't catch me unaware. Chapter 13. It's a Trap. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Note: this chapter is in honor of Sharon Sakai, who passed away yesterday, on November 25, 2014. My prayers to her, her husband, and her family. May whatever comes next welcome her well. Prank Day 65. Naruto couldn't help but show some surprise, even though he tried to clamp on it. Had he seen something? Was there some detail he'd not paid enough attention to? Did his time as Miramara close to the man give him some sort of hint? Empty your pockets, the teacher cried out. Naruto did so, thanking the fact that he currently had nothing incriminating on himself. Still, the Chunin had him remove everything, even the contents of his hidden pockets. Kiritori scowled but handed all of it back to him. The teacher then looked straight down at him. I know you by now. You're too calm not to be planning something. You won't get me this time. He pointed at his two eyes. You won't escape my sight. With a flash of insight, Naruto understood what this was about. After Kiritori's revelations at the memorial stone, he'd stopped pranking the man. It would be like hitting someone who was down, and it felt wrong to him. He'd said it to Irika at the beginning of the prank: he'd only prank the ones who deserved it. And Kiritori didn't, not anymore. Still, he needs to explain that somehow. It's not what you think, Naruto quickly replied. If anything, Kiritori's scowl got harsher. Do tell. Well, Naruto said, building the story in his head. Muramaru, he caught me doing something. And he clearly wasn't happy about what he was seeing. We argued about it. I thought he should be on my side, 'cause we were both orphans, you see. That started an argument about family. I don't think he really wanted to say it, but the story of your family came out, sensei. Naruto had to force himself not to talk as Muramaru did, and bowed his head. I'm sorry. The look of the Chunin's face was well past the scowl level by now. You know nothing about it, he spat. I know better than you think, the blonde replied. He couldn't help but look down at his stomach, where the seal resided. Useless things had been nothing but trouble his whole life. Kiritori's eyes went wide. You know about the K he started, only to stop as Naruto made the universal sign for silence. The Chunin then looked all around to make sure no one had overheard, and by the time his eyes fell once again on Naruto, he was fully serious. Who told you that? The teacher asked, his voice clearly under tight control. Your predecessor, Naruto answered. The man told me, trying to turn me against the village. He made a slight smile. I punched his lights out. You still know nothing about my pain, Kiritori growled out. Nothing? Naruto replied. He couldn't help but start getting angry. Kiritori was by now one of his precious people, with all the help and training he gave Muramaru, and hearing him say that hurt beyond measure. Nothing? You're the one who knows nothing. You've had a father and a mother, brothers and sisters, even a wife and sons. You can remember their faces and their voices, you know their names and their stories. I'm sorry, it was clear who Naruto meant, took them, but don't tell me I don't know loneliness. You. He spat that word. You at least knew them. I didn't even get that. This time, Naruto didn't shy from looking at Kiritori straight in the eyes. He took them from me just as he did to you. I didn't have a father to teach me how to read and tell me stories. I didn't have a mother to cook me good meals and bandage my wounds. Hell, I don't know if I was an only child, or if I had brothers and sisters before he came. By now Naruto was glaring. I don't even have their name. Uzumaki is honorary, after some village I know barely anything about. You never had to stand in the corner alone, while everyone else was having fun. You never had to face the glares and the words and the rocks they sometimes threw. He couldn't stop, not now. You never had to spend your birthday in hiding, because they might hurt you if they found you. You think you know loneliness? You know nothing. You only know loss. Well, sorry that you actually had something to lose. Naruto spat, then sniffed. I'd have liked at least having that much. The blonde then saw Irika, farther away in the corridor. He couldn't deal with him at the moment, not with the tears coming. Screw it, he swore as he turned. I didn't come here for insults like that. I'm outta here, he said as he pushed the doors open. If he had looked back, however, he might have been surprised at the look on Kuratori's face, and at the shame clearly visible there. Prank Day 66. Kurenai sighed as the coast of Wave Country came up. It seemed that her team had dodged the so-called C-rank curse, at least. Kurenai wasn't one to believe those kinds of superstitions generally, but her own first C-rank ended up involving the Hot Water Nobility, a renegade ninja clan, and a hidden chapter of the Church of Jashin. And worse was, she wasn't the only one. Most of her fellow joins had stories like that, somehow. Too much to be a coincidence. She'd still be careful anyhow. No enemies on the coast or in sight, Sensei, Hinata said, her shutting down. Good to see that the security measures she'd drilled into her team were respected too. The female was surprised to see that the atmosphere in Wave was, well, festive or jubilant would have been the description she'd have used. Rumors on the grapevine said that Wave was going through a bad economic period, with rampant poverty and famine, but that wasn't what she was seeing. There were people feasting and dancing in the streets, and when she asked a passerby, he said that this had already been going on for a few days. The island's inhabitants welcomed back Tazuna like an old friend, which was visibly not what the old man had been expecting, with claps on the back and promises to help the latter's bridge. The man was clearly surprised, and excused himself quickly to return home. It was there that the whole story came out. Tazuna had hired a genin team as protection from Gato, the shipping magnate having hold of the region. Only, the word was that Gato had done something to get ninjas after him. Official word was of a hidden spirit village, whatever that was, and the man's head was found without the rest of his body 3 days ago. There were some issues with Gato's hired thugs in town, but one of the villagers made a deal with a mercenary company here in Wave looking for work. That group, the Torisan, made sure Gato's former swords for hire kept to themselves and obeyed the law. There had been only a single death, a thug who tried taking liberties with someone's daughter. Whatever happened then, the rest were staying calm. Kurenai saw a few of their members patrolling. Clearly samurai, especially in the way they walked. The top knot was also a big clue. Hinata said they had strong chakra networks, which might have indicated some former ninja training, but no self-respecting ninja would wear bright orange and red like these guys did. She stayed in town with her genin until the construction was finally complete as their contract stated, then left using said bridge. By then, the celebrations were mostly done. The bridge ended up being named the Great Freedom Bridge, in honor of Wave's recent liberation. Seeing her team walk to Konoha healthy and unharmed made her finally start to relax. She felt silly to have ever believed a superstition like that. Prank Day 68. Uzumaki-san, can I see you for a moment? Kuratori asked as soon as Naruto entered the academy. Naruto had been afraid of that. This was the first day he was in since he'd ranted to the man, and he had to say he was afraid of his reaction. Still, he had to face the music. Sure. My office, please, the teacher indicated with a hand. Look, about that ran Naruto started as soon as the two were alone in the man's office, only to receive the hand sign for stopping. The teacher then bowed. You have nothing to say, Uzumaki-san. It is I who must make excuses, Kuratori intoned, voice clear and serious. I have shamed my family by both actions and words, and restitution must be done. You were correct in your argument. You have lost as much if not more than I did, and by ignoring your losses I have dishonored mine. You have my most sincere apologies for this deplorable conduct of mine. Please accept the regrets of an old man who should have known better. Naruto didn't know what to say. Well, it's in the past, right? He said with a smile. The future's more important, don't you think? Indeed it is, Kuratori answered as he rose from his bow, the ghost of a smile on his lips. This was the most he'd seen on the man, except when training as Muramaru. You are most wise for your age. Oi! The blonde replied. You can stop with polite talk, you know. I feel like I'm doing something wrong when you talk like that. Yup, definitely a smile. I will try. Now, I won't be holding you back from your classes. I will see you later today in weapon class. See you then, Naruto said, opening the office door. And thank you, Kuratori added softly as Naruto walked out. 'Twas nothing, the blonde replied as the door closed behind him. That day's weapon-throwing lesson was the most productive Naruto ever had. Prank Day 71. After more than 80 days of training, the Naruto Council finally declared the jutsu competition closed, and the groups had to present their results. The last place members were already known. The Earth Ninjutsu team had tried everything, but they'd made no progress in months. They took their defeat in good grace, knowing they'd been out of the running from the start. The Wind group went next. A trio of clones stood in the zone delimited for testing, back together, and started a spiraling wind around them, coming from the ground. It took barely a minute, but by that time the spiral had grown into a tornado with the 3 clones as the eye. It was clearly powerful, as all the clones could feel the pull from where they were standing, dozens of meters away. The funnel was carrying an enormous mass of sand and stone, which was grinding both floor and ceiling. One of the bunchins inside the eye had even released a kunai trailing paper, so that everyone might see how fast the wind was turning. It was basically a blur. Then they started moving. Slowly, but moving nonetheless. All the bunchins watching clapped at the display. Sure, it wasn't mastered in any sense of the term, but the group had made great strides. The clapping did not stop when the wind calmed and the tornado vanished, barely a minute later. Good, the real Naruto said. I suppose it was originally meant for a single ninja to perform, right? The Wind team nodded. How long can you make it last? Naruto asked. 8 minutes is the record right now, with the average around 6.5, a member of the Wind test responded. A few more weeks of work and we'll hit a consistent 10-minute mark. Perfect, the original said, turning to the still waiting teams. Next up. The Lightning team ended up going next. Once again 3 clones stepped into the designated arena, one of them holding what the rest supposed were props. The clone in the middle stepped up. Well, our technique is from the Uruhara clan, and I'm pretty sure everyone here knows what that means. A chorus of nods answered him. Uruhara techniques tended to be deadly to the user, normally only useful as last resort. So finding a way to show our results was difficult. Anyway, here it is. He then nodded to the 2 copies beside him, and got out of the way. The clone holding the bag withdrew from its depths a length of wire with lights every few inches, and in a single move extended it upwards while holding down both ends. The other quickly ran through hand signs. Right-un, Saishu Hoden, he yelled, grabbing both ends of the cable. There was an intense flash of light which barely lasted a second, then the sound of glass breaking as the lamps overloaded near instantly. The bunchin performing the technique was Smoke, and the other had dropped the line and was blowing on his hand as if to cool them down. The cable fell on the ground an instant later, now a bubbling mess of plastic and metal. The clapping was much less present this time. The real blonde looked around at the other members of his council, who nodded. It works, that can't be denied. He had to agree though that the presentation could have been better, even if he had no clue how that could be achieved. It was something of a letdown after the Wind team's tornado. The Water team, who came afterwards, wasn't a much better show. They did show the technique against a wave of thrown weapons, which was good, but not much more than that. The clone performing the technique blew all the weapons away with a single casting, but was gone as soon as the burst of water settled to the ground. He hadn't even been touched. Is that normal? Ichibo asked from his spot on Naruto's head. Not from what we read of the technique, no, but that's the result we've always had, one of the members of the water group answered. We can make the technique work, true, but we haven't found how to limit how much chakra it takes. And it takes everything. Can you show us again? The clone incarnating Ariko asked. Another clone performed the technique, this time aiming straight up. Naruto had to say the sheer mass of water was impressive. The jutsu created more than 10 times the mass of a clone in liquid. But again, the bunshin was gone afterwards. Last team! Naruto shouted. A pair of clones shot over the crowd to land in the testing zone, one from each side. The first was a mirror image of the only picture the Naruto clones had of a Uruhara. White blonde hair going past the ears, striped hat with a Konoha headband on it, black kimono and geta. The other, while not impersonating a specific person, was clearly an Uchiha. He had the fan symbol, the effeminate face, the black hair tied in the back and Sasuke's patented scowl. The fake Uchiha then blew a stream of fire at his foe. The Uruhara didn't shy away, making hand seals with precision. Katan Akaraka Jugoki. Before his then extended hand appeared a black ball a foot wide, and a second later the flames vanished, sucked into the sphere. But they weren't done. The pair started what was visibly a scripted battle, but still impressive. With a background of cheers and clapping, the two transformed shinobi dodged and attacked. The Uchiha mainly used fireballs, shuriken and kunai, along with trying to take the battle to melee range. The Uruhara let nothing land. He evaded the projectiles, absorbed every fire attack coming his way, and even managed a kawamiri along with the sphere when his enemy was too close. Then, once the Uruhara had manipulated the fake Uchiha into position, he tossed the sphere right into the flames his opponent was shooting. They were collected like all the others had been. Unable to dodge, the Uchiha tried to block the coming ball. The moment he was touched, the sphere vanished, releasing an enormous bloom of flame. The Uruhara had to do a kawamiri to save himself as his position was overtaken by the burst of fire. The flame lasted but a single moment, but the heat remained. The stone floor was melted in a great circle 20 meters wide, and the water the previous team had generated had vanished into steam. The Uruhara came back, another sphere in hand. With it, he absorbed the heat remaining, and continued the presentation, along with two clones who joined him. They tossed each other spheres as if they were playing with balls like children, then formed a line and broke their balls purposely, this time releasing a stream of flame straight up. Then they bowed. The crowd went wild with cheers and clapping. Not only did they have the best presentation, but they clearly mastered their technique to a higher level than the others did. Even though he was pretty sure he didn't need to, the original looked at his fellow council members for approval. All he got were nods and thumbs up. "It is official!" he cried out. "The winners of the first clone jutsu competition are the fire team, with Katan, Akiraka Jigoki. Congratulations!" The cheering doubled as this was said, and much shaking of hands and back clapping ensued. The defeated teams took their losses with good grace, admitting they had been bested all the way. They joined in the merriment. It was only an hour later that the real Naruto managed to talk with a member of the group. "Good work," he said. "The victory was well deserved. How did you manage the last part, the streams of fire? There was nothing in the scrolls about that." "Controlled failure, that's how it's done," the Bunshin answered. "You stop maintaining a portion of the sphere, while keeping the rest. The flame inside rushes out of the hole, but anything that gets close to the remains of the sphere gets reabsorbed, then shot out again. Makes for a more condensed or controlled burst. There's probably more forms we can make, but that's the only one we actually managed in time. Maybe in the future." Controlled failure, and Naruto said in his mind. That's something to think about. Prank Day 73. For the second time in a week, Naruto was intercepted by a teacher at the entrance of the academy. This time, however, it wasn't something he'd been afraid of. Iruka was there waiting for himself, and with quick hand signs he instructed the blonde to follow him. "So, what's up, sensei?" he asked as soon as they were alone. Iruka smiled. "Two things. First, did you look at the two other properties whose deeds I took from the shinobi archival?" "Sure." "If you had to keep one, which one would you?" Naruto thought for a moment. "The Himitsu place, for sure." "Why not the Kaihotiki compound? It's certainly bigger." the Chunin asked. "It's too open, which would be a problem with all my clones," Naruto explained. "The Himitsu place is closer to Ariko's house, also." There was a moment of silence. "Why did you ask?" "I did tell you I would be using one of these places, right?" Naruto nodded. "Well, the class has an upcoming practical on stealth and trap evasion, so I thought that would be a perfect time to make use of the third deed." "Ah, again?" Naruto whined. "They're boring. I think I could have done the last one blindfolded." Iruka was about to rebuke his charge, then thought about it. Naruto did have a perfect score the last time this exercise was done, and the time before also. He turned to the blonde. "You think they're too easy?" "Hell yeah," I replied, then realized he swore. "I mean, it's not even a challenge." Naruto was well known to have pranked even the Hokage and the ANBU various times, so after that Iruka could understand the academy course not being a challenge. Then he realized that he had an opportunity to make this test better. "Actually, Naruto, how about being on the other side of the test this time? Your trap-setting ability is among the highest in class, and I think some more practical experience would be just what you need. And that would fix a little of Naruto's complaints of always having to do the same exact classes over again. Really? Could I do some improvements to the course? Naruto replied, surprise evident in his voice. The smile that popped up when Iruka nodded was beaming. That would be great. Meet me there tonight at 8 then, and we'll go over it. Now to class. The bell rings in 2 minutes. Naruto nodded avidly and dashed out, while Iruka smiled internally. Would the rest of the class hate his guts after this? Probably. Would it make them better ninjas? Quite possibly. Would it be hilarious? Assuredly. Naruto was in front of the building at 8 sharp. So, how's it gonna be, sensei? Iruka smiled, and this particular example was quite a bit meaner than usual. I've thought about it some more and decided to give you free rein, with a couple of instructions. The teacher said I'll be rating your work and adding it as extra credit for the general ninja knowledge final. Naruto deserved those points. Yes, yes, yes! Naruto exclaimed. Now, what are the rules? Nothing lethal, nothing dangerous, the Chunin explained. We want them to learn from this. Blunted shuriken or kunai are basically the maximum allowed in terms of actual damage. The teacher raised a second finger. An increasing level of difficulty as one goes deeper, because we want to test how long they last before falling into a trap. Third finger. Clearly visible results, as we want them to realize what they did wrong. The Chunin thought for an instant. That's pretty much it. Now, do you need any specific equipment? When is the test going to be? Naruto asked. 3 days from now. Naruto smirked. How about I check things up today and bring you a list at the academy tomorrow? That will be fine. Iruka answered. Now, do you need me for anything? The blonde shook his head. No, I'll be starting right now. Iruka waved. I'll be waiting for the list then. Do good work. For sure. Being allowed to prank the entire class, with the teacher's approval? That deserved his best effort. He turned and went right in, while Iruka left toward his home. Prank Day 75. The katana the clone was holding clattered to the ground as it burst. Miyamoto sheathed his own blade, then turned toward the real Naruto who was waiting beside them, looking at the match. The rabbit sat Saiza. What mistake did your clone make this time? The academy student scratched the back of his head. Geez, I don't know. You just went straight to the offensive and punched right through. Footing, the samurai replied. I could easily see his feet were placed improperly. Had your clone's position been secure, he could have easily dodged my charge. As such, 1 hour of the 4th kata, with 20 clones. Ah man! Naruto said, but still generated the needed clones. They took position 2 hand spans from each other, and started doing the kata over and over. After a minute of such work, Miyamoto spoke again. Naruto, with me. The real boy stepped out from the group. Yes? Show me those blades you have, the rabbit said. Naruto led him to the warehouse they used for weapons. There, on one of the walls, was every weapon they'd gotten their hands on, including most of those from Wave. The rest were in the hands of the Torisan as they pretended to be a mercenary group. Naruto, the rabbit explained. You are getting near the point where you will have to choose a specific weapon. While a good samurai can fight with any sword he ends up with, his personal weapon should be like another hand to him, an extension of his body. He should know instinctively how far it reaches and much it weighs, how it cuts the air and leaves its sheath. This familiarity can only happen after extensive training with only this single blade, he continued. I have an exercise in mind, but you need to choose your own sword first. Naruto looked around at the many swords on the wall. Some were prettier than others, some longer, but he found he couldn't make a choice. He had no knowledge of what made a sword better than another unless it was evident. Do you have any suggestions? Naruto finally asked. Like I know nothing really about swords. What would you recommend? Miyamoto nodded, then went to the wall and started examining the weapons there. Some he passed without a word, some he simply unsheathed, and the few others he actually took in hand and wielded. In the end, he brought 5 swords forward. These are the best amongst those you have. The 5 were clearly different. Any special characteristics? The rabbit placed the 5 on the ground. All of them are well made, of good steel, but like you saw, there are differences. He indicated the first one. This is the longest, not a katana but a daito. It is heavier than I would personally prefer, something which increases cutting power but makes it more tiring to use. He pointed to the 2 next. These 2 are nearly identical, and I suspect from the same maker. Well balanced, not too light or too heavy. He went to the next. A beautifully made blade, and solid too. The pommel is longer than usual, which makes it easier to use with 2 hands. It does, however, change the balance of the sword. He then put his hand on the last. A very light blade, narrower than usual. Very fast, but much less effective against armor due to the lack of weight. He then looked straight at Naruto. At this point, it is your choice, based on your personal style. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. Naruto thought for a good moment, then reached for one of the 2 similar blades. This one, I think. It is a valid choice, Miyamoto replied. May I ask what prompted it? Naruto grabbed the blade beside it. You said these 2 are near identical, right? The rabbit nodded. Then, should something happen to this one, changing to the other wouldn't require too much time to master. Correct, and a valid point, Miyamoto said, nodding. Now let us return downstairs and continue your training. The 4th kata once more. What about that exercise you spoke about? Naruto asked. It will have to wait for a full day of training, the rabbit said with a slight smile. And we will need access to the forests around Konoha. Anything I should know? The boy asked. Miyamoto was silent for a moment. Just prepare yourself for much running and blocking. That didn't raise Naruto's hopes much. Prank Day 76. Today was a day that had been depressing for Naruto the past 3 years. Today was the start of the Chunin exam. The blonde couldn't help but think that, if things had been different, he would currently be participating. He could be showing everyone how awesome he was, and coming one step closer to his ultimate goal. And the fact that, this time, the exam was in Konoha didn't help. At least he had something to fall back on. Today was also the day Iruka was testing everyone in stealth and trap avoidance, and he'd be able to pit his talents against those of his classmates, albeit in a different way. Iruka stepped up beside him. Everything ready? He asked. The blonde nodded. All the traps are armed and the scrolls are in place. The only thing left is for me to get inside. Why is that? Someone will need to reset everything between each attempt, right? The teacher nodded. That'll be me. I would have thought some of your clones would already be inside managing that, Iruka replied. Naruto shook his head. Better not. I wouldn't want the fact that I can do clones to become public knowledge, not right now. Time to get in position, then Iruka said. Kiritori's on his way with the class right now. Hi, Captain. Naruto replied with a smile and a military salute. Then he disappeared inside the building. Welcome everyone, Iruka said, standing in front of the whole class, Kiritori beside him. Today is an exam day. Inside this building is a scroll like the one I'm holding right here. He indicated the scroll in his hand. With your name on it. You are to infiltrate this place silently, dodge the many traps inside, and return. You will be ranked, in order, in stealth, trap avoidance, and speed. Does anyone have any questions? Not this thing again. One of the students in the back whined, one of the returning ones. It's way too easy. General murmurs of agreement followed. I would be careful about not treating this course as the one from the previous year, Iruka said with a smirk. This time the traps have been designed and placed by a specialist. Those who aren't careful will fall prey to what's inside. Actually, based on the list he'd been given, they were going to be in for a rude shock. Even Iruka had no clue how some of the things Naruto had requested were going to be used. Blunted kunai, shinobi wire, bells, firecrackers, they were expected. Paper, glue, paint and indelible ink were normal. But 8 dozen eggs? A specific brand of vegetable oil? Toothpicks and an ink stamp? The teacher didn't know what to expect with that. And that wasn't everything. Yeah, right. Iruka continued as if there had been no comment. Students waiting for their turns will be training under Kiritori's orders, and will come for their attempt when called. Afterwards, they will come see me for a review. There will be no telling others what to expect. Joden Ariko, you are first up. Arika wanted the ones who do best to go first, to keep the surprise as long as possible. It took a good 15 minutes before Ariko returned, and she did not even come back unmarked. There was a spot of paint, bright orange, of course, on her left shoulder, and her right hand was covered in ink. She didn't say much to Arika, only grumbling silently about false explosive tags, and that she would talk to her progenitor about this. Arika let it go, and sent her back to work with Kuratori. He sent Hyuga next, as he didn't want the two clones one directly after the other. With his bloodline talent, he would probably be the next best choice. He didn't do as well as Ariko had, and unlike her he'd clearly made enough noise to be detected due to the traps. Most evident on him was the word fail written in kanji on his brow, and like Ariko he had a hand covered in ink. He also was scratching himself profusely, probably due to itching powder. Arika forced himself not to laugh as he gave recommendations. Muramaru went next, and he clearly had a different plan. He rushed in and was back in less than 5 minutes, though covered in paint and the like. Arika had to give him a thumbs up at that. It was a good way of keeping the two clones different. He sent the returning Tatsujin Hiroshi next, and smiled at Naruto's success. The class was more than halfway done when Kuratori came up to Arika. This test seems more rigorous than the one I remember going through. Arika smirked. The trap specialist I hired is well known for being very creative in his designs. The taijutsu specialist had a look around. I do not seem to see Uzumaki-san here. Did he already pass and leave, or did he decide to skip this exam? With how dirty the students ended up after doing the exam, most ended up being sent home. None of the above, Arika said seriously. Naruto is currently doing makeup work instead of this particular test. His last notes on the subject implied he was better doing remedial work instead of redoing an exam he aced multiple times. Just now, another student came out. This one was fully orange, had feathers stuck to his head and was clanking due to a bucket stuck to his foot. He was also missing his other sandal. Indeed, Kuratori said. Very creative remedial work. The implied meaning was clear. I suppose you will be testing his efforts afterwards. Arika nodded. That is indeed the plan. Would you appreciate another opinion? The head teacher thought for a moment. Regardless of what he'd stumbled on more than a week ago, Kuratori was a consummate professional. He had also been on actual missions more often and for a longer period than he had. Higher-level missions, too. I would be honored, he answered. It was past 4 when the last student went through. None had come out unscathed, though Ariko and the last members to go through, which included the rest of her gang, tended toward longer times and less marks, being more careful after all the failures. All the students were then sent home, at least the few still present. Only then did Arika knock on the door. Come out, Naruto. The blonde appeared in less than a minute. So, how did I do? I'm sure the students will pay a lot more attention to trap detection in the future, Arika replied. Indeed, Kuratori added. I suspect the students will not forget this exam, and will be much more careful in their future careers. Now we will be testing your work. Both of you? Naruto said, pointing. The two teachers nodded. Together? Arika shook his head. No, each in turn. Give me 2 minutes to reset everything, then one of you can go. Arika was the first, and after the 2 minutes had passed. As he had asked, the entrance hall and the first corridor only had the classic traps, tripwire, kunai launchers, even a pit trap somehow. Well hidden, sure, but nothing special. Any student who fell for one of those deserved to fail, as they'd been studying those types of traps since day one. The tricky one started at the end of the second corridor. The first difficult trap Arika nearly missed. Naruto had sprayed ink the same color as the door handle on said piece of furniture. The Chunin had just sidestepped 3 traps and stopped an inch before getting caught. And then it got tougher. The first trap that caught Arika was a simple step that made a slight clicking sound. The Chunin instantly jumped back, preparing himself for attack, but nothing came. He waited a minute, then rose again to start moving, only to find his sandals stuck to the floor, quick-drying glue having seeped from between the floorboards. He had to abandon them there. The Chunin suspected Naruto had hid the mission scroll downstairs, and the rising level of difficulty seemed to indicate he was right. He started getting more marks from close dodges and the like. By the time he'd found the bookcase with the scroll, he'd had to catch a pair of eggs coming from both front and back simultaneously. He'd found the ink stamp with fail inscribed and had to block it, and had lost his socks to another glue trap, this one on the ceiling. By now, he was truly paranoid. He verified every inch of the room before even approaching the scroll, and found nothing. He checked the scroll from every angle and found nothing. Only then did he grab it, prepared for the worst. Nothing. Finally, he sighed and went back through the door, only to fall through a pit trap that hadn't been there before. Worse, there was itching dust at the bottom. Grumbling, Irika made his way out of the trap and out of the building, this time managing not to fall for everything else. Naruto came out 2 minutes later. "You can go now, Hyojin-sensei." The teacher nodded and went in. "So, how was it?" Naruto asked. "Beyond genin level, that's for sure," Irika replied, dousing the itching powder off his feet with a water jutsu. "I have no clue how some of these traps are activated. Chakra triggers?" Naruto smiled. "Nope. I have no idea how to make those, and the Hyuga in the class would have noticed." "How did you do it then?" "Weight triggers, mainly," Naruto explained. At Irika's blank look, he continued. "Things made to hold under normal weight, but activate under sudden pressure." He then started writing a design on the earth. "Well, you're beyond me," Irika finally said. "I concur," Kuritori said, coming back out. "I cannot rate you, Uzumaki-san. You are clearly better than any Chunin I know in this branch of the ninja arts, and I know of no specialized in traps that might be able to evaluate you. My recommendation would be to talk to the Hokage about this place, and let him decide who could rate your talents." He brought out a piece of paper. "Especially with those." "That's an explosive tag, and it's primed," Irika yelled. "He might not be a sensor, but even he could detect that." "No, it is not," Kuritori replied, while Naruto simply laughed. "It's just a chakra-charged piece of paper, nothing else." He then withdrew another paper from his pocket. "It's something I learned 2 years ago, I think, when I got my hand on a real explosive tag and tried copying it." He drew a circle in ink on the paper. "A simple circle, right?" Both teachers nodded. Naruto then pushed chakra into it. "The circle holds chakra well. Make it big enough or make enough of them, and it'll feel like a normal explosive tag." He then added random characters in the style of a tag. "Add the rest afterwards, and you have something that both looks and feels like a tag, and whose only danger is getting a paper cut." Irika couldn't resist anymore. He started laughing. "Wahahoho! And I made sure to pass as far away from those as possible, not noticing that was your plan all along." "Indeed," Kuritori added, and even he had a slight smile. "Most effective. Even I was fooled, and by something so simple." The taijutsu teacher looked around. "Now, if you don't mind, we'll discuss the student scores another day. It is late, and the day has been long. I will see the both of you tomorrow." He then left. Naruto and Irika quickly did the same, the teacher directing his pupil toward Ichiraku Ramen. His work deserved a suitable reward. Chapter 14, Sensei. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said. Prank Day 79. Janae was coming back from making a delivery to the Shushuya bar when his path crossed someone he wasn't expecting. Uchiha Sasuke. And he wasn't alone, either. Following him around like a puppy, as usual, was Sakura, along with Sakaki, one of the members of his previous class. Behind them, with his nose in a book, was, he supposed, their sensei Hatake Kakashi. He'd known for a while that these three were a team, as rumors propagated quickly in the ninja environment. If he'd passed, based on his exam scores, he'd probably have been placed with Sasuke and Sakura under the same Kakashi. There still wasn't a general agreement within the clones whether this would have been a good thing or a bad thing, i.e. if being on a team with the Uchiha Prince was worth being on Sakura's squad. Janae nearly went forward to meet her, but remembered at the last moment who he currently was incarnating. Then something came to mind. He remembered that Team 7, Sakura's team, had been nominated for the Chunin exams along with every other rookie team, and that the second part was currently being performed. The Naruto clones would have known if Sasuke's team had already passed, and in fact had just overheard people betting over who would make it to the third part. That means that Sasuke had somehow failed in the first part. A smile rose on Janae's lips at the thought. Normally, thinking about the Chunin exam brought forth feelings of sadness, but the idea that Sasuke had failed at the very beginning made him feel good inside. Maybe the so-called prodigy would learn from the experience and become a better person. Nah, that'll never happen. As Team 7 turned toward the mission office, Janae continued on his path. He hoped that Choji, Shikamaru, and Kiba had made it to the second part, and wished them good luck in it. Who knows, maybe he'd be able to see them fight in the third part if they made it. Prank Day 83. Once classes were done, there were often Narutos who left the base to go into Konoha proper. Some went to buy specific items of equipment, or prank tools, some went to other environments to train, like the forests surrounding the city, and some simply went around for a walk to rest their heads or think. Not all of them were under Hen Shither. The numbers were small enough that this hadn't caused any issue. By now, the news had made their rounds. Team 7 was the only rookie team not to have accessed the third exam. Both Choji and Kiba's team had made it, and were currently preparing for the last part of the test in a month. That was the reason why this Naruto clone wasn't surprised to see Hinata training alone in a field, striking relentlessly at a post. She was actually one of his former female classmates he preferred, especially from last year. Unlike everyone else, she focused on being an efficient ninja instead of chasing after boys like Sasuke. She was actually the only girl he could remember from that class that didn't have a crush on the Uchiha heir. He didn't remember having talked to her very often, but she at least deserved congratulations on getting to the last part of the exam. "Hey Hinata," the clone said as he approached. "Good work on making it to the last third of the tournament." Naruto?" she said, turning around instantly. Judging by how red her face was, she must have been training harshly for a good while. She then bowed deeply. "Thank you for these kind words," she said, though her tone indicated that this was somewhat by rote. Hey, no need to bow to me," the Bunshin said. "I'm the one who should be bowing to you. You're nearly Chunin by now." She quickly rose, shaking her hands and head negatively. No, please don't," she replied, getting redder. "What can I do for you, Naruto?" "Nothing, just wanted to give my congratulations," the clone said, then realized Hinata was breathing hard. Harder than he thought was good for her. "You should rest a while, actually. You seem pretty out of it." Hinata lowered her face at those words. "I can't." "Actually, now that I think about it, you're from a big clan, correct?" the clone continued. "Why are you training alone in the fields when you could do so in the Hyuga compound?" "I can't train with members of the clan," Hinata muttered, voice low. "What?" the clone said, surprised. "I can't do training in the compound," she said quite a bit more loudly, with unshed tears in the corners of her eyes. Slowly, the whole story came out. She was to face her cousin Niji in the first round of the final. She'd never defeated him in the past, and as such her father had ordered the clan not to waste time on Hinata while her father had taken his nephew under his wing. Nobody of the clan would go against such an order. Of course, she practiced with her own teacher, but Yuhi Kurenai was an illusion specialist, and illusions weren't going to be of much help against a prodigy with the. Worse was that she had 3 different students in the finals, which meant she wasn't able to give her full time to any of them. Each had 4 hours of training each day with their joining, but that wouldn't be enough to face her cousin. The clone stopped her when she started repeating the last conversations she had with Niji, along with the issues between the main clan and the branch house. He did so by saying 5 words. "Your father is an asshole." Hinata clamped up instantly, covering her mouth with her hands. "I'm not joking," the Bunshin continued, completely serious. "This is like the worst idea ever. If I had 2 kids fighting each of them in the first round of the tournament, I wouldn't ignore one to make sure the other is as good as he can be. I'd train the both of them so hard that when the 2 met in the arena, they'd have a fight awesome enough that the judges would have no choice but to promote them both." Hinata couldn't help but release a small giggle at those words. "See?" he said. "Even you know I'm right." She giggled again, then let her face fall. Hinata? The clone asked. I can't beat Niji, she replied. He's better, stronger, and faster than I am. Maybe I should just give up now and not shame myself in front of everyone. The clone's face went tense. Can you still walk? He asked sternly. What? Hinata replied, unsure. Can you still walk? The Bunshin repeated louder. Yes. Hinata squeaked. Can you still fight? The copy yelled even louder. Yes, she said, a little surer. Then, there is no giving up. Giving up is for when you can't move, when you can't fight. When nothing can be done. The clone looked at her in the eyes. And you still have a month in front of you to get better. There's still a lot that can change. Case to point, he'd personally gone from failing the academy to infiltrating it, with 3 different forbidden techniques, hundreds of clones and a summoning contract in less than a month. But I can't do it, the Hyuga heiress muttered. Yes you can, and I'll help, the clone said. You will? She said, her face brightening like the rising sun. Then it fell once more. But what about the academy? I wouldn't want to hurt your chances at finally passing. With what all the various Narutos now knew about passing, they weren't afraid much. They trusted Irika's words, and he said he'd go straight to the Hokage once the prank was done. Still, he couldn't tell Hinata that. So he went with something else. Hinata, can you keep a secret? He asked. The Hyuga heiress nodded. Can you swear it? I swear I will not reveal your secret, Hinata said solemnly. The clone nodded. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he invoked, generating another copy beside himself. Her eyes went wide, then blank as she called upon her bloodline. He's real, she said with some surprise. You can do the Kage Bunshin? The copy nodded once more. Yup. I learned it right after the last academy final. There won't be an issue with us training you, as you can see, the newest clone said. We can be in both places at once. Your clones last that long, Naruto? Hinata asked. Both Bunshins nodded. The both of us are clones, actually, the new one pointed out. Hinata said nothing, surprised once again. So, what were you training for? The first clone asked. The main katas of the Gentle Fist? She answered, uncertain. The 2 Bunshins looked at each other before turning back to the heiress. Didn't you say he was faster and better than you at it? She lowered her head. Yes. Whoa. Whoa. Don't be ashamed. He'd got a head start, so of course he'll be better at some things, the second clone replied. What about ninjutsu? Anything mid-range or long-range? Her head stayed down. Outside shuriken and kunai, I don't have anything like that. What about him? Her head rose as she thought for a moment. Not that I know of. He's all taijutsu, outside the usual ninja tools. The first clone looked straight at the second. You thinking what I'm thinking? Matsuri? The clone nodded with a grin. Exactly. Matsuri? Hinata asked, upon when the 2 clones turned toward her. Her finger instinctively started pushing each other, as she went redder once more. You have a pen and paper? She handed the clone the requested items. Meet us in 30 minutes at this place, he said, handing her the address. We'll get what you need. He turned to his fellow Naruto. You go get the scroll, I'll find us something to train with. The other clone nodded. Let's go. Less than a minute, she was back alone in the field. After a quick flash of her revealed no one looking at her, she started dancing, lost to her fantasies. She had a date. With Naruto. Of course, it was for training and with a clone, but still date. With Naruto. She twirled around for a good 10 minutes before returning to reality. Naruto was counting on her. She wouldn't fail him. Naruto had chosen the Himitsu place for one good reason in particular. Like many ninja complexes, it contained an underground training room. Of course, the room had nothing on the Uruhara tunnels, but it was still large enough that a small group could easily train there. It was in that basement that the, now 3, Naruto clones brought Hinata to train. So, what is Matsuri? Hinata asked, once again pushing her fingers together. Wano Mastery, the first clone explained, is a combat style meant mainly for enclosed places. It's based on creating an environment under the user's control that's dangerous to opponents. It should be perfect for you in the arena. Sorry I'm late. Another clone said. He entered the basement. Had a few issues finding what we needed. Managed getting approval from the boss, though. You got them, right? The leading Bunshin asked. Of course. He then handed the leader a good dozen hoops made out of plastic. Hoops? The heiress asked, surprised. Not really, but that's what we'll start training with, the clone replied. The real technique uses chakrams, but better to start with something a little less dangerous. Are you sure? Can I learn this? Hinata asked, suddenly uncertain. Well, you have all the requirements. You're fast, graceful, precise, and those eyes of yours are a big advantage, the clone said. And since it was originally a Hyuga technique, I think it should only be right if you learn it. Hinata's eyes went wide. You know one of my clan's techniques? The clones scratched the back of their heads. Well, I don't know it per se, but we have documentation on how it is performed. She thought for a moment. I've never heard of that technique, actually. She suddenly realized. As a potential heiress, there weren't many documents that she couldn't access, and she knew at least the names of all the official techniques of the Hyuga clan. That's not surprising, since it was banned around the time your father was born, another of the Narutos, the one holding a scroll, explained. From what's written along with the style, one of the trainees hurt himself seriously while practicing, and the then current leader of the clan, who disliked the style since it had been created by a branch house member, used that opportunity to arrange for it to get forbidden, then banned it from being used by the clan. Its creator and her team then died a few months later under bizarre circumstances. A female branch house member? Hinata asked. The clone nodded. Yes. The note says she was both unsatisfied by the juken and not particularly talented in its use. He raised the hoops in his hand. Want to try? She nodded a little. She wasn't going to give up, not right in front of Naruto. What do I do? The clone passed a few hoops to each of his brothers. It's simple for now. We'll throw these at you, sometimes bouncing them off the wall. Your job is to grab them by the inside, like so. He indicated the proper grip with one of the hoops he held. And throw them back at us as quickly as possible. Should I use my eyes? She asked. She meant of course. The clone nodded. Of course. It's gonna be all of us against you, so you have to start with some advantage. Also, these things aren't as fast as the real thing, but they'll do until we manage to get some real ones. Hinata took a deep breath and placed herself instinctively in the beginning position of the juken. I'm ready. A trio of hoops came right at that moment, from 3 different directions. She grabbed the first and dodged the other 2, throwing it straight back at one of the clones. Her target was expecting it and dodged, grabbing it once it bounced back. 2 more came, then another 3. She managed to grab 2 that time and threw them back with little results. Still more came. Slowly, she started getting in the pattern. First it was calculating the bounces in advance. Then she realized that she could do better by spinning to preserve as much of the hoop's momentum as possible. She then started using indirect attacks instead of direct ones, and those found much more success. So, the Naruto's upped the ante. More clones, more hoops flying around. Hinata's movements became crisper and faster, more fluid as the minutes passed. Even better, she found that she was having fun. There was none of the rigidity of the juken in this style. It was more grace and precision instead of speed and directness. She started smiling as the hoops flew around, dodging them by centimeters and redirecting them when necessary. She felt more in control than she had ever been, and she liked the feeling. Stop throwing them and catch them now, the leading clone ordered, dodging a hoop. Hi, sensei. Hinata replied instinctively, a smile on her face. She started keeping those she grabbed, slowly piling them on her forearms. The numbers in the air diminished slowly, but after 5 more minutes she had all the hoops on her arms. So, how was it? The leader asked. She simply bowed deeply. Thank you for the lesson, sensei, she said with a smile. I found the exercise quite fun, actually, she added. Look at your arms, another of the clones said. She did so, not knowing why. Then a second later she realized that there were a lot of hoops there, A lot more than she expected. 10, 20, 30, 68 hoops? She said, surprised. We had a copy outside cloning more, just to see if you could handle it, a bunshin in the back said. For a small room like this one, more than 60's a lot. With a month's training, I think you'll do a good enough showing in the tournament, the leader continued. And that won't be all. There's other tricks that will help you get the most out of that month. Hinata bowed deeply once more. Teach me, sensei, she said enthusiastically. Look up, the leading clone said, placing his hands in the seal the Naruto bunshins used the most often. This seal is the main seal for the Kage Bunshin Jutsu, he explained with a smile. Prank Day 87. Living as Ariko was quite a difference to Naruto. He'd not thought about it before the prank, but there were serious differences between how groups of men and groups of women treated each other. While they'd been more schoolmates than true friends, Naruto had still gone out with Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru a number of times. They had fun, true, but there was always some form of competition underneath it all, especially from Kiba. Naruto had sparred with him and Choji often enough to know that. Shikamaru was different, but still a challenge, this time in making the least effort. There wasn't any of that in the group he currently hung out with. The Konoha Fashion Ninja, as they called themselves, didn't compete much. Fumichi was the leader and everyone accepted that, falling in line behind her. There were none of the power games he'd seen between Ino and Sakura. Everyone had their own specialties, their own places where they excelled, and that seemed to be enough. As an example, in the last kunai throwing exams, Ariko had ranked highest among the group, highest in the class, actually. Where between guys there would be a reluctant good work, or more likely a enjoy your victory while you can, between the girls it was all great job, not surprising and I'll know who to ask for help. And they meant it too. Not that the Naruto clone was the best everywhere. In the traditional kunoichi arts, she trailed behind the rest of the group. Still, they had no issue in explaining court manners or flower language, along with whatever else was needed. The bunshin was learning quite a bit there, though not what she preferred. At least, it might help her infiltration skills. There were also other domains where one or another member excelled. Like Mihoshi and ninjutsu. No, no, no! Mihoshi exclaimed, looking at the nearly transparent clone Asano had made. It didn't even last half a minute. You gotta put more into it. More and more until you get something real, something usable. Only then can you start trying to scale it back. Yeah, but it's tiring, Asano whined. The tall girl's clone chose that moment to vanish completely, leaving only smoke behind. Better to be tired in peace than dead in war, my parents always say, Mihoshi replied, idly taking her long black hair out of her face. She was the only one of the group to have ninja parents, and even if the Okita weren't part of a clan they had trained their daughter effectively. Now again. Hi, Asano answered. Mihoshi then made her way before Ariko, who made a single normal clone. It turned out exactly like the one from Naruto's last attempt at passing, blank-faced and falling over itself sick in a second. Actually, Ariko was pretty sure this one lasted even less time than the two she'd made then. The second-generation ninja inclined her head in confusion. That's new, she said diplomatically. They always do that for some reason, the female Naruto clone replied dejectedly. Can you do 3 more? Mihoshi asked. I want to see it again. Ariko did as asked, creating 3 in one shot. This trio had more color, true, but still fell over sick right as they appeared. Is it just me? Mihoshi asked. Or did these 3 last a little bit longer? It wasn't only her. Ariko was pretty sure the clone had survived longer than the previous batch. It's not just you. Mihoshi nodded. Try 10. It was even more evident with 10. The 10 were nearly looking healthy, and while they crouched somewhat and held their stomachs, they weren't vanishing like the ones before. Further tests revealed the clones were normal looking starting at 14, and really usable at 19. Well, we have a starting point, at least, Mihoshi said. Ariko nodded. The bunshins had been training non-stop on the various techniques they'd decided on, and they'd slowly but surely improved. Now that she had a starting point, she could work at it and get better. Thank you? Mihoshi smiled. Glad to help. Now, if you don't mind, I'll go see Nishi again. She's still having issues. Go. I'll work at it on my side. Ariko dispelled her clones as Mahoshi walked away. The shadow clone might be better, but they needed to get this version working if they really wanted to pass. So she extended her fingers in the ram seal and started once more. Bunshin no Jutsu. Prank Day 89. Naruto rolled the dice in front of him. 6 4 4 1 3 5. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He invoked, his hands automatically making the cross seal required. Nothing happened. He then waited. Like he'd done before, he was training in the Kage Bunshin. He wasn't trying to improve solidity anymore. No, he was trying the very opposite. He was trying to update everyone's memories without making a clone. As the real Naruto, he was the only one who could effectively train in this. Using the normal Kage Bunshin had a number of issues if used only for updating memories. First, it was a waste of chakra, which, while not applicable to himself as the living one, was a problem for the many Bunshins. Second was time, as precious seconds were wasted creating, making the clone kill itself or dispelling him. In battle, that could be the difference between life and death. But mainly, it was an issue of stealth. Creating a clone was very visible, and there had been times where Bunshins had nearly been discovered because of that. If they could refresh every clone's memories with a simple hand sign, it would make the infiltrators both more efficient at sending updates, and less likely to be noticed. A clone knocked on the door Naruto was in. The original went and opened it, crossing his fingers. Code? He asked. 644135, the clone answered. We have it, right? Right. Naruto smiled. It seems that yes, we finally have it. Go join the people training downstairs, I'm going to try again just to confirm. The copy nodded and left, closing the door behind him. The setup was simple. Naruto would roll the dice to get a random code, then perform the technique. If everything went correctly, the many clones in the next room would get the code, and send someone over with it. The dice were simply to have something random, something that couldn't be guessed. There had been many errors, clones missing body parts, tiny clones, some prodigious bursts of short-lasting smoke, and even a bizarre Naruto Bunshin with no memories. But it seemed he finally had it. This time, however, he didn't roll anything. Code: Sasuke with Sakura's pink hair. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He waited the requisite second, and opened the door when someone knocked. Did you send in an abnormal code, boss? Say it, Naruto replied. Sasuke with Sakura's pink hair, the clone intoned. That's it, right? The real Naruto's grin was all the answer he needed. Still, Naruto did the technique 3 more times, just to make sure he could perform it without mistakes. It went without a hitch. He then had various clones do updates, just to make sure the technique spread within the group. Ariko, Mirumaru, the merchant heads, he basically had every single important clone do the technique and waited for their update. An update they did? He did, however, start having an issue with the clones further away. It sometimes took 2-3 times before he got a reply. Discussion with his other clones revealed that this wasn't the technique failing, but something else. Some clones got the update, some didn't. Naruto had been afraid of that. After the problems he'd had with the returning grass team, he suspected there were limits to the memory transferal effect of the technique. Now, he had confirmation. Well, at least he'd have something else to work on regarding the Kage Bunshin. Prank Day 90. Again, Naruto ordered. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hinata intoned, clearly putting her all into it. Her fingers flashed in the cross seal, and a new Hinata appeared beside the first. The second Naruto in the room reached out and shook the new clone's hand. It's good, he said. This one's solid enough. It had been a week since the academy student had started training the Hyuga Genin. A long week where they worked on the shadow clone whenever Hinata had enough chakra, and the Matsuri otherwise. Naruto had hoped Hinata would get the technique quickly to maximize her training, but still it took 7 days. The worst part was, if one counted attempts, Hinata had him beat. It had taken 2 hours for Naruto to finally manage the technique, but that was at around 5 to 6 attempts a minute. At her best, Hinata managed 1 a minute, and that steadily went downward as the day went on. It was visible she was giving her best, with the number of times she fainted trying, but it seemed her reserves couldn't take it. Naruto had known he had more chakra to spare than anyone in his class, but he didn't think the disparity was that wide. He knew better now. The ninja took in great gulps of air. "Now what, sensei?" The two Uzumaki clones looked at each other, then nodded. "Now your clone comes with me in the next room. She's gonna be learning the techniques attached to the Matsuri," the first clone said, indicating the door. "While you're going to stay with me and we're going to start on the next phase of your Matsuri training," the second Naruto continued while his partner took the clone out of the room. "Next phase?" Hinata said, still regaining her breath. The clone went in the corner of the room and brought out a single package. "This time, we'll be using these." He handed the wrapped objects to her. Out of breath as she was, she didn't have the energy to go at it delicately. She ripped the paper off, revealing 6 sharp rings of metal, tied together in simple ropes. "Those are," she started. "Those are the real thing, true chakrams," the Bunshin explained. "They're simply made, true, but they'll do the job." Those were only the first batch. The clone network had orders all over Fire Country for them. By the time the tournament came, they should have at least 100 of them, if not more. They're beautiful," Hinata replied. As an heir, she'd gotten numerous gifts over the years, but none had the meaning behind them this one had. Naruto believed in her so much that he was spending his own money to help her. It made her feel warm inside. She took a deep breath, then rose to her feet. "I'm ready for more, sensei," she exclaimed, cutting off the ropes and grabbing the chakrams in her hands. "Careful with those," the clone said. "They're sharp, trust me." One of the clones had burst simply from handling them. "Anyway, we're gonna go slow, getting you used to them. Try to see how they fly, how they bounce. We'll go to true sparring later." He made a cross seal, and 6 more clones appeared around him. "Ready? Let's dance." "Hi," she replied, launching one from each hand. They were heavier, but flew straighter and bounced at a different angle. 2 more were thrown, then she dodged one, returning and grabbed the second, throwing it back instinctively. As the chakrams bounced everywhere and her feet twirled on the floor, she smiled. This was the best week of her life, going on the best month. She hoped it never ended. Prank Day 92. Jumpers did not have a set schedule. Since they went back and forth so often, night and day had become meaningless. They tended toward sleeping only when they arrived at their destination, and that was when they didn't work through the night. That meant there could be jumpers coming around at any time during the day. Akero, tradition was the jumpers took names from colors, if they didn't already have one, was a clone descending from those sent to Tea Country. He'd chosen the jumper lifestyle, preferring to see places rather than do infiltration. It wasn't his first trip back to Konoha. He'd carried back some spices for Tuchi's first order. By now he was used to traveling the Uruhara hidden paths, and could agree that smuggling had been one of their main purposes. His target was simple: the civilian clones, representing the Naruto Council, had managed to get a lease on some of the space in the one warehouse the Uruhara tunnels connected to. This was perfect as it allowed the clones to come and go as needed. Akero was supposed to have arrived late in the evening, but he miscalculated on how much chakra he had. He'd been forced to make a stop for a few hours to replenish his reserves, and that was why he was running the tunnels past midnight. He was surprised to see light coming from the trapdoor at the end of the path, as the warehouse was usually sparsely lit, but paid it no mind, thinking there was someone else working late. There was also a bizarre smell to the air. Then he stepped into an inferno. There was fire everywhere, floor to ceiling. On the side, crates were happily burning while pots exploded and boxes burst. Akero reacted instantly. He dashed into the corner reserved in Janae's name, dodging flames and burning debris, and found a single clone there, holding up a black ball. That was the only reason their corner had been spared until now. "We got to get this fire out." "I can't move," the clone, another jumper with the unfortunate name of Naruto, yelled back. After a second of observation, he saw why. Naruto was moving his sphere back and forth, draining the flames all around their cargo, and the spots he left quickly got filled again by more fire. Since the boxes did contain alcohol, even too much heat might be dangerous. The jumper thought for an instant. Creating more clones wasn't really doable, as they'd burst into smoke in an instant. Another sphere would help, But he didn't believe it would be enough, not at the speed the fire was going. Creating water wouldn't fix this, as it wouldn't be enough while bursting him. He messaged everyone, but he didn't think help was going to be fast enough. Escape was the only valid option. "Cover me!" Akero yelled, sliding to the crates. He didn't wait, withdrawing a scroll from his pocket and sealing the first container he found. Then the second. Then the third. He thanked whoever was listening that jumpers always carried numerous storage scrolls on themselves. Sealing everything took a minute, which was the longest minute of his life. By then, the ceiling had started giving up the ghost, so Akero dashed back into the tunnels under the protection of Naruto's sphere. Only then did he take a breath. Other clones started appearing in the following minutes. Not many, since most were asleep, but enough. Akero quickly ordered this tunnel filled, as the fire would probably lead to an investigation, and the tunnels being found wasn't something they could deal with. The ladder was removed and shovels were quickly found as the tunnel was packed tight with dirt. As he did so, Akero couldn't help but think. He didn't think this was a coincidence, not with a fire that hot. There was clearly something fishy going on in Konoha. Chapter 15, Rat-Smelling Rat. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Prank Day 92. Tucci found Janae beside the charred remains of the warehouse in the morning. "Hello, Jisei-san? I've heard, are you okay?" The Naruto Bunshin nodded. "Any losses?" "Not much. Nothing that can't be replaced," the clone said, turning toward the chef. "There had been some damaged products from the heat, though very little." "Does this happen often?" "Not really, but it isn't the first time," Tucci answered. "When the others said they faced setback after setback, this is the kind of thing they meant. It's rarely one specific event, but a number of issues like this one." "And nothing's been done?" the Bunshin asked. "There's no trace found, from what I understand," Tucci replied. "And it rarely is the same thing twice. Next, a caravan will be attacked, a supplier will stop selling, or a shipment will go missing. No real link between the two events, except that they affect the same people. There's a good number of traders who stopped selling because of that. It just cut too much into their profits to be viable." "One thing's for sure, I'm not giving up," Janae exclaimed. "I'm not gonna let something like this get between my clients and me." He looked straight at the restaurant owner. "You'll have your orders on time, even if I have to run back and forth to win by myself." "Glad to hear it and to see you're fine," Tucci replied with a smile. "I'll be leaving you to your work and returning to my stand. See you later, Janae-san." "See you? I'll make sure to pass by sometime today," the clone replied with a wave. He stayed there for 3 more hours. Inbu came and went, and he was interrogated by a pair of, as were the other merchants who had cargo inside the warehouse. One thing was sure, something like this wouldn't happen again. The Naruto Council wouldn't let it. Prank Day 95. "No, no, no!" Irika yelled. "They have to be put in the same movement, not separately. Try again." "Hi!" the many Narutos replied, grabbing their fake explosive tags back from around them. This was both a reward for the trap course and an early birthday present from Irika to Naruto. The Chunin had taken the day off from teaching, and instead was giving Naruto a full day of personal training. And the academy student accepted that happily. "Faster! Make those seals faster! Your enemies won't wait for you to finish, you know," the teacher yelled. Irika was a slave driver when working with a single person. Naruto, however, didn't mind. He knew very well that he learned best while under pressure, as the Kage Bunshin had proven months ago. The training group broke for dinner late, at nearly 2 p.m. They were making good progress though in the advanced tagging techniques Irika was showing. "So, are we doing good enough?" Naruto asked while snacking on a rice ball. "More than good," the teacher exclaimed. "I don't really have a reference for learning with shadow clones, but you're making progress faster than I did when my Jonin sensei taught me." Naruto smiled, then grimaced somewhat when something came to mind. "Can I ask a personal question, sensei?" Irika inclined his head somewhat. "Go ahead. I may not answer though." He then grabbed some dango from his plate. Did you ever try 4? Naruto asked. The Chunin shook his head. No, I was a genin for many years, and barely made it to Chunin. Going farther than that seems impossible. Did you want to? Naruto continued. Well, who doesn't want to be powerful and respected, to be one of the elite? I wouldn't mind, provided I deserved it, Iruka answered, eyes looking up. I'd like to be a Jonin sensei, I think. Naruto smiled. Want help? What? The Chunin replied. Well, I'm already teaching one ninja. Teaching another shouldn't be that much of an issue, Naruto explained, grabbing a dumpling. Your Iruka started, then stopped himself. I don't remember that from the last council meeting. Who are you teaching again? Hinata. Hinata Hyuga? Iruka asked. Naruto nodded. Isn't she currently in training for the tournament? Naruto nodded again. Yeah, and I'm the one training her. Her father did a dick move, and she didn't like her chances. Yeah, I understand the last part, Iruka said, frowning. Niji, her opponent, is pretty much the best gentle fist user of his generation, and his joint teacher is well known for his immense skill in taijutsu. She'll have a rough time there. We're working on it, Naruto replied, face serious. She's advancing pretty well. I think she'll have a good chance against her opponent at the tournament. What are you teaching her? Iruka asked. Naruto smirked. That you'll see at the arena like everyone else. There was a moment of silence as Iruka thought as he ate. He had to agree that he'd not improved much since he'd taken up a post at the academy. The long days along with his work at the mission office might be safe, but it didn't leave much time for training. What time he could give might keep him from getting rusty, but it didn't push his skills up. Well, there wasn't much to lose by accepting Naruto's help. His student was full of surprises, so who knew what he might learn? I wouldn't mind some help, actually, the Chunin finally replied. I might not make it to join, but I wouldn't say no to learning more. Good! Naruto exclaimed. We'll start after the next council meeting. Prepare yourself to learn the Kage Bunshin, he intoned gravely. The Kage, are you sure? Iruka asked. From what I understand, it's a Jonin level jutsu. It only makes sense to go for joining techniques when you're reaching for that rank. Anyway, Hinata managed it, and she's up to 2 at the same time by now, Naruto explained. I'm pretty sure you can manage at least 1. Iruka had to agree that this was one technique he wouldn't mind mastering. The ability to leave a clone behind to grade homework while he trained would be invaluable. I'll hold you on to that, the Chunin said, rising. Now, are you ready to continue? You betcha, Naruto answered, jumping straight up. Let's go, let's go. Iruka smiled at his students' enthusiasm as they went back down to the training area. If he kept that up, he'd go far for sure. Prank Day 98. Today was a day Naruto both liked and dreaded. This was one of the very few times during the year where he'd be able to hang out with the Sandaime without him being busy with work. On the other hand, this was the day where the general Konoha population treated him the worst, as long as the Hokage wasn't there. And this year, he knew why. Today was the day of Kyuubi's defeat, the day Yondaime was honored for his sacrifice. Today was October 10th. His birthday. School was out today, as it was every year. Normally, on days like this one where he didn't have school, he'd leave straight for the Uruhara basement to go and train, but today he stayed at home and waited. He did train a little in his apartment, but he mainly took the morning slow. Even he could take his birthday off. The Hokage knocked on his door at exactly 11, and Naruto waited no time to answer. Hey old man, he said with a smile. Finally had a day off? You should take some more, else you won't last until I can take your place. The elder ninja smiled back. Don't worry, these old bones have plenty of life left in them. Now ramen? Ramen! Naruto exclaimed, stepping close to the Sandaime. The elder ninja put an arm around his shoulder, and both vanished in a burst of chakra, leaving only some leaves behind. At that exact time, the two of them appeared right before the restaurant. Normally, Ichiraku Ramen didn't have that many customers, especially today. Most people knew that he frequented the establishment, and made themselves scarce on this day. But this time, there were already 2 people present. A woman in her 20s with her dark hair in a bun, and a rail-thin teenager with dark brown hair. Naruto had a good idea who they were. Right as the Hokage had his back to him, Naruto clapped both thumbs together, rabbit sign language for report. Both the people at the stand scratched behind their left ear, nearly in perfect synchronization, code for listening. Yup, both of them were clones. Naruto took a seat right beside the Hokage and started ordering. He hadn't had breakfast, just to make sure he could eat as much Ichiraku ramen as he could. As usual, conversation quickly started flowing from the Sandaime, who started going on in his stories as he normally did, not that Naruto minded. The two clones left not long after, with about a minute's interval. Hiruzen was explaining one of his missions as Genin, in which he had been interrupted by an ANBU, when something came to Naruto's mind. Hey, old man. Mind if I ask you something? Go ahead, the Hokage said with a smile. The ANBU, they're the ones who go after criminals, right? Naruto continued. Right. If someone needed one, like urgently, Naruto said. What does someone call them? Well, they're supposed to be watching the whole town, so they shouldn't be very far. Yelling might work well enough, the Hokage explained. I suppose you have a good reason to ask? You saw something that required the ANBU instantly? Kinda, yeah, the blonde replied, scratching the back of his head. Nothing I can prove, though, and whoever did it escaped without being seen. The Naruto Council had sent people around as they were filling the tunnels. They hadn't caught a single glimpse of anyone dangerous or suspicious anywhere close to the burning building. The Hokage nodded seriously, then made a single sign in the air. An ANBU member appeared a second later, staying only long enough to hand the Hokage something. He handed the item to Naruto. This is a specific kind of flashbang, reserved to the ANBU. It explodes bright blue, and is the ANBU signal for an emergency, the Hokage said solemnly. I'm going to trust you with this. Let's be clear, though. It isn't for pranks. If you use it, I expect you to have a valid reason, because the punishment for using it improperly will be grave. Do you understand? Naruto nodded seriously. I understand, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen smiled, and the seriousness of the moment was broken. Good. Now, where was I? Don't tell me you already forgot, old man? Naruto smirked. You'd nearly thrown a fireball in ANBU's face. You're getting way too old if your memory's going. Ah yes, the Hokage replied. Well, I threw that fireball. Then I turned blank as a sheet, realizing what I had just done. I was sure my sensei was going to put a tree where the sun doesn't shine for. Prank Day 101. The training had changed. Since Hinata was now able to call on a single shadow clone every now and then, the real Hinata and the clones had switched roles. The clones now trained with the chakrams, fighting Naruto clones with live steel, while the true Hyuga focused on her physical abilities. Push-ups, sit-ups, running, weights, she did them all. The goal was to improve her endurance as much as possible before the tournament began. The clones had done some research on Niji's sensei, and saw the kind of training he did. They wanted to make sure Niji couldn't easily outlast Hinata. 300. The genin said, her face drowning in sweat. A Naruto clone handed her a towel, which she accepted with a bright smile. She was breathing hard, but seemed ready to continue. Now what, sensei? She asked after taking a deep breath. Well, your clone is still down there fighting and you've learned all the techniques required by the Matsuri style, so we're going with something else, another Naruto in the room said. She'd managed the techniques very quickly, faster than Naruto would have alone. It helped that they weren't particularly demanding in terms of energy. Hinata nodded. What, sensei? It's a blinding technique I've learned, Naruto explained. One that's very effective against people with. A little too effective, from my point of view. How is that? Hinata asked. It can cause permanent eye damage if used too close. Needless to say, you are not to use it while you have your active, understood? The other boy said, completely serious. Understood, sensei. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I'd prefer it if you didn't use it against Niji. He's an asshole from what I've heard, but he doesn't deserve being blind for the rest of his life. Hinata nodded in agreement. There was a lot of bad blood between Niji and her, but something like that wouldn't solve anything. It would just breed more resentment between the main and branch houses. Then why teach me? Better you know it, and never need it than the opposite, Naruto replied. I can trust you with it. Use it only against deadly threats. Hinata nodded again. Hi, sensei. Now, it goes like this, the blonde said, showing her the hand signs. It's important to focus on light as you do it, on. Hinata listened intently. She'd gotten so much better because of Naruto, and she didn't want to disappoint him. She was going to give it her everything, and show him how good she was. Prank Day 103. The trading network hadn't even faltered after the fire. In fact, they started pushing even harder, being even more visible. They were prepared now for whoever was after them. The group had rented space in another warehouse, this one on the other side of the village, and was doing business from there. From what Tucci and the others were saying, they should expect another attempt anywhere from tomorrow to sometime next month. Probably not a fire, though. They were ready for that case anyway. Day and night, there were now a dozen clones under various disguises in and around the warehouse. It wasn't the most glamorous of jobs, but they managed. Most of them trained in something or other while waiting, techniques or the like in animal form. Nezumi, named after his disguise, that of a large rat, received a memory from the clone leading the current round of the guard. This was the request for a status update, which happened every hour. The rat clone stopped walking on the wall, dropped down, and crossed his paws to send his update, thanking the training the clones had been doing on this particular version of the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. It was so useful that they'd each worked a good number of hours on being able to do it in whatever shape they were. He had a flash of 4 other locations, the that accompanied him and the leader as part of the outside guard, then nothing. Where were the other 6 sets of memories? Zuku, the leading copy, sent another request, this one clearly imbued with a sense of emergency. Again, no answer from anyone inside. Then Nezumi received the all-in command. He didn't wait a second, running straight to the warehouse, then right up the wall. That particular location had been chosen because it had a hole in one of the air ducts, allowing transformed clones to rush straight inside. Nezumi did so, preceded by Zuku and Maru. The first detail that was noticed was the smell. There was something in the air, though fading. The clone ignored that, dashing to their corner of the building. It was completely empty. And not only their spot, but everywhere. Zuku looked all around and, finding no one, turned back into his original form. The rest of the group quickly followed. Kinezumi, the leader, said, "Run to base and make sure our clones are still fine. Cloners were copies made to duplicate material, in this case their cargo. I doubt we'd all have missed those memories, but better make sure. The rest of you, check for the others. We didn't get an update, so they should still be here." Kinezumi turned back into a squirrel and took off, while the others searched. It didn't take long for them to be found, as they were still at their posts. They were all, to the man, asleep right where they should have been. Shaking them up gave no quick results, and they were loath to use harsher methods that might burst them. It took a clone getting water from a rain barrel and splashing it to their faces before one came back to reality. This one, Chado, shook himself dry, then turned back into Naruto. "What happened?" he asked. "That's what we're wanting to know," the leading Bunshin replied. Chado thought for an instant. "I just fell asleep, for some reason." "Did?" "Yes, everyone inside had a snooze," Zuka said, pointing toward the others still asleep. "And we're still missing one." The inside guard looked at those still present. "Usagi's missing," he finally replied. "He decided to hide inside one of the boxes, actually." Everyone stared at him. "You mean the boxes that are no longer there, right?" Maru said. He took a good look at his surroundings. "Yeah, those." Zuka rose. "Get more water, we're waking everybody up," he ordered. "Then we're all moving back to base. There's nothing else to guard here, and we'll have to wait for Usagi's report before anything else." He clapped his hands. "Let's move, people!" Usagi woke up to masks. Due to his current size, they were huge. Remembering what he currently was, he turned and hid in the corner opposite to the faces, and squeaked as if he was afraid. "There is a rabbit in this box," the first said flatly. "Orders are orders. The contents stay here for 5 nights, then are to be transferred to location 13, the other replied just as tonelessly. He then closed the lid once more. Usagi waited until the noise coming from the 2 ninja moved away, thinking all the while. He'd fallen asleep for some reason, then woke up in this place, wherever this was. Well, first things first. He crossed his paws, sending out an update. He didn't have to wait long for a reply from Zuko, which contained a message for him. Where are you? He actually had no clue, so finding out was the priority. The box he was in had a hole in it, one not big enough for a rabbit. Transforming himself into a small rat, he snuck out the container, then navigated around the other boxes to get a good vantage point. The place made him think of the Uruhara basement, actually. Big, empty place, earthen walls, seal lights. There were enough differences to make it clear it wasn't the same, mainly in the shape and the light level, but the basics remained. Exploration was needed then. As a rat, Usagi climbed up the walls, quickly finding himself on the ceiling. He then started down the only corridor leading away from the Naruto group's fake cargo. He took it slow, keeping to the ceiling and matching his color to that of the walls. With his size, everything took longer, but he emerged in the equivalent of a cafeteria after an hour's search. And there were quite a few people inside. At first, Naruto thought this place belonged to the ANBU, but reconsidered after a while. There were too many kids down there, some he'd even guessed were younger than the real Naruto. Also, he'd seen a lot of ANBU masks in his life, and none of the ones down here matched. They were similar, true, but not exactly the same. The eerie thing about this place was how calm it was. Even with more than 15 people in the room, there wasn't any conversation save short phrases delivered flatly here and there. It was even more silent than his time in the real ANBU cafeteria, something which he wouldn't have thought possible. Still, cafeteria meant kitchen, and kitchen meant some form of ventilation shafts. He'd used those in pranks before, so he knew what to expect. It took a while for a valid entry point to be found, but once that was done there was no stopping him. Once far enough away from the cafeteria, he generated a dozen clones, and sent every possible way in the ducts. The first one out was one of the new clones, and he messaged everyone as soon as he was back above ground. He was then quickly guided to an alley where the rest of the guard team were waiting. So, what now? The new Bunshin asked, turning back to human form. Are you fine? The clone nodded. Well, Zuko replied. Orders are to make sure whoever causes these issues is forced to stop. With what you found, I say dropping the ANBU on them is the best way to accomplish that. Either they're linked to the ANBU, and nothing bad's going to happen to them, or they're not and this'll get them out of our way. Now lead on, we're going back in. We need to find an entry point the ANBU can use. Going back inside, the many clones followed the new Usagi back to the cafeteria, then spread up to cover more ground, trying to find the main exit. They hadn't even found one when Izumi messaged them all. Following his directions, the group ended up in a sealed room with a pit in the middle. There was a rancid odor all over the place. What's that smell? Zuko messaged using his paws. Nezumi simply pointed down at the pit. The group went down to see what was hidden in the darkness. After a moment to let their eyes adjust, they cringed as they realized what was inside this hole. Corpses. Especially kids' corpses. Some of them still had broken masks on, testament to what they'd been before their deaths. Not ANBU, Zuko messaged, and everyone nodded at that. To work, he then indicated, and everyone ran back up, full of rage and anger. The next message was unfortunately accompanied with something the clones did not want. An alarm. Damn it! Usagi said inside. Below him, the false ANBU started running around like someone had kicked over their anthill. He received a burst of memories coming from a clone using their copy of the ANBU's blue flashbang, then another as a second clone did the same. Seeing explosive tags being placed on the walls, he quickly sent a message out with that as the last memory. The message was clear. Escape now. In the end, only 6 of the clones made it out. The entrances they'd found were now crawling with ANBU, who would unfortunately have some difficulty finding anything. Demolition charges had blown those entrances up, and a few of the clones had seen members of the false ANBU escape through secret exits hidden in the walls as the place exploded. The group went to an alley and transformed back once it was sure the place was clear. What now? Nezumi asked. Well, whoever they were, abandoning a base like that one has to have put a wrench in their plans, the leader said. The network should be safe for a while. You really think this is over? Maru asked. Zoku shook his head. No. We're not that lucky. That's just round one, he said. But we'll at least have a period of calm after this. Those saboteurs and thieves will have other things in mind in the coming days. We'll have to keep our guard up, sure, but the network should be able to rest a little. The rest of the troop nodded. They'd won the first battle, now they simply needed to keep that advantage. Prank Day 104. Between his normal work and the Chunin exams, it had taken nearly 3 weeks before the Hokage could get to Irika and Kuratori's request for a trap specialist. It took another week before the selective was back in Konoha. As such, a week before the end of the Chunin examinations, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tekuno Kenden, and 2 accompanying ANBU members were found standing before the former Kaihotiki compound. So, you requested an evaluation of this place? The Hokage asked. Kuratori nodded. Indeed. Yumano-sen, he then nodded to his compatriot. Demanded the help of an unrated trap specialist for this year's stealth and trap avoidance exam. Both he and I went through the course after the students, and neither of us managed to get through unscathed. The both of us were curious as to what rank should be given to our specialist. Explains my presence, at least, Tekuno said, cracking his fingers. Want me to run the gauntlet, I suppose? Correct, Kuratori answered. Please remember, though, that this place was built to test people. As such, the difficulty rises with how far one goes. There's also nothing lethal in the building. So forget the power to focus on placement, variety, and the like. He nodded. I get it. Then I'll let you go, Irika said, tossing the scroll. The goal of the exercise was to grab a scroll like this one. Good luck. One doesn't need luck when one has skill, Tekuno replied with a smirk. Hopefully it'll be at least something of a challenge, he said as he entered the building. Everyone watched him go. Given that the both of you are teachers at the academy, and that this place's creator is unranked, I suppose the author is the person I am thinking of, correct? The Hokage said, looking straight at Irika. You have the right person in mind, Hokage-sama, the Chunin answered. At this, the Hokage smiled. Then, for once, I will see the results of someone else that actually asked for it. I've seen enough of his skill to appreciate when someone else comes to bat. Both Chunin and even one of the ANBU nodded at that, keeping the house in sight. There was no noise coming from it, but that might not mean anything. It took 10 minutes before the man came back out. Well, that is one sneaky bastard, the man said, whistling. I seem to see some orange on the side of your shirt that wasn't there before, the Hokage pointed out, his lips curling up. I seem to remember you having sandals on your feet when you went in, Irika added with a smirk. Beside him, Kuratori was unnaturally rigid, something that clued people to the fact that the man was hiding his emotions. Ha ha ha, the said blankly. Go ahead, laugh. I just want whoever built this here. I have some questions about how he managed some of those traps. First, the rank you'd give if you would? Sarutobi said, now serious. Difficult to say, actually, he turned to the 2 Chunin. I'm correct when I say there's no chakra used in those traps, right? Outside the false explosive traps, yes, Irika answered. Those were nice. Not well drawn, but nice, Tekuno said with a nod. He'd worked enough with explosive tags that he could spot a fake a mile away. Thing is, I can't rank him because there are no chakra traps. If chakraless trapping existed as a speciality, the man would be Jonin level at least, but he's missing half of the required material for a trap mastery. If whoever it is picks that up, he'll be Jonin level there right quick. He thought for a moment. Probably better than that, even. His trap placement is mean, effective, and plays on psychology efficiently. That last pit trap of his would have gotten most of those who managed it through. I only dodged it because of what I could read in his trapping methods. He looked around. Now can I meet this enigmatic trap master? Irika went to the door. Naruto, come out. Minute, came the boy's voice, and 60 seconds later he came out. Traps are reset, if someone else wants to try his luck. Your Tekuno said, then he folded in half, laughing. I'd heard rumors the ANBU were having problems hunting you, and now I can believe it, he said between guffaws. They must have hated your guts for some of those. Speaking of ANBU, Hiruzen started, turning toward his 2 guards. The both of them went rigid. It is a valid test for ANBU, don't you think? The speed at which they shook their heads clearly indicated that they didn't think so. That was an order, in case I was misunderstood, the Hokage said, now quite serious. The two Anbuyu's hands flashed out in some form of communication, going too fast to be followed. After 10 seconds, the head of the one on the left fell slightly, and he walked toward the building. When he came back, he was also sandalless, and his suit was orange at crotch level. No words were said, but the looks of those watching said it all. Naruto didn't even notice, having an emphatic discussion on trap triggers with Tekuno. Prank Day 107. There's 3 days left before the day of the tournament, Naruto said, looking straight at Hinata opposite him. So here's the plan for the time that's left. The last day's free, to make sure you'll be as rested as possible for the main event. The day before that, we'll go over equipment, planning and the like. Nothing strenuous. The blonde boy smiled. Today's sparring. All out. Against me. How is that different from the previous days? Hinata asked. The last week had been full contact sparring, ever since she'd gotten proficient enough with the various jutsu that were part of the Matsuri. You're facing the real thing this time, Naruto explained, smirking. It took a moment for Hinata to realize what that meant. Naruto? She stuttered, lowering her face to hide the blush coming up. She'd gotten used over time to the clones, and had managed to stop blushing instantly from their presence. Clearly, the real Naruto still had an effect. Yes, the boy said with a smile. It isn't the first time I come over. I was the one who helped you with the Mabushii Kagayaki, and I also looked at a few of your spares with the other clones. Hinata just blushed redder. Now I'll be doing something special for the first few matches, just to get you ready for the real thing, Naruto explained. There will be a special rule for those matches. I touch you, you lose. Hinata looked back up a little. Why that? As an answer, Naruto did the ram seal, turning into someone completely different. Fate may have brought you here, Hinata-sama, but it will lead you no further, Naruto as Niji said, in a very credible imitation of the branch house member's speech. He then took a pose similar to the first stance of the gentle fist. Come face the defeat that is your inevitable destiny, he continued, winking at her. She gulped. She understood now the reason for the rule. He wanted to prepare her as best as he could for what she would face in the arena. She couldn't give up now, especially not with Naruto looking at her. I'm ready, she said, taking the wide-armed stance she'd found best for the Matsuri. This battle's results are preordained, Naruto answered, dashing forward, upon which time the battle was joined. The first spar went fast, as did the second. The third lasted 5 times as long. By the 5th, Hinata was fighting as she'd done in the previous day's spar. By the 7th, she was even bantering back somewhat. Naruto smiled and sighed as the 9th battle started. Hinata would do just fine in the arena, he could tell. Prank Day 108. Iruka was taking a breather, having tried once again to generate a single Kage Bunshin. He had new appreciation of his student's stamina. A couple of attempts had him down for the count. This was only the second day's training he managed to get with Naruto, and he hadn't yet made much progress on the technique. He did, however, manage a good spar against both a katana-wielding Naruto and an unarmed Muramaru, which was more of a challenge than he'd expected. And he was a chunin, while Naruto wasn't even an official ninja yet. So, how are ninjutsu studies going? The teacher asked as he rested, recovering his chakra. Any issues? We're getting better, Naruto answered, not deviating from his sword kata. Beside him, Muramaru was doing his own kata, while Ariko was throwing shurikens at a target. She was already the best in her class with kunai, and she wanted all the thrown weapons nailed. Well, the clones are, mainly. Do tell, the chunin asked. The clones are down to 9 usable clones when using the technique, while I have to go with 15 if I want to use the normal ones instead of the Kage Bunshin, Naruto replied. Explain. Naruto scratched the back of his head. It's you remember my clones from the last exam? Iruka nodded. Well, look. The blonde did the hand seals for the technique multiple times, and the clones appeared in waves. First I had 2 who instantly crouched down sick, and every wave after that was double the quantity and looked better than the previous. By the 4th, the clones were normal and didn't even react in any way. So, basically, Irika asked for confirmation. You're working your way down instead of up. Naruto nodded energetically. How about the other techniques? The teacher asked. Kawarimi is something we use so much by now, it's nearly instinctual for clones, the student answered. I still have some issues with it, but only for really short distances, like a meter or less. And the current record in kilometers is around 8 by now. That's Irika started then stopped. That's preposterous, that's what it was. Show me. Naruto took a deep breath, then switched on his other side, about 2 meters away. Why are you switching with air? Outside switching with someone whose chakra opposed yours, it was the most difficult and intensive usage of the technique. I find it easier actually, especially when switching close, Naruto explained. You're clearly still using way too much chakra then, the teacher noted. Yeah, Naruto replied, waving him off. I'm working on it. Now you're gonna try again or you're gonna stay down on the floor until you fall asleep? He smirked. I'm not giving up, Irika replied, recognizing the words for the encouragement they gave. Just as a last question, are you busy on the day of the tournament? Depends on your definition of busy, but why? Naruto answered. As an academy teacher, I have a seat reserved and can bring someone else with me, Irika explained. Mind hanging around your teacher on a day off? Naruto smiled. Of course not. I'd be happy to go with you. He then thought for a moment. Well, technically I'll already be there, but I wouldn't mind going as Naruto. Kiritori is bringing Niramara, I suppose? The teacher put it out. And the Konoha fashion ninja have 7 seats in their name, which includes Ariko, Naruto added. At least, with luck, that'll mean I'll have 3 different viewpoints of Hinata beating her cousin. How's she doing then? Irika said. Anything I should look out for? Naruto looked his teacher straight in the eyes. Wait, and you'll see at the tournament. Now enough chattering, or I'll send you in the corner with a dunce hat. Back to work, student. Hi, Uzumaki-sensei, Irika answered with a smirk, making the cross seal with his hands. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Chapter 16, The Big Day. Disclaimer, Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Prank Day 110, last stage of the Chunin exam. Naruto? Irika asked in front of the boy's door, having just knocked. Come in. Come in. The academy student chimed from inside his apartment. The Chunin stepped inside, having a quick look around. The many clones had months ago taken everything they found down in the Uruhara basement, and Irika now saw his student's living place as it normally was. Not so bad, he thought. He'd expected worse. His own place, living alone as a child, wasn't as clean as this one. There were a number of ninja tools everywhere, including 2 kunai used to hold plants up. Still, no clothes on the ground, food boxes outside the trash, or anything like that. I'm nearly done, Naruto said, taking a big portion of noodles from his cup. Irika sighed. Only Naruto would consider 3 cups of ramen a valid breakfast. The teacher took a seat opposite his student. You ready? Naruto nodded, mouth full of food. Are your students ready too? He then inquired. Naruto swallowed. As much as she can, he said once he could talk again. I'll have an errand to do before we get to the arena, but that's all. It can't wait? We might be late if you aren't quick enough, Irika pointed out. Naruto drained his last cup of ramen. Has to be done before the battle start, he replied, moving for his window. You coming? The window? Irika asked, tilting his head. Well, we're in a hurry, aren't we? He pointed to the open window. That's a shortcut. Right, Irika sighed, rising out of his seat. The pair dropped straight down in the alley, then continued below in the tunnels. Naruto's errand involved passing by the Uruhara basement. The Chunin wasn't surprised. Naruto clearly wasn't wasting time. The pair of them went straight to the basement at a good clip, and a clone handed Naruto a package as soon as he was inside the room. The boy then made his way deeper into the place. What are you doing? Irika asked. He thought they were in and out in a moment. Follow me, the boy said. We're taking another exit. It'll get us closer to the arena. Iruka nodded and followed. He stayed behind his student, imitating the twists and turns Naruto made in the dark. Then came a long ladder going up, where Naruto stopped. He then started doing hand seals. Here, he explained, touching Iruka right above his nose. This'll help us not draw attention. He then repeated the seals to do the same on himself. What is it? The teacher asked. Genjutsu, Naruto answered, touching his own brow. Makes you appear as something completely normal. Iruka had never heard of such a genjutsu. Another one from the scroll of forbidden seals? He asked. No, Naruto replied, starting to climb. Rabbit technique. Nanabo taught it to me. Come on up. The Chunin had more questions, but now wasn't the time for them. He didn't know how much longer Naruto's errand would take, but they'd probably be cutting it close. He grabbed the first rung and started climbing, making a note to follow up on that line of questioning later. Here, Mahoshi said, pointing to an empty row of seats. That's perfect, right? It will do very well, Fumichi replied. Ariko had to agree. They were close enough to the battlefield that they wouldn't miss much, and right beside an exit with that, just in case they needed the restrooms or something similar. Better yet, they were situated nearly opposite to where Kiritori and Muramaru were, which would mean the clones would remember the action from two opposite viewpoints at the very least. Iruka and Naruto weren't yet in, as he was having a last-minute visit to perform. The False Academy student sat down, with Fumichi at her left and Ringo at her right. So, how's this going to go? She asked. First time seeing one of these? Asano asked, to which the Naruto Bunshin nodded. Kids, even academy students, couldn't come alone, even if they had tickets. Mahoshi's mother was the group chaperone this time. Does anyone here have the order of battles? She asked the others. Nishi handed her own leaflet. There's 11 battles planned for the day, Asano said, looking down at the schedule. First up is the 2 Hyuga, which should mean a quick taijutsu battle, she explained. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Ariko nodded. At least they wouldn't have to wait before seeing Hinata's training put to the test. Next after that is Nara against. She looked at the descriptions of the fighter. A throwing specialist? Well, Naras are all about planning, so this one might go long or short depending on the latter's plan. Mahoshi and Fumichi both inclined their heads at that, as if from experience. Ariko, who knew Shikamaru, expected long. Short would probably be too much effort. Then there's an Aburame against a Sand Wind Mistress, Asano continued. Advantage to Sand, clearly, Nishi pointed out. Ariko was pretty sure the name Shino was somehow familiar, but could remember who that was for the life of her. Last battle of the first round is a taijutsu specialist named Rock Lee against someone named Gara. She once again went to check the description. Sand manipulator, it says here. Very powerful from what is written. Again, advantage to Sand, Nishi added. Then there's a 30-minute break before the second round, Asano finished, closing the schedule. That's all? Ariko asked. Only 4 battles? She was pretty sure Choji and Kiba were in the tournament, so where were they? There are a lot of ninjas not fighting in the first round this time, Matoto, Mahoshi's mother, pointed out. Second round also has 4 battles, then 2 for third with only the final remaining after that. A third of the participants don't fight in the first round. Asano nodded in approval. Ariko had a quick look around, and didn't see her progenitor anywhere. Where was he anyhow? The fights were starting soon. Here they are, Hinata-sama, Naruto said, disguised as a random Hyuga. Another 20, he continued, handing her a storage scroll. Her eyes went wide. That makes more than 200, she exclaimed. Indeed, Naruto replied. 207 to be exact. Hinata lowered her head and blushed. Thank you? It is my pleasure, Hinata-sama, the fake Hyuga said, bowing. I will leave you to your preparations. Good luck in battle. Naruto then turned and walked out. What he just handed her were the last chakrams the clone network had received in the last 2 days. It made her full loadout of more than 200 of her discs, 3 soldier pills, that being the maximum recommended in a day, and 10 shadow clones stored in scrolls. The last one was a new discovery made after the network clones had tried to reconstruct what had happened a week ago. Turns out clones could be sealed, and that they don't spend chakra, or spend very little, while stored. This also makes them impossible to update, as memory bursts don't reach them. That was the reason this particular detail had been found, as Usagi was missing 4 hours of his day, even when the sleeping clones didn't. There was a group currently doing more tests, but they knew enough for that to be at least usable. It was even more important for Hinata, as she didn't have the capacity to generate shadow clones willy. Naruto then stepped in the closest washroom, coming back out under his normal appearance. Irika stepped beside him as he arrived in the bleachers. "So, errand done?" Naruto nodded. "Nothing I should have opposed, I hope?" the teacher asked. "Nothing illegal," Naruto replied. "Just getting Hinata the remaining pieces of equipment the network received." "So she needs equipment for whatever technique you taught her, eh?" the Chunin stated. Not saying anything, Naruto exclaimed. "You just can't let it go, can you?" he then added. "What?" Irika said, shrugging. "A man has the right to be curious, you know." "She's in the first fight, so you won't have to wait long," Naruto smirked. Ariko had updated him on the schedule. "You'll see she'll do well." "I'll reserve judgment until then," Irika replied, sitting down. "Thank you everyone for coming to Konoha's Chunin selection exam." The Hokage's voice rang all over the stadium as Naruto took his own seat. "We will now start the main tournament matches between the 12 participants who made it through until now. Please stay, and watch until the end." "Won't be long now," Naruto said as the referee explained the rules to the 12's genin in the arena. He could clearly be heard by everyone due to the acoustics of the place. "The first fight will be between Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata," the referee finally said. "The rest of you, please stay in the waiting room until called." The other genin all left, leaving only the 2 Hyugas in the arena. "Now, the first fight," the referee yelled. "Begin! Begin!" Hinata didn't wait a second, jumping back twice to put more space between her and her cousin. He let her do so, not even taking a fighting stance. "Hinata-sama, please surrender," he said, loud and clear. "Someone of your skill cannot defeat me. Talent is something that is decided at the moment one is born, and all the spars we have only proven the fact that I am your superior. Your fate in this tournament goes no farther than this match." Hinata smiled hearing that. She'd heard something similar from Naruto for an entire day, and the words only reminded her of the steps she'd made. She was no longer the person she'd been a month ago. "Fate or not, cousin, I do not care," she replied clearly. "I will make you dance," she intoned. She did another jump back, dropping a smoke grenade at the same time. She then reached into her pockets and withdrew the scrolls she had there. "Pathetic," she heard her cousin say. "As if that would stop a Hyuga." Her simple smile did not falter. The smoke wasn't to hamper Niji, it was to hide her actions. A simple release of chakra, and there were 10 more Hinatas in the cloud. 3 stepped before and behind her, then they split into 2 groups, 5 running out on each side while a clone stayed in her former position. She, the real one, was the 3rd exiting the cloud on the right. "What?" she heard Niji say. He finally took on a combat stance. Then she and all the clones started filling the air with metal. Each tossed chakrams in waves of 6, 3 from each hand. Niji, all the while, was looking from right to left, trying to figure out which one was real. Then he started dodging and blocking. He drew a kunai in each hand and deflected the few rings coming close to his position. There weren't many, as the many copies hadn't started aiming properly, just adding to the chaos of the arena. "Ineffective," he said, redirecting 2 chakrams. "Your skills at aiming are no better than your ability at the gentle fist." "We will see," all the clones said as one. As one, they stopped moving, the many Hinatas forming a half circle around Niji, 20 or so meters away. Only then did they start really calculating the various bounces to hit. Niji blocked another 2, then dodged another. Then 2 more. They redirected a pair while dodging another. "What is this?" he yelled. He found that he couldn't advance, the weapon's many crisscrossing paths giving him no way to step forward. He batted 2 more away. "This is the Festival of Rings, dear cousin," all the clones said once more. Now dance for me. Hinata mentally thanked Naruto's help with her banter. It was clear the words were not helping Neji focus. The Hyuga boy quickly had no choice. He took a step back diagonally. Then he turned, stepping left, blocking a single chakram arriving straight at his back. Then another turn, another step, another block. And the many Hinatas were still throwing chakrams around. They had their timing well. As their last wave of chakrams left their hands, the returning rings started coming in range. They still had more in reserve, but kept those as backup. They grabbed and twirled, sending the weapons back seemingly effortlessly. Some went straight toward their foe, some went toward the walls to bounce there, and others were sent back right into the melee, deviating off some of the weapons already in flight. That was the drop that made the vase overflow. A thrown chakram bounced a ring that Neji had just redirected right back at the boy. He twisted out of the way at the last second, but couldn't evade a thin cut to the side of the neck, bleeding slowly. First blood had gone to the Hyuga heir. Neji made a decision right there and, as he twirled, a rotating sphere of chakra surged around him. Every weapon close to him was deflected instantly, bouncing back with incredible force. Still, only a couple came close to the clones, and a twirl later they were on their way back toward Neji. Kaiten, the many Hinatas said. She'd been afraid he'd master such a technique. He was clearly talented enough. But she was prepared for something like that. That is nice, cousin. But how long can you keep it up? As soon as the sphere disappeared, Neji tossed himself to the side. One ring scored a glancing hit on his arm, but he dodged the rest of the incoming projectiles. He then had no choice but to invoke the Kaiten again, just to survive. He then kept it up. He had no other option, being relentlessly attacked from all sides. 3 clones each grabbed a pair of rings as they passed by. What is a festival without flowers, cousin? They said, interlocking the 2 chakrams. All 3 twirled them 3 times, dodging the few rings coming their way while the others redirected the rest. Lotus flower, bloom! The trio exclaimed, sending the paired weapons straight ahead, spinning like saws. And they were spinning in the same direction as the Kaiten. The rings hit the rotating barrier at full speed. The first ring which hit didn't reach deep enough to touch Neji before being propelled back. But what it did was spin around the second, coming back with the force of the Kaiten behind him. Neji realized that fact right before the rings returned, and threw himself to the side to dodge the blooming lotuses. He took a few hits to his arms and chest, but managed to protect his face. He then rolled, taking another cut, then dashed forward at his full speed, straight for the middle Hinata, who had just thrown a set of paired rings at him. He took a few more hits, mainly to the side and back. But he quickly arrived in Hinata's melee range, and slammed his kunai straight into her heart. She vanished into smoke, and 100 rings, being cloned, disappeared from the air. That was a killing blow, Neji! The Hinatas shouted, this time not in perfect coordination. The shock had gotten to some of them. Indeed, Hinata-sama, he said, and the smile on his face was vicious. He deflected the few rings coming his way. What is a ninja if he cannot kill? Nothing, that is what. I am not like you, too weak to go against my foe with killing intent. This is why you are weak, shinobi. He dodged then blocked 2 more rings as the clones started moving away, releasing more chakrams to try keeping the Hyuga boy at bay. Even now you do not go for a decisive blow, preferring to wait until your opponent tires himself. Another dash and another Kage Bunshin was eliminated, this one with a kunai straight to the eye. The branch member didn't even take any damage this time. The memory of the blade coming right her eye shook her out of her shock. You should not have done that, Neji. You will regret it. Make me, he growled, dashing at the Hinata who had just spoken. Bird dragon, reverse snake, reverse rat. Raitun, Mabushii Kagayaki. Hinata yelled, her cousin only 2 meters or so from her. He fell straight there, dropping face first to the ground. My eyes! He screamed, covering his face. 2 of the clones stepped forward, grabbing the chakrams coming close and keeping them. Hinata herself looked down at her cousin. He'd gone straight for a killing blow when he could have gone for something lesser. He deserved what he'd got. Proctor? She said. Do I need to finish him? Of course not, he said, stepping forward while dodging an errant ring. He then looked down at Neji, who was stumbling unseeingly on the ground. Winner, Hyuga Hinata! he yelled. The audience cheered. The real Hinata went and bowed, straight toward Naruto's seat first, then to where her father was seated. Her clones grabbed the still bouncing chakrams and collected them. It was her victory. An unexpected event, Kuratori said from his seat. How come? Miramaro replied. He really knew why, but he had to pretend he didn't. Niji is well known in taijutsu circles to have the greatest potential as a gentle fist user in this generation, the Chunin explained. And he proved it just now, performing the Kaiten at such a young age. So he should have won, Miramaro said. No, Kuratori answered, shaking his head. The younger Hyuga's tactics were better. She created an environment that advantaged her and disadvantaged her opponent, controlled the flow of the battle, and forced her foe to deal with her on her terms. Even in the end, when things went sour, she still had a card she could play. No, the victory was all hers. So, Niji should have taken back the initiative earlier then? The male clone asked. He should never have let Hinata have it, he countered. He was secure in his superiority from the start, and let her set up her trap without even trying to oppose her. He was clearly faster than her, so he should have attacked right as the referee said go. He would have had the advantage, as this would have played to his strengths, and could have eliminated her quickly. He sighed. His arrogance was his undoing. What about the next match? Miramaro said. A Nara, which means a shadow specialist, against a range weaponry specialist. Another battle where one should strike hard right from the start, the teacher said. The Nara are efficient strategists, so giving them time to plan is the worst thing that can be done. The second battle. Tenten versus Nara Shikamaru. The proctor yelled. Begin! I'm not going to give you the time to out-hink me, Tenten said, dropping a pair of scrolls on the floor. Twin rising dragons. The scrolls went up in a spiral, trailing smoke, and she jumped between them. Then she grabbed whatever weapons she could from the scroll, shooting them forward at high speed. Clearly, she had access to the same knowledge I did, Kuratori said. Shikamaru, of course, didn't sit still. He jumped backward a few times, getting more space between him and Tenten, then started dodging and running erratically. Still, Tenten's aim only became better as the seconds passed, and the Nara boy's dodges became more and more frantic. Then he grabbed a kunai coming at his face and stopped. What is he doing? Miramaro said, watching intently. Tenten did not say a word, reaching with her right hand for another weapon. Shikamaru's hand imitated hers, and once she had the shuriken in hand, he moved his hand to his throat, Tenten emulating him. Cage main, success, he said tonelessly. Tenten fell back down to the ground and landed improperly, due to her legs still being under Shikamaru's control. How? She yelled from her position on the arena floor. She still had a shuriken to her throat. Their shadows might be so small as to be nearly invisible, but ninja wire still casts some, as minimal as it is, Shikamaru explained. Every time you were sending a weapon at me, you were giving me a direct line to your shadow. After that, the only thing I needed to do was grab one of your weapons, and you were done. He waved the kunai he still held. Now, will you surrender or do we need to continue? The kunoichi grit her teeth. I surrender, she spat out, clearly unhappy with the results. Winner, Nara Shikamaru, the proctor confirmed. Well, you were right about it being short, Fumichi said. That's difficult to beat in terms of length. Hi, Ariko replied. She'd personally thought long, and something completely different than what happened. She'd actually seen Shikamaru running, and that was something she'd not thought possible. Nara tricked his opponent, for sure, but she hadn't expected Shikamaru to do something that could actually make him sweat. She'd thought he'd surrender before something like that happened. Now's the Aburaim against the girl from Sand, correct? Asano asked Nishi, who'd taken back her schedule. Hi, the girl said. That fight started barely a minute later, and the best way to describe it would be keep away. The two combatants had put a long distance between the two of them, and they traded pot shots. On the Suna girl's side, she sent wave after wave of wind at the Aburaim, Shino, she now remembered, at best hitting a bug clone. Her opponent replied with kunai and shuriken, sometimes with explosive tags, but she deflected them handily. This one is gonna be long, Mihoshi whined. Everyone nodded in agreement, even her mother. And it was. That stalemate lasted for a good 15-20 minutes, at which moment the wind mistress fell to her knees. How? She yelled, and everyone in the arena could hear her. You were under an illusion for the entire match, Shino replied, face blank. Why did you not notice, you ask? Because the illusion didn't hide anything at first. While we were trading attacks, I sent small numbers of my bugs forward, hidden under the genjutsu. You were slowly being drained of your chakra. Damn you! She cried, swiping her fan forward. Nothing happened. My bugs have drained every last bit of your reserves, and you sent the rest at me uselessly, Aburaim continued. That was my trump card, and you didn't notice it until it was too late. Damn, she started, trying to move forward. She then fell flat on her face, unconscious. Winner, Aburaim Shino, the referee said, while the ninja bowed to the audience. There weren't that many cheers, not with how long the fight had been, but there was still some. Rigid clapping, along with a buzzing of some kind, came from the region the Aburaim clan was seated in. You go, Shino! Naruto yelled. It had Iruka reminding him of Aburaim's seat in class before he remembered who he was. That made 3 members of his last class to pass, and none eliminated yet. A good battle, Iruka confirmed. You saw how he did that. He tricked her, Naruto answered. Actually, they all did. They created a way to win and took it. Yes, the teacher confirmed. They used tactics to give themselves a path to victory. That's the way it mainly goes in shinobi battles. The one who outplans his adversary is generally the winner. The big blasting techniques are nice, but often a single knife is enough, if used at the right moment. Then why are the best-known ninjas the powerful ones, instead of the brightest ones and the like? Naruto asked, curious. Because there are also big defenses, and sometimes you need to punch through them, Iruka explained. Also, the bigger attack techniques tend to be widespread, and do damage to more than a single person. Even if half the enemy army dodges or survives your technique, that's still one half you no longer have to deal with. So every technique has its moment, Naruto summarized. Correct, the teacher said with a smile and a nod. If there's one thing you should remember about this tournament, it is that. Even powerful techniques have weaknesses, and if they get turned against you, the dangers are just greater. He shook his head. Anyway, if you want to see a match of power, look no further. He pointed down at the arena. The fourth and last match of the first round. Sabaku no Gaara against Rock Lee. The proctor yelled. That's gonna be a power match? Naruto inquired. Rock Lee is a taijutsu-only ninja, the Chunin explained. He's a brute stronger and faster than a lot of. He's not stupid and he studies hard, but he really has only a single tool, hitting something harder. And from what I understand, sand manipulation is the only thing Gaara can do, though he is deadly about it. It's going to be fist against sand, and the strongest will probably win. Begin, the referee said. At the very second, Lee dashed back, clearing 10 meters easily before turning back toward Gaara. Mother wants your blood, Gaara screamed, and a wave of sand rose in front of him, growing as it went toward Lee. The boy didn't seem scared. Kaimon, Kumon, Simon, Shumon, Tomon, came on, the boy invoked clearly. Kai. By then, the wave was barely a meter away. Morning Peacock. Lee disappeared right there as the wave fell where he'd been. Tracking his movement wasn't difficult, as he left a trail of flames on the ground. He appeared right inside Gaara's guard, instantly kicking the Suna boy straight in the air. The blow resonated all over the arena. But that wasn't all. The taijutsu master reappeared beside his foe at the apex of his uncontrolled flight. There, he started punching Gaara repeatedly, fire blossoming on his arms as he did so. Naruto turned to his teacher. But you just told me he didn't use ninjutsu? He said. That's not ninjutsu, the Chunin confirmed. That's pure taijutsu, pure speed. He's going fast enough that the friction from the very air starts fires. Iruka had never seen the technique, but had heard about it. And performed by a genin no less? Those who said Lee wasn't a genius in his own right should have stayed quiet. Naruto said nothing, eyes wide. A final haymaker finally sent Gaara back down, pushing him at least a meter deep in the arena floor. The Konoha genin then followed the boy back down, pulling him back out of the floor, as if to continue the battle. But it wasn't Gaara who came out. It was a formless mass of sand, slowly growing, halfway covering the boy. An arm of sand went straight at Lee, but he kicked the creature off, straight into one of the arena walls. By the way Gaara was screaming, he clearly wasn't in control of whatever that creature was. And at that time, everything happened instantly. Feathers appeared everywhere in the stadium, twirling hypnotically in the air. A single look nearly sent Naruto asleep, but a command from Iruka still came through. "Surge your chakra, as strong as you can, now!" the teacher yelled. Groggy, he still did as told. Iruka had a good reason for whatever he asked, most of the time. He pushed out a wave of chakra as strong as he could, and the grogginess disappeared instantly, as did the feathers. An illusion, he now realized. Shaking his head, Naruto had a look around. There was fighting right in the stands, disguises falling off to reveal ninjas underneath. Most of them had the sand hourglass there, but a good number had the sound music note instead. He then dodged a thrown shuriken. That cleared his mind. Iruka, beside him, threw a kunai straight in a sound ninja's eyes. This wasn't the time to hold back. As much as he wanted the fact that he could perform the shadow clone technique to be a secret, he wanted his village safe infinitely more. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu!" he yelled, filling every open space within 20 meters with a clone. They all jumped into action, rushing at the invading ninja. They died in droves, but better than Konoha villagers. And he wasn't done. "No Jutsu, Monty!" he yelled, slamming his hands on the ground. He'd have gone with the leader, but he still wasn't certain to manage it on the first try. And Miyamoto had said that Monty was the rabbit who liked battle the most. The tiny white rabbit appeared right between his hands. Naruto didn't waste any time. "Hourglass, music note," he said, pointing on his brow where the usual ninja headband resided. "They go down. Go!" Monty vanished. Half a second later, the sand ninja who'd been about to stab Iruka in the back lost his neck with a quick pop as the only clue to Monty's passage. The invasion had just begun. Chapter 17, Invasion. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Prank Day 110, last stage of the Chunin exam. Kai! Muramaru woke up instantly as his mentor's chakra washed over him. For a second, he didn't know who he was supposed to be or where he was, but then his memories caught up, and he remembered what had happened. Genjutsu. Jumping to his feet, Muramaru thanked whoever was listening that the Naruto clones were made more solidly than normal Kage Bunshin. Vanishing right now would have been the worst way for Kuritori to learn about the prank. The clone then dodged to the side as a burst of wind shattered the seat he'd been on, then crouched under a wave of shuriken. "Sensei," he yelled, drawing a set of kunai and throwing them right at the three shinobi fighting Kuritori. Two dodged backwards while the third blocked, and the teacher used the opening to cut the man's leg off at the ankle using his own foot. "Leave!" Kuritori yelled, pushing aside the first sand ninja's sword strike. "This is no place for a student. Withdraw to the shelters immediately." Like hell he was. He was a clone, so he wasn't risking anything by staying and fighting. He wasn't going to take someone else's spot and hide. "I can fight," he yelled back, reaching for more kunai. "No," he said, jumping back. He then pushed Muramaru out of the way, taking a Senban in the shoulder at the same time. It would have hit Muramaru, and he hadn't even noticed it. "I am your master, and this is an order," the Chunin said, ripping out the Senban with one hand while disarming the second sand ninja with his foot. "Leave!" "I can pee," Muramaru started, only to stop as Kuritori put his foot at the clone's belly, making it stick there. He then wound up for a kick, and released Muramaru at full extension. The false academy student sailed in the air for a second, managing to land properly using the tree walking technique. He'd landed only a meter or so from an exit, and his master could no longer be seen with all the fighting that was going on. His face tensed as he dashed through the exit. He wasn't going to get in Kuritori's way, but he wasn't going to run either. This was Konoha, his precious village, and he was going to fight to the death to protect it. Pain was what woke her up. Ariko's hand instinctively reached for her hurt ear, only to find Ichibo there. Why did he bite me? She wondered. He'd mostly been silent during the entire tournament, so she had no clue what could have made him do something like that. Then the last few minutes came back to her, and she shot up in a flash. Up, quick! Mihoshi yelled beside her, slapping Ringo awake. You two are the last, she told them. Ariko quickly looked around. There was fighting all around her, and a wall of earth rose beside them, cutting them off from a trio of sound ninja. She quickly realized what had happened, and reminded herself to thank Naruto for making his clones this resistant. She then snapped her left thumb and pinky together, a thank you to the bunny who'd taken back his spot on the top of her head. My pleasure, Ichigo quickly messaged back with a trio of thumps. Everyone, to the exit! Mitoto yelled, throwing a pair of kunai at the ninja who just tried climbing over her earth wall she just summoned. We need to get to the shelters, quickly! Mihoshi started handing everyone shuriken. Ariko shook her head, withdrawing her own. As a Naruto clone in the academy, she'd made sure she was always fully equipped. Especially in throwing weapons, which was her official specialty. Their region of the area seemed to have less combat than the others, and as such the group had no difficulty reaching one of the exits. Look behind, Ichigo messaged as the Bunshin was about to enter one of the exits. Ariko did so, and saw Lee there with a pair of, keeping whatever Gaara became busy. The boy clearly had seen better days, and was breathing quite hard, but still fought with all the power he had before. Ariko had a new appreciation of taijutsu at the sight. Following Mitoto, the Konoha fashion ninja ran straight out the building. Only a single enemy interrupted their course, but with Fumichi and Nishi backing Mitoto, the lonely sound ninja was barely a speed bump. And then they were outside. It wasn't much better. There was fighting all over the place, and with the wider spaces, bigger techniques could be heard or seen all over. A trio of giant snakes had broken through the wall, and were slowly going straight for the Hokage Tower, destroying everything in their path. Doton, Dorihiki! Mitoto yelled. A wall appeared right in the middle of the street, blocking a giant wind blast coming from a shinobi on the rooftops. The ninja didn't wait, jumping down to the side to get a new line of attack. He never got it. Gutsuga! Kiba yelled, coming out of an alley spinning like a drill. The sound shinobi, in midair, couldn't dodge, and was hit severely before falling further down the road. He didn't get up. Other genin from his former class made their way out of the alley, along with a number of civilians. Shino, Shikamaru, Ino and Choji joined Kiba while keeping an eye on their surroundings. You are escorting civilians to the shelter, right? Mitoto asked. Right, Mom, Kiba answered with a slightly lecherous smirk. Mitoto ignored the look. Girls, you go with them, she ordered, turning toward the Konoha fashion ninja. Keep together, protect each other. I'm going to see if I can help in the arena. She dashed back in. The group joined the genin and the civilians, Ariko hanging at the back. The rest were holding each other close out of fear and apprehension. Ariko would have liked to help, but her current mental state wouldn't help. Ariko didn't feel those emotions. She felt rage. The idea of her village being attacked was filling her with desire to hit something, to kill the invaders. As soon as she wasn't being looked at, she used a quick kawarimi to appear on a rooftop a mile away. She wasn't going to hide in a shelter, even if the rest of her group needed her. She was sorry about abandoning them, but Konoha needed her more. She was going to hunt. And judging by the message Ichigo had just sent, her passenger was in perfect agreement. Neither Naruto nor his two fake personas had thought of sending an update. As such, it was the death of the first clone, followed by the death of many other clones, that revealed to the Bunshins in the Uruhara basement that the village was being invaded. There were hundreds of clones there, training, resting, reading, planning, eating and doing a multitude of other activities. Whatever they were doing, the moment the first Bunshin died they turned in the direction of the arena like a wave, all eyes growing wide. Then the war cries started. Ora! A copy screamed, and everyone picked it up. They all rushed toward the exit leading to the arena, hands reaching for weapons. Stop! A clone yelled, his voice somehow overriding the great cry. Everyone turns to see a clone, one of the members of the Naruto Council, standing at the spot the Rio 1 normally occupied. What? Dozens of clones yelled at him. We all go out like this, the prank is done, he yelled back. That many clones all at once? Nobody'll be fooled anymore. They'll check everything, and we'll be finished. You can't be telling us to let this happen? A clone replied. Are you crazy? Coward! I'm going anyway, another said, and many nodded along. I've got an idea! One yelled over everyone. He'd been clearly heard, and everyone turned toward him. He did a single ram seal, and took on another shape. It wasn't a form they'd taken previously, but it was perfect for the situation. The council member laughed, doing his own ram seal. That's exactly what we need. Everyone, follow that example. He then sent an update as soon as he changed shape, in case some hadn't heard. There was a tsunami of ram seals as everyone took on a new look. The clones weren't exactly similar, though they all followed the same pattern, which was the very thing that was required. Now everyone, the council member said. Create as many clones as you can that are able to fight properly. A series of nods answered him, along with cross seals. I want half the people here to stay behind, the rest splitting up along the many exits in Konoha. Why? One asked. In case anywhere needs backup. He yelled back. I need people to get real weapons out, and the map. We need to be ready for anything that could happen. Get the tags out, and start handing them out. All the bunchins jumped into action. Waves of clones rushed every exit, nearly stepping over each other in their haste. Even the ceilings were filled with copies rushing out. Things went better as the paths split as clones went every way. The attackers better be ready. The clones were coming. Hinata had been in the infirmary, explaining how her blinding technique worked to the medics there, when the first sound ninja got in, weapons drawn. With the many ninja in the room, he didn't get far, but after the third nearly managed a fireball into the crowded room, it was clear something needed to be done. With everyone there, Hinata couldn't fight at her fullest potential. She looked around as the medics started arguing about what to do, whether to evacuate or stand here. One of them sealed the room, but that wouldn't hold forever, minutes at most. Activating her Byakugan, she looked around. There were side rooms attached in the corners, made for ninja who needed to be separated from the rest. With what little combat there had been, they were all empty. With the training she'd just gone through, calculating sizes and dimensions came easy, and she quickly had a plan. Everyone, to the side rooms, she yelled. The medics turned to her. Are you crazy? We'll never be able to fight there. She took a deep breath. She could do it. She would do it. You won't need to, she answered clearly, looking straight at who she thought was the lead medic, right in the eyes. I'll stay here, to make sure no one gets past this room. I'll fill it with enough steel to make sure no one makes it out. But one medic said. Go! Hinata yelled, reaching out in her pockets for her pills. There's no time. Your medics, you take care of the wounded. Along with the two defeated Leaf Genin, there was a trio of wounded Leaf Ninja. I'll be defending you. Nobody argued. Some tried cowing her, but her Byakugan eyes were still active, and as such no one could outstare her. Take the beds, the cabinets, everything. Give me the most room I can have, she yelled. And take care of my cousin, she added in a lower voice. Regardless of what he might have tried, he was still family. It took a good 2 minutes before the enemy ninja managed to unseal the door, and by that time Hinata was dancing in the middle of a meat grinder, twisting unharmed as steel flew all around her. The first 3 ninjas who entered didn't even have the time to yell before falling to pieces, and the ones following managed to retreat, wounded all over. By the 4th wave, there were enough dead ninjas around the door that the sand and sound shinobi had to jump over the corpses of their allies to gain entrance. Meanwhile, Hinata took a second soldier pill as she spun. None were going to pass, not while she lived. She didn't notice, but along the many dead sound and sand, there was a duo of cloud ninja who'd hoped to capture her alive. They hadn't made it past the door. Like many Leaf Ninja, Ryukatsu Joji was following the Chunin exam on the radio while hanging at a bar. There was even some betting going around, and he was glad that the odds on the Hyuga heiress victory had been good enough to tempt him. He'd made more than enough to pay for whatever he drank today. Then enemy ninjas started appearing everywhere, and it all went to hell. There had been enough Konoha shinobi in the bar that they'd managed to push back the first attack, but they'd already taken losses. 2 of their number, other Chunin, were severely wounded, and 4 more had lesser wounds. He'd passed through undamaged, but at the rhythm things were going it was only a matter of time. As another sand group reared their head, everyone acted. He tried trapping the whole group in a genjutsu, illusionary hands made out of spikes rising from every surface while those in the air were buffeted by fiery ducks, but half the group ignored it. The others tried dodging, but as he'd planned they fell in the paths of the others' attacks. One of the surviving ninjas charged him, and everyone else was busy. He tried a second illusion, opening a false pit in the ground, filled with snakes, wolves and ducks, but the man broke through easily. Then Joji was gone, appearing on a rooftop 20 meters from the action. What? The Konoha ninja said. He hadn't done that. He couldn't yet manage a Shushin outside a calm situation. Looking down, he saw that he'd not been the only one who'd changed places. The road in front of the bar was now filled with ninja he'd never seen before instead of his fellow barhoppers. They looked at first glance like A and BU, but there were clear differences. Gone were the animal masks, and instead there were the most bizarre sets of colors and designs on the shinobi's faces. One even had a giant star, purple on yellow, painted right at nose level. Not only that, but each had distinctive hairstyles and bright shades, a powder blue mohawk here, a flowing rainbow there. The ninja who'd taken his place was just as visible, having 2 twirling lime green horns rising from the front of his puce mask and 3 bright pink pigtails hanging from the back. The sand ninja who'd been charging him didn't hesitate, continuing on to strike at his new target. The bizarre Anbu blocked the sword strike with his bare arm, only for the sand shinobi to reach out with his other hand and grab the pink-haired man by the throat. Then the sand ninja screamed, clearly being electrocuted. A second later, the horned Anbu was gone, and the sand shinobi was smoking and twitching on the ground. Around him, the rest of the group was in a similar state. Those that weren't dead were either clearly wounded or blind, judging by their actions, and more of those weird ninjas were standing over them with glowing hands at their backs. Taking his eyes off the road, he realized these ninja were everywhere. He could see some running on walls, sniping at people from rooftops, and jumping straight into the action. Hundreds of them, all over the place. A trio of them at a crossroad went back to back, and a tornado formed around them. Well, he thought as he took a deep breath, he couldn't let them do all the work. Forming hand seals, he focused on a charging sound shinobi, and a wave of illusionary flames surged out of the alleys to rush at that invader. The enemy instantly turned back and ran the other way, not realizing he was going straight toward a spinning whirlwind. Bright eyes appeared on the flaming wave, followed by a giant bill and burning wings. Luckily the shinobi did not turn back, else he might have started disbelieving the illusion. A second later, he was taken and launched by the raging winds. Joji sighed, letting the illusion drop. He really needed to do something about that fear of his. Damn, Kyuha said as another memory flashed before his eyes. He didn't have a name before today, but after he'd taken command of the Naruto Bunshin's counterattack, one had been given to him by the mass. With everyone who had something to say to him, he needed it. He was swearing because the group had just lost another score of clones. Worst was, they'd died without having any effect, trying to drain the 3 massive snakes that were doing urban remodeling of the village. He turned to the massive number of clones that were waiting for orders. Does anyone have an idea how to deal with those giant snakes? Anyone? There was a moment of silence. You've got a heavy firepower team right here, if you need it, someone finally said from deeper in the room. Clones moved, and 6 Narutos came forward, each with a black sphere in their hands. Kyuha dropped right in front of them and scowled. We already tried those, and they don't work well enough. What's so different from the ones you got? He brought the hand holding the sphere in front of him. Mine is 70 days of fire chakra in a ball. The others are around the same. The clone whistled as his eyes widened, then grinned. That might just work. It's just the kind of thing we need right now. He turned to the mass of waiting Bunshins. I need 50 clones to go with 3 of these guys. Some of those waiting instantly took disguises while stepping forward. 3? Jigaku, the clone leading those maintaining those balls, asked. Kyuha turned to the maintainers. 3 now, 3 as backup if anything goes wrong. We don't know if there are other summons like that waiting in the wings, and you people can't be replaced easily. The clones nodded. Jigaka pointed at 2 others in his team, then toward the exits. Then he dashed, and dozens of clones followed. They made their way up in record time, those already in the tunnels themselves moving to give passage. The 3 maintainers arrived at ground level to see desolation. Large numbers of the Naruto clones were engaging the 3 snakes in battle. They had no choice, as the sand and sound ninja were using their presence to their advantage, acting as both cover and distraction. While the clones hadn't managed to inflict much noticeable damage to the summons, they had at least managed to keep them somewhat in place. And it was the village itself who suffered. In a circle a few hundred meters in diameter, no building was still standing. Crumbled houses and warehouses dotted the landscape, offering little protection to the ninjas on the ground. Left. Right. His 2 partners yelled, dashing in their respective directions. That leaves me with the center one, Jigaka thought. It was the least damaged of the 3, and the closest to a squad of defending sound ninja. He moved forward slowly, the 15 or so other clones around him spreading out protectively. Now, how to attack? The maintainer wondered. The head was the most valid target, but it was dozens of meters from the ground with no rooftop in range. A Kawarimi might get him up there, but he'd be in freefall if he missed. As he looked for a plan, his target swiped his tail in a circle on the ground, forcing a trio of Konoha ninja hiding behind a junk pile to dodge. One of the 3 jumped straight up, clearing the tail easily, only for the snake's head to lunge forward, mouth open for a quick snack. Jigaka saw the opening and reacted instantly. His hand did a single snake seal, switching with the jumping ninja a bare second before the summon's jaws closed down. He didn't even have the time to release the sphere before being dispersed by the snake's fangs. Not that it made much difference. Only a single second after Jikoga's disappearance, the sphere destabilized and burst, sending the enormous amounts of heat it contained in every direction. The snake's head cooked instantly from the inside, turning into a 10-meter-wide ball of blazing flames. The 2 other maintainers saw their boss' technique and copied it, and not a minute later there were 3 small suns burning inside Konoha's walls. The extreme heat quickly turned the neighborhood's climate into one similar to a desert. Fighting stopped for a moment, as everyone turned toward the spheres of fire still hanging in the air, not comprehending that such a thing could happen. Everyone but the Naruto clones, that is. They knew what had just occurred, and they took advantage of the opportunity. They charged forward, jumping straight through the sand and sound defenses while the moment lasted. Surprised and deprived of their giant defenders, the invading forces were quickly pushed back toward the wall. And there were more clones waiting for them there. The first wave of bunshins that had been sent as backup had a specific target: the stadium. As clones burst, Kyuha and his team of dispatchers had frequent updates of the situation in the village. The situation was slowly but surely improving everywhere the clones had eyes, except in one place. In the arena proper. Gaara was there, still fighting Lee along with a pair of who joined in. Unfortunately, as time passed, it was clear they weren't having an effect on the growing sand monster. Worse, Lee was quickly tiring, and it was up to anyone's guess what would happen should he fall. As such, 400 or so clones were sent to defeat or delay whatever that monster was. By now, Gaara was completely covered in sand and invisible. The reinforcements arrived just in time. One of them had just grabbed the fallen Lee and retreated, leaving only a single Konoha ninja in the arena itself. First wave, go! The leading bunshin yelled, and 40 clones surged forward. Some jumped directly at the sand beast, trying to electrocute it to death, while 2 appeared right in front of it to defend him. Said clones died instantly as the monster shot a giant ball of wind and sand forward. They dodged in the stands, retreating. The leader took a moment to make sure the situation in the stands was stable, then turned back to the middle of the stadium. More than half the clones there had already perished without doing much. Lightning didn't seem to harm it, and whatever black spheres they tried quickly burst from all the flying sand. Blinding didn't seem to have any effect, as did a dozen linked explosive tags. Any other idea? He asked, looking at his subordinates. There were no answers. Second wave, go! He ordered, and 40 clones surged forward. They didn't have a plan to take it down, but keeping it occupied would have to be enough. The sand beast reacted instantly to the new arrivals, swiping one of his arms at the approaching squad. Most of the clones there used kawarimi to land safely, but one of those in the front had another idea. Suetun, Tappa Nami Kyoha! Bunshin yelled, disappearing as a lance of water surged forward. The surge struck the beast's incoming hand, quickly turning the sand into mud. 4 fingers fell a second later, the monster's hand no longer supporting them. You saw that, right? A Bunshin said right beside him. Water clearly worked, even if Tappa Nami Kyoha was supposed to be a defensive technique. Everyone down there! The leader ordered. I want 5 clones making those lances every second. We'll hammer that construct until we get to the guy in the middle. Yash! The clones yelled, surging forward. Hose after hose started lancing toward the beast, who slowly lost layer after layer. It took a good 30 seconds before Gaara became visible, and the sand construct crumbled after the sand genin was hosed a few more times. What do we do with him now? One of the clones said as Gaara choked and tried rising from the arena floor. Kill him? He was clearly not looking forward to such a choice. The leader didn't like that option either. He had memories of Lee's battle, and wasn't even sure if Gaara had done this on purpose. It looked more like he'd lost control of something. He thought for a few seconds. No, he finally said. We blind him, drain him, keep him wet. We'll put him in one of the basement pools, see if that stops his sand. Said sand was still trying to surround the boy, and every 30 or so seconds another clone had to drench him once more. We'll leave the decision to the boss. Hi. The 50 or so clones left around him answered, and 5 of them reached out to the genin. It took barely a minute before the boy was bound and blind, and 5 before the group was back in the tunnels with their captive. The Urohara tunnels did not only lead inside Konoha. Nearly half the exits were outside the village walls. Compared to those in the village, they'd seen very little use, as only the jumpers came in and out that way. Until now. Dozens of Kage Bunshins poured from every exit to the east of the village. The enemy force's entry point had been tracked there, and the clones weren't going to let them have it easy. The sand and sound forces had separate camps, close to but still some distance from each other. The sound camp was nearly empty, as they'd sent all their forces inside, leaving only the 3 snake summoners along with a few guards, those being the weakest of the sound troops. They were overwhelmed instantly. The sand forces were more professional. They had scouts, guards, doctors, and reinforcements in good order. They were prepared for just about anything. The surging clones still hit them like a hammer. It wasn't an instant victory like the sound camp, but it quickly became evident where the wind was blowing. Most of the elite sand ninja were inside the village proper, and what was left weren't expecting a large force right at their backs. Worse, it seemed like every single enemy was a clone, which meant that the sand forces were wasting their energies and losing troops without even inflicting adequate losses in return. They were slowly being pushed back toward Konoha, which meant that they'd either have to enter the village proper or be surrounded with their back to the wall. And neither option seemed survivable. Otoke sent another wide blade of wind forward, bursting 6 or so clones. 3 managed to jump over the attack, and were pelted with wind attacks and shuriken from the other ninjas standing behind him. The hole he'd created filled in less than 5 seconds, more ninja clones again, appearing to push forward once more. He had a quick look around, managing to catch Yura being blinded then overwhelmed. 2 genin and a chunin broke ranks to help him, but more of those bizarre ninjas intercepted them. He was now the lead remaining joint. He made some quick maths in his head. The support forces had already lost more than half their numbers, along with numerous wounded still left on the ground. What little news they had of the situation in the village wasn't pointing toward victory, more like the same thing as here. It was clear. They'd lost. They thought the leaf weak, but it had only been an act. It was clear they'd been prepared for the invasion. Therefore, as a loyal sand ninja, Otoke's had only a single option. Stop! He yelled. Sand forces, stand down! It took a moment, but the fighting slowed then stopped. Surprisingly, the Konoha shinobi in those weird masks also stopped, though still keeping ready for combat. He'd been prepared if they tried to profit from the opening, but they hadn't. There was no visible leader, so he turned to the clone right before him. Who speaks for your group? The ninja said nothing, clapping his hands and snapping his fingers in various ways. He then disappeared, another clone having taken his place. This one had spiky hair going from yellow to red as it rose, along with a rainbow crown. His mask was half green and half red, cut diagonally, and he had a visibly fake bushy beard. "Talk," he said in a gruff voice. "I would negotiate the Sand Force's surrender," Otoke said, gritting his teeth. He hated what he was doing, but he had no other choice. If the Sand Forces here didn't return at all, Sunagakure was done. There were small clans and lesser villages who wouldn't miss the opportunity, so he needed to preserve whatever Sand Forces he could. The Crown Ninja made more of these bizarre hand signs. "Drop weapons. You'll be bound and blinded, then led to separate holding points," he then explained. Otoke's gulped. "How about our wounded?" The Konoha ninja looked around. There were more than 20 fallen sand ninja in sight, and more hidden being the masts of Konoha shinobi. "Who are your medics?" "Sand medics, raise hands," Otoke's ordered, and about a dozen hands went up. The shinobi opposite him nodded. 5 guards to each medic. Everyone healed is bound and blinded. We'll let the medics work as soon as everyone else is secured. Ninja behind him started moving, 5 for each medical ninja. "I accept your terms," the Sand said, reaching down. He unclipped his belt, letting it drop, then pushed both his hands together toward the man in front of him. It was better terms than what he expected. Most villages would have left the wounded to die, if they hadn't finished them off right then. Konoha today has proved its reputation handily. It was the strongest, and still the most decent. More of the bizarrely masked ninja stepped forward, and the Sand troops quickly disarmed and capitulated. Many had friends or allies wounded or bleeding on the ground, and everyone wanted them healed as quickly as possible. "Go, go, go!" Muramura yelled at a trio of women being accompanied by 4 Narutos, shadow clones, evidently. The whole group dashed through the exit he was protecting, quickly disappearing in the street. That's what he'd done for the past few minutes as the various fights wound down. He'd kept this particular exit safe and covered for whatever civilians and wounded Leaf Ninja were using it. He'd thought about joining the various fights going on, but there were already numerous clones going around, and he didn't think he'd be of much help. Looking around, he saw that his posting was no longer needed. The stands were now clear of civilians from his point of view, and the battles remaining seemed under control. Kuratori was also nowhere in sight, and the region they'd been seated in was empty. Time to find another place to help, then. He walked out of the arena using the same exit he'd kept clear. He found the street before the stadium safe and patrolled by disguised bunshins. There wasn't anything here for him to do. But he could get a better view of the situation. Just the other side of the road from the stadium was an apartment building, 7 floors high. It was perfect to scan a large percentage of the village from one point. He ran straight up the wall, mentally thanking his teacher once more for this technique. "Incoming ally," a voice said above as he cleared the second-to-last floor, and Muramura recognized it as a Chibo after a second's thought. The male clone arrived on top to find Ariko crouched on one of the corners of the roof, with tags planted all around her. She gave him a quick look before turning back toward the streets. "Good work down there, Muramura," she said. "You saw? I've been here nearly since I escaped the stadium," she explained. "I've gotten a good look at how everything's going." 2 targets. Ichibo called out. 40 degrees, 800 meters. "Got them," the female clone replied. In a flash, 2 kunai disappeared from the ground, sent in the direction of the 2 enemies. Judging by the lack of sound, Ariko was using one of the techniques attached to the matsuri on the weapon she threw. A pair of muffled booms then rang in the distance. She clearly had the area under control. "Anywhere that could use my help?" Muramura asked. Ariko shook her head. "Not really. Fighting's dying down everywhere I know of, and cleanup's all that's left. There's only real fighting in a single spot, really." "Which is?" Ariko said nothing, only pointed straight north. Muramura thought she meant the arena, but then he saw the purple cage on the roof above the kage seats. "What is that?" "No clue," the female academy student answered. "It was there when I arrived here. One thing is sure, though." Her face went serious. "The Hokage's inside." "Gigi?" Muramura replied. He wouldn't have used the term normally, being reserved to the real Naruto, but the surprise had brought it out. Ariko simply nodded. Naruto's on his way, Ichigo then added, pointing down. Kaige Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled. 100 or so clones popped all around him, reinforcing the few ninjas still fighting. That was what Naruto had done for most of the invasion. He'd stood to the side and sent wave after wave of Bunshins. Sure, he could fight, but he was of more help generating more and more clones. By now, the arena was nearly empty, and his clones were finishing the last few battles. Iruka was long gone, the teacher having escorted a group of nobles out of the stadium, and Monty was around somewhere out of sight. Time to check on Gigi then? He'd not paid attention to what had happened in the Kaige's box, having more urgent issues to deal with. Gigi was the strongest in the village, he could take care of himself. But he was the best person to report to for orders. He wasn't even halfway to said seats when he noticed the purple walls on the arena roof. He didn't like the looks of that. A second look showed ANBU stationed around it, so he went up there. He landed barely 3 meters from the wall, and was about to go closer when an ANBU intercepted him. Be careful, Uzumaki-sen, the ANBU warned with a female voice. Weapons thrown there turned to mist instantly, and another ninja had to be amputated after simply grazing this curtain. Naruto nodded. No worries, he replied and made a cross seal. A second later, a dozen copies appeared around him. He turned to the closest. You know what to do. The Bunshin nodded, and charged. For Konoha! He yelled, ramming the barrier head first. He disappeared instantly on touch, his few seconds of memories rushing back to the many Narutos. Fire, the real Uzumaki voiced, and then he smiled. Fire, both Muramaru and Ariko voiced from the rooftop they occupied. The male copy instantly got what Naruto was going to do. He turned to his female compatriot. Throw me. What? Toss me on the stadium roof, he cried out. I can help down there. But Ariko started. She didn't have the time to say anything else. Muramaru did a single hand seal and transformed into a javelin. In that form, it wasn't like he could answer her. She grabbed her fellow clone and took aim. She wasn't the best with this kind of weapon, but she didn't need exact precision for this throw. As long as she didn't miss the roof or hit this purple cage, everything was fine. Turn back after 300 meters, she said. And then she threw. She then grabbed as many kunai as she could hold in her hands and waited. Muramaru wasn't the only one who expected the cage to come crashing down. Looking back at his clones, Naruto knew they had the same idea he'd had. He nodded. Katan Akaraka Jigoki. He invoked, his copies in perfect synchronization with him. Naruto threw his own sphere, while the clones around him rushed the barrier, balls first. The 4 violet flames formation was a barrier that reacted by incinerating anything that came in contact with it. It had, however, no contingency for techniques that fed on flames. As soon as the first sphere made contact, the chakra requirements of the barrier doubled. Then tripled, quadrupled, quintupled as more balls came in contact. By the 7th, the sound 4 were tittering on the edge of unconsciousness. Naruto and his clones had made 12 spheres in total. The barrier vanished in a flash, and everything happened instantly. The charging clones cleared the area where the barrier had been and continued on. A pair found themselves rushing trees, and could not stop fast enough. Their spheres burst, incinerating said trees on the spot. One clone managed to redirect his ball toward a falling sound ninja. On contact, both clone and ninja turned to smoke as flames consumed them. Muramaru turned back to human form, scant meters from the rooftop, unseen by everyone who was focusing on the fallen cage. He redirected his momentum with a kick, and charged for the trees. Naruto's sphere had continued on unimpaired, and found itself on a direct path with an unknown gray-eyed ninja with a Konoha headband. It didn't reach him, as the ninja made a single one-handed seal and sent a dense surge of water to intercept the sphere. Naruto recognized the technique, being one he had learned, and as such, the ninja used it. How had the second Hokage returned? The contact between ball and water released an enormous wave of hot steam, hiding the gray-eyed ninja from sight, along with a good part of the battlefield. But not from above. Ariko had a clear lane of fire on all the ninja formerly in the cage. The Hokage was easy to recognize, the giant staff in his hands being a big clue. She quickly sent everything she had to the three others. Orochimaru was the only one to dodge, the two others not even reacting as they exploded. The snake Sannin landed on top of one of the trees to have a good look at what was happening. The ANBU hadn't expected Naruto to bring the barrier down, and were caught flat-footed. It took a few seconds before the rushed en masse. By that time, Naruto had just generated a second group of clones, 100 strong this time. With clones and ANBU rushing his position, Orochimaru realized his battle against his teacher was done. While individually the ANBU weren't a danger, he couldn't fight them all along with his sensei. Still, that didn't mean he couldn't get a last hit in. A single hand seal from the snake Sannin whipped the steam at the Hokage to blind him, then threw his sword straight at his foe while he saw nothing. He then followed with a great breakthrough to give himself space and blow back the many weapons coming at him. Miramara saw the snake Sannin's sword flying straight for Sarutobi, and reacted instantly. He jumped to the side toward the weapon and, as he'd been taught, slapped his arm parallel to the blade and glued it there. He then glued his feet to the ground. The sword nearly wrenched his arm off, but Miramara released his hold before he could be dispelled by the force. He'd at least redirected the sword somewhat, and the blade found itself embedded in a tree half a meter to Sarutobi's side. Orochimaru hadn't left yet, hoping to see the result of his last strike. Scowling, he did another blast of wind to make space, killing a pair of clones easily with his other hand. He then lost said hand at the elbow. Monty had been waiting for his opening, and the snake ninja had finally given him one. Now inside his guard, the rabbit bounced off his other arm, severing it in the process, and rushed for his foe's neck. He was only a second too late. Another Orochimaru slid it out of the first's mouth, and the body left behind exploded. The Sannin didn't wait this time, vanishing in a shushin. Some of the ANBU quickly gave chase while others concentrated on keeping down the two ninja the Sannin had summoned, the many clones helping the latter. Naruto took a last look around, then sat down for a breath, realizing he'd been fighting non-stop for at least an hour. The battles were finally done. The invasion was over. Chapter 18, Debriefing. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Credit goes to Essex on space battles for Beta. This part would be much worse without his help. Prank Day 110, last stage of the Chunin exam. Miramaro, much like his creator, fell to his knees as soon as the fighting was done. He hadn't been using jutsu relentlessly like the real Naruto, but it was still the first time he fought for real using the sharp fist. He still had a twinge in his arm from redirecting Orochimaru's sword, and he knew he'd need a good few hours of chakra draining to be back to full efficiency as soon as he was alone. He sat there, panting for a good few minutes when an ANBU member appeared close to him on the rooftop. Said ninja looked around until his eyes fell on the clone. "You are Miramaro, correct?" the ANBU member asked. Miramaro simply nodded. "You are required urgently at the hospital," the ANBU said. He then reached with a single hand and grabbed the copy by the shoulder. What Miramaro started, only to find himself instantly transported to an empty room inside Konoha General Hospital. The ANBU did not let go, dragging him through corridors and stairwells. The clone had no idea where they were going. Clones did not get sick or hurt, and Naruto hadn't been sent there the few times he'd gotten seriously wounded. And he couldn't see why he would be needed here. The ANBU finally stopped beside an open door, releasing him. "Please go inside, Miramaro-san." He might have been mistaken, but he thought for an instant that he could detect a note of sadness in the ANBU's voice. He went in. There were 3 different medics around a single bed, and he could see 2 pairs of glowing hands on the chest of the person resting there. There wasn't much skin that could be seen on the patient, so Miramaro had no idea who he was. "He's here," one of the medics said. There was a slight movement. "Miramaro, come here," a wheezy voice rasped, clearly coming from the wounded ninja. It took a moment for Miramaro to recognize it. "As sensei?" One of the medics moved, and the Naruto clone saw the face of his master. Only a single eye was open, the other covered with burns and the like. Only a few tufts of Kuratori's white hair could be seen poking out from between the bandages, and even those looked sickly. Muramaru stepped forward, beside the bed. You're gonna be okay, right? Kuratori's single eye lowered, crushing the clone's hopes. I am sorry, the Chunin said. I will not. This wasn't something I wanted to teach you, but fate had other plans. A single tear made its way down Muramaru's face. You should save your strength, sensei. Muramaru-sen, one of the medical ninjas, interjected, indicating his hands with a movement of his head. Keeping him alive is the only thing we can do, and even that is only temporary. I am sorry, but he will not make it to tomorrow. But the clone replied. Kuratori said, and all eyes turned to him. I have outlasted everyone I was close to. Friends, comrades, teachers, family. I do not fear death. There is only one last thing I need, and I need it from you. Anything, Muramaru replied, voice full of tears. I heard about you, defending the Hokage with the sharp fist. Kuratori's lips twitched, and the hint of a smile appeared. I am glad that my choice was well made, and I am proud of you, student. I just need to be sure the sharp fist will be in good hands. It is earlier than usual, but this is my last request. I need you to make the oath, the Chunin intoned. Muramaru gulped. He'd known about the oath, and even had made plans for it. He and Naruto had planned on clearing Kuratori on the prank before getting to that step, as all the clones agreed that such a pledge couldn't be made to someone who didn't know everything. But this was a scenario they'd never considered. Muramaru had no real way of contacting Naruto, and no time to do so anyway. And he couldn't let his teacher's last request go unanswered. I swear, Muramaru started, tears now flowing quickly. On family, fame, and the will of fire, that the sharp fist shall not die with me, and that it shall remain in the family for the generations that follow. Muramaru was glad to note that, at least, his voice was clear. No clan shall claim it, and only the oath-bound shall practice it, that as long as I live. Kuratori gave a small smile once more, then relaxed. Good, he said softly. I leave it in your hands. His breathing slowed, then stopped. A moment later, his heart followed suit. On October 22nd, 13 years and 12 days after the Kyuubi's attack, the last full-blooded member of the Hyjin family died of wounds received in battle after defending his village from invaders. He left behind only a single student. As soon the fighting tapered off, Ariko abandoned her spot on the apartment block's roof and ran straight for the shelters. She'd felt somewhat guilty for leaving them behind, so now that combat was done, she was going back to them. The first two shelters were dead ends, one of them having even been evacuated due to explosives. The third, however, went differently. Ariko-chan! Mihoshi yelled as soon as she found her way inside, and the clone barely had time to use the chakra shield before being hugged to near bursting. We thought the worst. Are you alright? Where were you? What happened? I'm fine, Ariko replied, feeling guilty once more as the rest of the group joined in the hug. Asano even put an arm on Ariko's head to include Ichibo into it. Everything's alright. Even with that, it was a good minute before the girls let her go. So, what happened? Fumichi, ever the leader, asked. I took a wrong turn, I think. That was the best explanation she'd found. I was watching the sky for enemies, and when I focused back on what was around me, all of you were gone. I tried checking around, but there were foreign ninja everywhere and I couldn't find you. What did you do? Hide? There was a note of doubt in Nishi's voice. The girls knew Ariko well, she wasn't the type to hide. The clone shook her head. No. I climbed the highest roof I could find and watched everything from there. I thought it best if I could see enemies coming before they got to me. Fumichi smirked. That's not all you did, was it? Well, I started, looking down somewhat. I kinda had a good view of the street outside the arena and a whole bunch of kunai, so I sniped whatever enemies I could see from there. That's more like you, Mihoshi said with a smile, and everyone nodded. Get anyone? A couple more than a couple, actually. She couldn't be sure of the exact number, but she'd taken down at least 10 from her count. And A&B gave me enough explosive tags to do a fair amount of damage, actually. Ringo sighed while the rest had a little laugh. What is it with you and explosions? The planner of the group exclaimed. The class on explosive tags had been just a few days before the tournament, and the whole group were of the opinion that it was scary how casually she treated explosives. Ariko smiled as the moment passed. It seemed like they wouldn't hold what she'd done against her. So, what's happening outside? How's the battle going? Fumichi asked. A few other civilians and ninja around the group turned in our direction, clearly curious. Combat's nearly all done, the clone answered. Everyone's just sweeping for stragglers. She smiled, and raised a fist in the air. It's a Leaf victory, all the way. Cheers erupted all around, and she was smothered in another hug. This time, however, Mihoshi didn't join. What about losses? Mihoshi asked, a sad frown forming on her face. Did you see what happened to Mom? Ariko hadn't. Even with Ichibo's help, she hadn't been able to pick out the woman from her position. It didn't mean anything. She might have simply missed her. Mitoto might have been fighting inside the corridors, or she might have been sent somewhere else. Still. Ariko reached out and hugged her fellow student. Don't worry. I'm sure she'll be fine. The rest of the group joined in. Mihoshi lowered her head. I just. Have nothing to fear, Mitoto's voice rang behind them. The group turned as one to see their comrade's mother standing in the door to the shelter. Miss me? She said with a smile. M.O.M. Mihoshi yelled, jumping into her mother's arms. Ariko gave a smile at the sight. She might not really know what family was about, but that didn't mean she couldn't be happy that others still had theirs. As Miramara left, Naruto also rose. There were probably still things to be done, and places he could help. The first thing he tried was going to the Hokage for orders, only to be stopped by the ANBU surrounding him. I am sorry, Uzumaki-san, the same female ANBU who'd intercepted him earlier spoke. But the Hokage is unavailable at this time. But he's right there? Naruto replied. See for yourself, the ANBU answered, moving slightly to the side. Naruto had barely made a single step forward when he noticed what she meant. Sarutobi was surrounded by people. Medics, couriers, guards, even someone he was pretty sure was Shikamaru's father. There were maps out and documents all over. I see, Naruto replied. It was clear Gigi had more important things to deal with right now. He was okay, that was what counted. He then turned toward the ANBU and bowed. Thank you for preventing me from making a mistake. Please inform him that I would like an audience with him once he has free time. Whoever she was, she'd been fair and polite, and deserved the same in return. I will be sure to pass the message, she replied with a small bow, then fell silent and stoic as ANBU generally were. His second choice was going down to the Uruhara basement. He'd seen the clown-faced ANBU and had guessed at their origin, which meant that the clones below Konoha would have a good idea as to what was happening. His guess was confirmed in the tunnels, where many false ANBU were found. They were also all going in the same direction as him, which meant that they were clearly done above. Once in the basement proper, he quickly noted a group of clones standing separate from the rest, with maps and equipment at the ready. He went in that direction. So, what's the news? He asked as soon as he was close enough. Any place giving people trouble? The clone who looked like he was in charge approached. You're the original, right? Naruto nodded. With how many clones he made and spread, he couldn't blame them for losing track. Everything's pretty much done. Sand surrendered, what's left of Sound either escaped or is trying to, and the situation in the village is under control. A few fires here and there, along with enemy ninjas in hiding, but nothing that requires our help. What are the losses? The real Naruto asked. Within the clones? Naruto nodded once more. We're actually down around 20% from yesterday, I think. Only that? Kyoha shook his head. I had everyone generate the maximum number of clones before they went to fight. If we count an average of 4 new clones for each Bunshin, that means we lost more than 2,000 clones today. And that's not counting those you made. Naruto grimaced. That was a lot more than he'd expected. Any important losses? The basement leader scowled. 3 council members. 2 of those in charge of the merchant network, and the one who found this place. Worse, the last doesn't even have a descendant still alive. The academy student nodded sadly. I'll have to find a worthy replacement for him. He then looked around and noted that most clones were abandoning their transformation. Anything else I need to take care of? Yeah, Kyuha replied. There's this. He pointed toward the ceiling. Naruto followed the clone's finger to find a group of clones, still in their disguises, holding someone down while they were glued on the ceiling. It was Gaara. Eh? What? Naruto exclaimed. Why? He asked, his hand waving in Gaara's direction. You saw what he did in the tournament, right? Kyuha asked. Of course. Well, the first batch of clones we sent out as reinforcements were to either take down Gaara or keep him busy, the Bunshin explained. They managed the first by hosing him repeatedly with our Swait Unjutsu. We were planning to put him into a pool to keep him from getting his sand back, but it turns out that he can still control wet sand, even while unconscious. He pointed back up. That up there is the best solution we came up with. Gaara's conscious but blinded, and we're making sure his sand can't protect him by blowing it back with water regularly. And he knows he'd be dropping dozens of meters straight down into a pool if he does anything to the clones there. Okay, that was a novel method to keep someone prisoner, but he couldn't argue about the effectiveness. What should I do about this? I don't know. Kyuha shrugged. By the time the dispatched clones got Gaara out of his sand, he was basically choking on the ground. They didn't feel like finishing him on the spot. We still aren't sure if he did whatever happened on purpose. His sand reacts automatically, so he might simply have lost control. He was silent for a moment. You're the boss, so it's your decision, in the end. Naruto didn't like the idea of killing him. His clones had killed enough defenseless people during Gato's assassination, and he didn't like it one bit. He could live with killing in battle, but not a prisoner under control like that. And there had been more than enough blood spilled today. I'll have to talk to him first, Naruto finally decided. See what kind of person he is. I'm not gonna decide someone's fate without that. Kyuha nodded in agreement. Go right up, he replied, pointing at the wall. That's what Naruto did. He walked straight up, and was surprised to see a good bunch of other Bunshin following him, either as bodyguards or out of curiosity. With how big the room was, it took a good 5 minutes of fighting gravity before he reached the Sand Genin. As soon as he was within meters of Gaara, the Genin's head turned in Naruto's direction. I can feel you, he choked out. You are more powerful than anyone else around here. You are here to kill me, aren't you? His voice was full of conviction. Not if I can help it. That clearly wasn't the answer Gaara expected. Why? He yelled. Why would you not kill me? Your existence, why would you not prove it? Prove my existence? That made no sense to Naruto. How would killing prove my existence? Isn't that how the strong prove their strength? Their right to live? Gaara asked. By taking another's existence as your own? Naruto grimaced. That makes even less sense. You would kill and kill just to prove that you are alive? He was starting to think he might have to kill Gaara. He wouldn't like it, but he wasn't going to leave a killer on the loose. Yes, Gaara answered instantly. Isn't that how the ninja world works? A detail came to Naruto's mind. What happens when you've killed everyone? He asked. Gaara opened his mouth to reply, then closed it. If you kill everybody who ever knew you, nobody will remember you, Naruto continued. It will be as if you had never existed as a person. A plague or a natural disaster could do the same thing. You would no longer be human, just a thing. There was a minute of silence as Gaara clearly digested those words. Why? He finally asked, voice low. Why does everyone try to kill me then? Naruto didn't like the sound of that. It made him think a little too much about his situation, especially before the academy. Who tried to kill you? My father, Gaara replied, sounding somewhat broken. My uncle, Sunamaru, Furiko, Tokaz, Kotaro. He started, and didn't stop. Name after name came from his lips, and for a good 3 minutes he enumerated everyone who'd tried assassinating him. Lee was the last, and while Naruto disagreed with Gaara on that, he couldn't deny that the taijutsu specialist had gone at full power against the Sand Genin. Still, it hurt to think about that many assassination attempts. Part of it, though, might be because he was standing upside down on the ceiling. You're not gonna try killing me again? Naruto asked. It is useless, he answered, voice low. You would defeat me once more. Naruto smiled slightly. Let's get you down then. It'll be more comfortable to talk. Once down, Naruto got the whole story. How Gaara had been host to a demon before he was even born, how he'd been seen as a failure at controlling the Ichibi, and how that had led to the numerous murder attempts. His sand protected him from each one, killing his foes in gruesome ways. But still they came, until his father the Kazekage decided to use his violent tendencies instead. It disgusted Naruto. At first he'd been tense, ready to switch with the clone at a moment's notice, but as the story continued his disgust overwhelmed his readiness. Especially since he could imagine it so easily. He'd known of a few attempts on his own life, and with how much the ANBU were watching him that was probably only a drop in the bucket. If Iruka and Gigi had been like Gaara's family, he probably would have turned out the same way, and that is assuming he'd have even survived. Naruto rose from his seating position and put his hand on Gaara's shoulder. The Genin sand armor had regenerated, but he still made the gesture. I'll remember you, Gaara. As long as I live, I'll never let people forget you. Nobody will deny your existence while I'm around. I'll remember who you were and what you did, your trials and your battles. I promise. Gaara looked at Naruto like he was a square peg in a round hole. Why? He finally asked. Naruto looked his fellow container in the eye. Because, at the worst moment of my life, I was only 2 people away from being like you. If Iruka and Gigi hadn't been there, I might have gone down the same path as you. And now, I have more people behind me, with even more to come. One day, I'll be the Hokage, and I'll protect everyone. And no one will be able to pretend I don't exist. You could have gone the same way as me? Gaara asked. It looked like he couldn't make sense of that. As an answer, Naruto raised the hem of his shirt, channeling chakra to make the seal there visible. Kyubi, he replied simply. Normally, he wouldn't have told anyone, but if there was one person who could understand this burden, it was Gaara. The sand genin crumbled on himself. I never had any chance, didn't I? Not for the reason you're thinking of, Naruto replied seriously. I had others I was protecting behind me. You would have had to grind me to dust before I gave way, and even then I'd have found some way to stop you for their sake. Gaara lowered his head. I don't have anybody like that. The Konoha student shook his head. You will. Give it time. As long as you don't kill everyone you come across, you'll eventually find people to stand by you. Believe it. It took a moment, but Gaara finally smiled a little. It was a sad, anemic thing, but better than nothing. And Naruto wasn't going to let the silence grow. He sat back down. So, tell me about Suna. What's it like? How are the ninja trained there? And what food? I bet you have different kinds of ramen there. There was a moment of silence. What's ramen? Gaara asked, completely serious. Naruto's face fell, and he wasn't the only one. Most of the clones within hearing range had the same reaction, the few who didn't dashed out directly toward Ichiraku ramen. Clearly, there were issues that needed to be solved. Muramaru walked aimlessly around the hospital. He'd cried all the tears he'd had in him, and still he felt wrong, like he was in a nightmare or something similar. That was why he hadn't updated everyone yet. Something like this would hit them like a physical blow, and he didn't want everyone to get it right out of the blue. He just ambled here and there, trying to make sense of everything. Hello, Muramaru-san, came a voice from behind him. Glad to see you up and healthy. The clone turned around to see Iruka a few meters back. He had a bandage over his head and his right ear was covered in gauze, but he seemed okay nonetheless. The Chunin teacher didn't miss Muramaru's face, though. What's happening? He asked, unsure. The Bunshin lowered his head. He thought he'd cried all he could, but there was a sudden stinging in his eyes. Iruka-sensei, he mumbled. Kuritori-sensei, he's dead. Iruka's face fell. I'm sorry for your loss, he replied gravely. He knew the taijutsu specialist had become quite close to Naruto in his various forms, and that the boy had much respect for his newest teacher. You want to talk about it? Muramaru's only answer was a small nod. Iruka took his student by the shoulder and guided him outside, then back to his own place. He lived close enough that this wasn't a long walk, and preferred talking in private in case the prank was still going. He might be overthinking things, but the prank was still an S-rank secret, and treason wasn't on his mind. He sat Miramara down in his living room, then made tea for the both of them. With how rough their day had been, they both needed it. So Irika said once seated opposite his student, who'd let go of his transformation. Tell me how it happened. The Bunshin took a sip out of his cup. We had seats on the east side of the arena. I got caught by surprise by the genjutsu, but he woke me up near instantly. I wanted to help him, but he kicked me away, sending me near one of the exits. That's the last I saw of him. He drank some more, then took a deep breath. Based on what the ANBU who brought him to the hospital told me, he eliminated a few enemies in his region of the stands without getting hurt too badly, then continued forward to other places where there were still enemies. One of the sound ninjas he encountered was a ninjutsu specialist, who controlled clouds of acid mist. Irika scowled. That was the worst type of opponent for a close-range specialist. They fought for a while at a stalemate, but the mist kept spreading, and it started getting close to people that were still unconscious in the stands. So, Kuratori, he the Naruto clone gulped. He ran straight in. At melee range, Kuratori took the sound ninja down in a minute, but by then it was done. He protected his eyes, but there was acid in his nose and lungs, and he could barely breathe. He still crawled forward, trying to help, and that's when the ANBU found him. His face lowered. I should have said no. That shook Irika out of his thoughts. What? He asked me if I was interested in seeing the finals, and he knew that, as an orphan, nobody could have brought me there. He sniffed. Maybe if I'd said no, he wouldn't have been in the arena and he'd still be alive right now. No, Irika replied sternly. You can't think like that, Naruto. He might have gone anyway, alone. And even if he hadn't, he would have fought, like everyone else. One of those giant snakes might have squished him, or someone might have detonated his house, or a dozen other scenarios. We can never know what might have happened, only live with what did. It should have been me, Naruto scowled. I'm a clone, that would have been better. The Chunin shook his head sadly. Kuratori might have thought the same thing, you know. What? He was old, Naruto. Close to his 60s. He was older than the Sannin, Irika explained. I can understand that you, as a clone, think he was more important, but in his mind, I'm pretty sure you were the first priority. He had 10, 20 years maximum in front of him, and probably even less, while you have nearly your whole life to go through. The old sacrificing for the young is the normal order of things. And I knew he'd outlived nearly everyone he'd known. He probably didn't want to see more die while he still survived. But the clone said. I went through the same thing when I was around your age, the Chunin teacher said, smiling slightly in remembrance. My first Jonin sensei, Hikaku, didn't like me much. I was a horrible prankster at that time, and he thought I wasn't taking things seriously enough. He rode me all the time, made me train and train and train until I thought I would die. There was always something else to learn, a next exercise to do, a new book to memorize. I didn't like him much at the time. What happened to him? My team got a C-rank mission in northern Yonokuni, and it turned out there was a Kumo team in the same area. That was before the peace treaty between Konoha and Kumo, and as such my team was ambushed right after our mission. Hikaku stayed behind, buying us time. Irika smiled a little. That was the last we ever saw of him. There was a moment of silence as Naruto digested that. My team got back to Konoha without any other issue, only to find ourselves not knowing what to do. We were stuck in the village until an investigation was completed, and I found out I had no clue what to do. My former teacher had kept me busy for so long that, now that he was gone, I didn't know what to do. Pranking seemed juvenile after what had happened, and I'd always relied on him for training. How did things end up? Naruto asked, curious. Our team's leadership got taken over by a compatriot of my former sensei. He was only a special jonin, but he did a good job continuing Hikaku's work. On one of the first days, he took us aside and gave us just about the same speech I gave you. He shook his head sadly. Turns out we were Hikaku's second team, his first having died during the Third Great Shinobi War. And he'd never gotten over that loss. My team had survived, so Hiko had said, and that was the most important thing to Hikaku. The rest was just details. Naruto reached out for another sip, only to realize his cup was empty. Irika smiled and poured him another. The clone had to admit it helped. The thought of Kuratori dying still hurt, but the idea that he'd succeeded in the end made it less painful. And having someone to talk to was a good distraction. "Tell me about them," he asked. He wasn't ready for this conversation to end. Irika smiled. "Well, you might not have known, but I graduated last in my class. Like it is now, I ended up with." Prank Day 111. "You may come in, Hinata-sama. Your father is waiting for you," the Hyuga branch member said, bowing in the early dawn's light. Hinata bowed in return. "Thank you, Hohito-san," she replied, rising. She then stepped inside and bowed once more before her father. "Ota-sama, Hanabi-chan." "Thank you for coming, daughter," Hayashi intoned. "The clan has questions regarding your fight in the arena." That didn't surprise Hinata. She'd expected so, and had even prepared for this possibility. She'd thought about it until sleep finally claimed her late last night. "Was my performance not to your liking?" "No," Hayashi quickly answered. "It was satisfactory." He was silent for a moment. "Please perform the Kage Bunshin right this moment," he then continued. Hinata's hands flashed into the necessary cross seal near instantly, before she actually thought about the request. She did, however, stop before completing the technique. "May I ask why, father?" she finally said, lowering her face a little. "You may," the Hyuga leader replied. "There are those who believe you must have had outside help during the battle, especially with this technique." The Hyuga genin nodded. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," she invoked, and an exact copy of herself appeared right beside her. "Does this satisfy you, father?" she asked. Hayashi's eyes flashed white for an instant before returning to normal. "It does, regarding those accusations," he finally responded. "There are other details, however, that require explanations." Hinata said nothing, waiting for her father to continue. "Who taught you these techniques?" he asked. "I've already inquired with your sensei, and she has no idea where you might have acquired this level of skill. Who was your teacher, daughter?" She had been expecting this question. "I cannot tell you, Ota-sama. I have taken an oath not to reveal my teacher's name." That wasn't literally what she'd sworn, but the result was the same. She had promised not to reveal that Naruto knew the Kage Bunshin, but since that jutsu was part of what she had been taught, simply revealing Naruto as her teacher implied that he knew said technique. "Daughter, the techniques you have learned are dangerous," Hayashi replied, voice rising. "They have side effects." "I have been informed, Ota-sama," Hinata interrupted. "My teacher made sure I had knowledge of them before even starting." Hinata had expected her father to argue longer, but he stopped for a moment. "I suppose that explains you using that technique on your cousin only at the end of the match." She nodded. "Indeed. And the medics have assured me that Niji will make a complete recovery. He will, however, have to be blinded until his recovery is complete." Hayashi nodded. "That is good news." "What was that jutsu, anyway?" Hanabi added, joining the conversation. "I've never seen Niji taken down so quickly." Hayashi turned to his youngest daughter. "While it grants us numerous advantages, it is not without weaknesses," he explained. "Our sight is more detailed than that of any ordinary ninja, and it is through this sensibility that this technique harms us." He turned back to his eldest. "Hinata, demonstrate for us." "Are you certain, Ota-sama?" Hinata asked, unsure. "I would not want to hurt any of you." He nodded. "Use the bare minimum of power. This is only a demonstration." His head turned to the side. "Hanabi, you are not to use your until I say so. Pay close attention, as this may save your life one day." "Hi, Ota-sama," Hanabi replied, inching forward to see better. Hinata turned to the side and made the hand seals as slowly as she could, then pushed the least amount of chakra forward. "Right-un, Mabushii Kagayaki," she invoked, and light flashed through the room. "HRM," Hanabi grunted, shielding her eyes with her arm. Hinata instantly dashed at her sister's side to check up on her. Hayashi shook his head. "Leave it. You performed the technique correctly, and whatever blindness it caused is temporary." Hanabi sat back straight. "I am fine, sister," he confirmed, then continued. "Can we see the other techniques you used in the arena?" Hinata smiled. "I will have to go get my equipment, and we will need to move to a stronger dojo," Hinata explained. The Wano Matsuri was not designed with rice paper walls in mind. She did have a few chakrams on her, but not enough to properly show the technique. The weapons she carried were reminders of her training, her successes, and Naruto's belief in her. Their simple presence was comforting. "Let us do so," the Hyuga leader said, rising. "Gather your tools and join us in the East Dojo." "Come, Hanabi," he said, and she followed her father outside. Now alone in the room, Hinata couldn't help but smile. The only thing he'd said about her battle was that it was satisfactory. Coming from someone as strict as him, it was a straight-up compliment. She had fought more for herself and for Naruto, but her father's approval was still something she cherished. Hinata then rushed out. Making her father wait was always a bad idea, and she'd always liked spending time with her sister. And it seemed like it was time to dance for her sake. Naruto was waiting in front of the academy's doors. He wasn't alone there. Both his clones were present, along with the entire fashion squad and a number of other students. There were quite a few of his fellows missing, however. Some had probably skipped school after the events of yesterday, but it made Naruto feel guilty. And not only about Kuratori. Muramura had informed the rest of the council late last night, and had updated the rest of the clones afterward. Losing Kuratori hurt, especially since he'd finally started accepting the real Naruto. Now, he would never know about the prank. Muramura had also told him about the oath, and Naruto had agreed with the clone's actions. Saying no wasn't a choice, not at that time. What Naruto felt guilty about was the invasion itself. His clones were supposed to be an information network, and something big like an invasion had gone through without notice. Worse was, now that the fighting was done, there were dozens of details coming from the bunshins between Konoha and Suna that should have raised flags. Big orders of meat, medicine shortages, rumors of people in the forest. Hindsight was 20/20, but with the cost the invasion had. Iruka finally opened the doors, interrupting Naruto's thoughts, and the boy went right to his desk. The empty spots in the classroom seemed ominous, as did the people missing on the roll call. Then the door opened just as Iruka was about to start his class. "Sorry to interrupt, Iruka-san," the Chunin exclaimed as he came in. "What can I do for you, Chunin-san?" the teacher asked. The ninja withdrew a scroll. "The Hokage would like to see Joden Ariko, Uzumaki Naruto and Muramura along with you, Iruka-san." The teacher rose. "May I ask why?" The messenger shook his head. "I could not tell you, Iruka-san. I have not been informed. I will, however, be replacing you until you return." "Very well," he turned to the class. "Please be kind to my replacement while I am gone. Joden-san, Uzumaki-san, Muramura-san, with me." All three rose and went forward. As Naruto was the one furthest back, he caught the wordless message both the clones sent. "We're fucked." Naruto could only agree with them. The whole way passed with Naruto trying to figure out how he'd been caught. He didn't fear the Hokage knowing, but didn't want others to figure it out. Did he do something during the invasion that broke the prank? Whose actions did it do? "Reporting as ordered, Hokage-sama," Iruka called out clearly. Naruto realized he was now standing right before the Hokage's desk, and hadn't even noticed getting there. "Indeed, Joden Ariko," the Hokage intoned seriously, taking a puff out of his pipe. "Yes," the clone squeaked. "Uzumaki Naruto." "Hi," he said, forcing his voice not to squeak as that of his clone. "Muramaru." "Present." The male clone managed to keep his voice cool. "Based on your actions yesterday, I am promoting the three of you to genin, effective immediately. You will form Team 1 under." "What?" the three Narutos yelled in eerie synchronicity. Sarutobi inclined his head to the side. "Is there a problem?" Iruka was visibly holding back his reaction. "No, Hokage-sama, there isn't." He bent in half, putting one arm around his stomach. "I can't," he said, then lost the battle for seriousness. "Bwahahaha!" he exclaimed as he fell to the floor. "Yumano-san?" "Ah, come on, sensei," the three Narutos said again in chorus. Iruka simply kept laughing on the floor. The Hokage turned to the three newly promoted genins. "Can you explain this to me?" The three looked at each other, all unsure to explain. Disguise off, Iruka wheezed between bouts of hilarity. The three pouted, but did as ordered. 3 copies of Naruto now stood in the office, and Ichigo jumped from his current perch to the one standing in the center. The Hokage scowled. This kind of prank isn't funny, Naruto, he intoned clearly. Iruka visibly disagreed with that opinion. Now, where are the real Ariko and Miramaro? Those words released a new wave of laughter from the Chunin on the floor. Scroll, he managed to say. Give him the scroll. Naruto withdrew the scroll Iruka had handed him weeks ago, and gave it to the village's leader. He recognized it instantly. But what he started, then the pieces came together instantly in his mind. Naruto's transformation technique. The Kagebunshin. Naruto's prank, which involved returning to class. The required means, in this case money. The reason 2 academy students from outside the village had done better than most genin during an invasion. The Hokage nearly dropped his pipe, before putting it aside. He looked down at the papers before him. The reviews, recommendations, and comments that he'd gone through in preparation for this promotion. And he hadn't caught on a bit. He couldn't help but smile. He had all the pieces, and he missed it completely. Well, you caught me, he finally admitted with a laugh. You really got me. Chapter 19, Team 1. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Once again, credit goes to Essex on space battles for Beta. This chapter would not have been as good without his talented help. Prank Day 111. Everyone waited patiently for Iruka to catch his breath. The Hokage snickered a few times, while the 3 Narutos stood uncomfortably, unsure of where this meeting would lead. It took a good minute before the Chunin managed to rise back from the floor. Apologies, Hokage-sama, he said, his breath still catching. Konoha's leader waved him off with a smile. No worries, Yumino-san. It's not every day that the Hokage is tricked by an academy student. He thought for a moment. Especially not for the second time. Second time? Naruto was crowned with a bunny. Oh yeah? The scroll. Sarutobi nodded. Indeed, the scroll. Now, regarding your promotion. Naruto shrank upon himself. It's not cancelled, is it? The Hokage shook his head. No. You've clearly proven you have the skill necessary for the rank. I might make changes to your team, but your new rank is final. He reached inside one of his drawers, and withdrew 3-8. Would you like to do the honors? Sarutobi asked as he held them out to the Chunin teacher. I would be honored, Iruka replied with a bow. The Chunin rose and formally affixed the headbands on the temples of the 3 new genin, saving the true Naruto for last. I never doubted that you would succeed, Naruto. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder. He'd have ruffled his hair, but Ichigo was right there. He then looked at the other 2. Do me proud, students. Hi. They all answered. Welcome to the Ninja Corps, genin, Sarutobi continued, sounding like a proud grandfather. With the things you have already accomplished, I expect great things from you all. Yes, Hokage-sama. They replied cheerfully. Now, if you don't mind, return to your disguises while I discuss the situation with your teacher, Hiruzen continued. I'll make sure you are informed about what we decide. Do we need to go back to school? The real Naruto asked his teacher, clearly hoping it wasn't the case. Iruka shook his head with a smile. No, you don't. You're genin now. Anyway, I'm pretty sure you have training to do. Sure, sensei. Naruto continued with a smile, while the other 2 turned back into their previous forms. The 3 started walking out, only to stop as Naruto turned. Oh yeah? I was forgetting something. He faced his teacher. There's a council meeting tonight, and you're invited. We'll be going over the invasion, and there's a lot to discuss. Council meeting? The Hokage asked. You're invited too, Gigi. Tonight at 7. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't change my schedule that easily, Hiruzen sighed. I'm meeting with our sealing experts regarding repairs to our village's outer wall at that time. Send a shadow clone, then. I know very well you can use them. Naruto remembered him using a number some of the times he met his unofficial grandfather while younger. He hadn't known what they were at the time. Anyway, Irika can give you the details, he smiled. I'll leave you two to your discussion. See you later. He then walked out along with his copies. Council meeting? The Hokage asked once more as he turned toward the academy teacher. Said teacher shook his head. You will have to see it to believe it. I didn't until it was right in my face. He straightened. Now, what did you want to discuss with me, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi took a deep breath. I will trust in your assessment of Naruto's skill, Chunin. What would you recommend be done with him in terms of a team? The teacher thought for a good minute. I'd recommend staying with the course you were already pursuing, Hokage-sama. Explain your reasoning, please, Hiruzen replied, indicating for Irika to sit down. The Chunin did so. You are still seeking to create balanced teams, correct? Hiruzen nodded. Adding Naruto to any other team would unbalance it. He's now powerful beyond any normal genin, and even most Chunin. He gazed absently towards the ceiling as he considered his words. If he fought me with everything he has, I wouldn't stand a chance. He took Mizuki out easily, and that was before he began his current training regimen. I'm pretty sure he could give even special jonin a run for their money. You're not the only one who believes so, Sarutobi pointed out. I received a number of recommendations from current ANBU members that he'd be promoted straight to Chunin and placed in the ANBU Corps. I refused those, of course. We have no need for another Itachi. He shook his head. And I couldn't refuse him a Jonin sensei to help him grow. He looked straight at the teacher. Or do you disagree? I do not, Hokage-sama, Irika answered. That is exactly why I'd recommend his clones as his teammates. With that scenario, even if Naruto is ignored in favor of the rest of his team, he will still attain the necessary knowledge. Something came to his mind right there. What were you planning in regards to his clones? Nothing. I am not seeing the utility of keeping them. Irika shook his head. I would recommend doing so. His two clones have links with other people his age, and they're helping him socialize and grow. Removing them would draw attention without much gain. Having different team members would do the same, the Hokage pointed out. The teacher shook his head once more. Between the power disparity and the way Naruto is generally treated, I wouldn't go with that option. Even children his own age? Hiruzen asked, scowling. Irika nodded sadly. He was about to add to this, but the Hokage's intercom chose that moment to come to life. Hokage-sama, the secretary interrupted. You have 5 minutes before your next appointment. We will have to resume this discussion later then, Sarutobi said with a sigh. Irika nodded. If you could send a clone to the academy around 6, and we can continue then, he said, then added, and come disguised, or you might draw much too much attention. You'll have no problem dealing with a clone as a real person? Hiruzen inquired. Some people would be offended by something like that. Irika simply smiled. It won't be a problem, Hokage-sama. You'll understand better once we meet with Naruto tonight. He then bowed. By your leave. Go, Chunin. We'll continue later. The village leader then cleaned his desk and prepared himself for meeting the representatives of the Merchants Association. He did make sure to finish his pipe, though. He had a feeling he would need it. While Naruto was going over the problem of missing memories during the invasion and Muramura had launched himself straight into training, Ariko had another priority. She waited until the lunch bell sounded at the academy, then returned to meet the rest of the Konoha fashion group in its usual eating spot. Ichibo accompanied her, silent in his usual place in her hair. Finally, Asano called out as Ariko approached. We were starting to think something had happened. She gestured beside her, indicating where a spot had been left open. Sit down and tell us what went on. You didn't, Nishi said, eyes wide, as the clone came closer. Ariko nodded slightly, at which moment she jumped straight up and hugged the Kage Bunshin. Congratulations. The rest of the group also rose, though it was clear from their faces that they didn't understand. Ariko, Nishi, explain please, Fumichi finally asked. Nishi released the Naruto clone and stood to the side. You didn't notice? She said with a smile. Look at what's hanging from her neck. That was where Ariko had decided to wear her own headband. More eyes went wide. Aa Konoha Hittite? Asano exclaimed. You got promoted? Ariko nodded shyly. What followed was a girlish scream, along with a number of hugs and words of encouragement. It took a good few minutes before everyone managed to sit down. So, tell us everything, Mihoshi demanded once everyone was seated. How did it happen? What did the Hokage tell you? Were Muramaru and Uzumaki also promoted? Are you three gonna be a team? Whoa, girl. Fumichi interrupted. Give her time to explain. Ariko did so. She launched herself into an edited version of what had happened in the Hokage's office, keeping the discussion of the prank outside the story. Nishi raised her hand as soon as the clone was done. You still haven't told us who'll be on your team, she pointed out. I don't know, Ariko answered. The Hokage made it known that the team composition wasn't final yet. Fumichi nodded. They're probably waiting until they know for sure who will need to be replaced. At least one person will be promoted after the fights we saw, and that's not talking about genin losses, she said with a scowl, then turned toward Ringo. Why are you pouting? I had this all planned, she finally replied. We six were all gonna pass together, that way some of us might be on the same team. There might have even been a full fashion squad team. Her pout got worse. Now it's all ruined. Ariko had to agree it was possible. Compared to last year, there were quite a few more girls in the class. A little more than half, actually. Sorry, Kage Bunshin replied. Don't be, Fumichi said, her voice carrying the authority of the group's leader. You worked hard, and were rewarded for it. Don't let anyone take that from you. She then turned toward Ringo. You should be happy for your classmate. I am, Ringo exclaimed. It's just. Anyway, Mihoshi interjected. There was probably gonna be one of us alone on a team, at least. They might make a few teams this year with 2 girls and a boy, but never 3 girls, not unless they couldn't help it. The rest of the group nodded sagely. So, Fumichi continued after a pause. 3 cheers for the first Konoha fashion ninja to make it to Genin. Hurrah! She exclaimed, throwing her fist in the air. Hurrah! 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 The rest of the girls imitated, their own arms rising in turn. They were unknowingly accompanied by a rabbit who clapped both his back paws and her hair along with them. Ariko smiled slightly, face somewhat down in embarrassment. She had to say it felt good to have her group support her like that. She'd been afraid they would take it badly, and having these doubts evaporate at their words was a great relief. She'd have to make sure to return the favor once they passed. Ariko was surprised when, 5 minutes before 6, a dark-haired boy around Naruto's age entered his office. It wasn't anybody he recognized, not one of his current students at least, and probably not even a former one. Can I help you? He finally asked. Is the room secure? The boy replied, clear authority in his voice. Ariko realized instantly who it was. He focused a few instants, trying to sense if there was any chakra out of place, then nodded. It is, Hokage-sama. The bunshin of the village leader pulled a chair up beside Irika's desk and sat, his form changing back to that of the elderly Sandaime. It's been a while since I went out like that. Years even, he said with a smile on his face. Well, you fooled me for a moment, at least. Excellent disguise. As a teacher, Irika couldn't help but evaluate what was put before him. It had none of the usual tells associated with transformation techniques. Well, I did use this form for many years, even if it was decades ago, the clone explained. Anyway, you asked that we should meet, Chunin. The mood instantly went serious. Correct, Hokage-sama, he replied with a nod. Since the beginning of this academy term, I've been evaluating my fellow teachers and their actions towards Naruto. He went to his desk and withdrew a heavy folder from within another. Here are the results of what I've found, he said as he handed Hokage the dossier. This is quite a number of reports, the Hokage's clone said simply by the weight of paper present. Irika nodded sadly. Indeed, Hokage-sama. And those are only the events for which I have tangible proof. The clone started reading and quickly advanced in the dossier. He stopped when he reached a large number of sheets clipped together. What are those? Naruto's exams, the Chunin explained. From every year. The red corrections are the original ones, while my own are in green. The Hokage's copy rapidly went over the first, second, and third. The pattern quickly became visible. Are they all like this? He nearly growled. Yes, Hokage-sama, Iruka replied with his face down. From Naruto's first exam to his latest. This is more serious and premeditated than I thought, the Kage Bunshin said, dropping the folder on Iruka's desk in disgust. It is worse than you think, Hokage-sama. Adding the revised grades together, Naruto would have gained 5 points to his final score, enough to give him the lowest passing grade the first time he tested for promotion. The clone rose to his feet instantly, and killing intent flooded the room. You mean to tell me, the Bunshin's voice rang across the room, echoing with restrained power, that the bias Naruto faced in the academy forced him to repeat his classes, and that twice? More than twice, Hokage-sama. The Chunin lowered his head in shame. This year was his fourth. It is quite possible that, if it hadn't been for the battlefield promotion you gave him, this year's result would have been the same. How about other students? The clone continued, clearly trying to keep his anger reined in. I cannot say. I lack the time to review every other student's exams. I would not be surprised in the least, though. Not after Mizuki. Iruka scowled at the reminder. Going over his former friend's documents had been illuminating. There were hints to his treachery well into the past. The clone took a deep breath to calm himself, then turned to the head teacher. Keep order here for the next few days. As soon as the Konoha analysts are finished with the consequences of the invasion, I am sending a dozen of them here to go over everything. The last 10 years, if need be. He stared down at Iruka, who nodded. Naruto may have passed, but I will make sure that no child wanting to be a ninja is ever refused due to the bias of a teacher. Iruka smiled and nodded. You have my support, Hokage-sama. There was a moment of silence as the Kage Bunshin thought, before he fell back in his chair. Hopefully, this disaster is the worst news of the day. It should be, Iruka replied. Council meetings tend to be fast and informal, and bad news tends to call for such an event instantly, not delayed as this one was. You still will not give me any clue as to what I'll find? The clone asked. He clearly wasn't used to information being kept from him. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Iruka responded. And anyway, it's time to leave. You'll see soon enough. The clone forced himself not to pout. It wouldn't help, and this situation clearly wasn't in any way dangerous. If it was, he could have ordered Iruka to speak. He let it be. He'd see soon enough, anyway. The tunnel was the first thing that surprised the Hokage clone. The hidden entry he used was perfectly placed, accessible, inconspicuous, and desolate. The path was small enough at first that one didn't think it would be used for travel, but still large enough to allow so. And it widened. And widened. By the time the two ninja were 100 meters in, the path was high enough for a normal man to stand tall. By 200, seal lights started appearing, though many showed signs of disuse. And after 400 meters, he finally came to a large room, bigger than anything he'd expected. High ceiling, flat and long. He saw here and there hints of the strengthening seals that were necessary for a place that size. But that was nothing compared to what was inside said room. Before him were lines and lines of people, standing at attention. Most of them were Naruto's wearing different uniforms, but there were different faces here and there. He recognized Ariko and Muramaru, along with a civilian he remembered passing a few days before the invasion, whose name was unknown to him. Looking to the sides, the Bunshin realized that the lines did not limit themselves to the ground. On the walls next to him, scores of what he supposed must be clones stood rigid. Some were even on the ceiling itself. The Naruto closest to him stepped forward. The Hokage is in residence, it yelled. Like a wave, all the clones bowed. Welcome, Sandaime-sama. The many voices rang in the chorus. May the will of fire burn forever. Luckily, the Hokage had been in situations like this one many times in his life. At ease, he ordered, looking around as the many Narutos straightened. He noticed Iruka smiling behind him. I'll not stop you long. He looked around once more. Could the real Naruto come up? One copy did so. The only difference between this one and the many others was the rabbit standing on its head. Ariko's, if he remembered correctly. There was a story there, he was sure. Welcome to the Uruhara basement, Gigi. At those words, Hiruzen was now certain this was the real thing. Ready for the meeting? He said with a smile. I can clearly see I'll have quite a few surprises there, the Sandaime clone answered. Still, no time like the present. Naruto nodded with a grin. Council members, step up, he called, his voice filling the room. Muramaru and Ariko advanced a step, along with a number of other clones. The Hokage was surprised to see Gaara also present. The Hokage moved forward, then was surprised to see the former Kazekage's son bow. Good day, Sandaime Hokage. Good day, Sabaku no Gaara, the clone replied. I didn't expect to see you here. I was captured by Naruto's forces during the invasion, and have been staying in this basement since then, the Sand Genin explained. You do know that the Sand forces have surrendered to the Leaf? Gaara nodded. I do. I have personally surrendered to Naruto here. He smiled slightly at said boy to show that he didn't hold it against him. The Sandaime nodded. Your sister did not participate in the invasion, as she was taken down beforehand, he informed the foreign genin. And your brother was captured trying to reach her. Both have already been cleared for freedom under surveillance, and have been asking about you. As far as I know, no answer has yet been given to them. The Hokage's clone smiled. You may want to come out of this basement sometime to meet them. Gaara thought for a second, then bowed. I will ponder this and give you an answer later. Let's go, Naruto said, waving forward. Time's wastin'. The village leader's Bunshin let himself be directed higher to a room where a long table was waiting. He took a seat at the place indicated, the very end of the table, and looked at the other participants as they took their own seats. There were clear differences between most of them, and one, to his surprise, was wearing a clown mask similar to those seen on the unknown ANBU that had saved the day. He nearly stopped to interrogate him, but then decided to wait. He'd grill Naruto about everything once this was done. When all were seated, there were still two empty, and Naruto was still standing beside what was clearly his chair. Gaara had taken a seat in a corner of the room and not at the table. Wait a second while I call our last member, he said, and everyone nodded. His hands then flashed through hand seals, fast enough that it was clear this was a well-practiced technique. Sarutobi recognized it instantly. Summoning technique, Naruto yelled, slamming both his palms on the floor. An instant later, two rabbits appeared. The smallest, who was around Naruto's height, wore a blue hakama and bowed politely to Naruto. The second, who was as tall as a normal adult, inclined his head with a smile and took one of the empty seats. The remaining rabbit did not take the other, standing attentively behind his taller brethren. Only then did Naruto sit down. Welcome, all, to the latest meeting of those in the know. As you can see, we have a new member here. He smiled at the Sandaime. First, however, a moment of silence to those lost. He indicated the empty seat, then bowed his head. All the participants, be them clones or not, did the same. The Hokage was no different. He'd gone over the preliminary losses, and dozens he'd known had perished. Konoha had survived, but the price had been heavy. Head after head rose once more, and Naruto waited until all were done. Muramaru's was the last, and no one seemed surprised. First, status report. He turned to the seated rabbit beside him. Nanabo, how's Monty? Mad but fine, the summon replied. Whatever wounds he had were superficial. Mad? Another Naruto clone asked. Nanabo nodded. Mad Monty hates people who use explosions or explosives. He smiled. He has been very clear that, if you ever find yourself facing this snakeman again, you are to call upon him. I'll make sure to do so, Naruto said. He did a good job this time, so no reason not to call on him. Perfect, the rabbit replied. Naruto with the clown mask rose next. As for clones, we've built our numbers back up. The only vacancy we have is the one right here. He pointed to the empty chair beside him. Right, Naruto said. Any suggestions? I propose to Nico, Ariko said. There was a chorus of nods. The real Uzumaki looked around. Any opposition? Nothing except shaken heads. Approved then. Nico's the latest council member, he confirmed. Merchant Network, make sure he's informed about it. 3 clones holding large books nodded. Okay then. Second point, the invasion, Naruto said, and you could hear the seriousness in his voice. We did pretty good for people unprepared, but we could have done a lot better. So, ideas for improvements, everyone. Hiruzen's clone was surprised by how well the meeting was going as the clones brought forth idea after idea. Accomplishing a third of what was being done here would take at least thrice as long in his regular meetings, if not more. Here, suggestions were brought up, voted on, and dispatched in minutes if not seconds. There were no arguments over who should do what, those tasks simply nodded in confirmation. He wished things could be that easy in his own councils. Anything not covered? Naruto asked, and received no reply. Done. Third, merchants. Anything that needs to be brought up? Nothing much yet, the center member of the bookkeeping trio answered. Civilian losses aren't completely known yet, so there hasn't been much on this side. Ichiraka came through without a scratch, but Shashuya's been badly hit, and the Konoha Zazenkyo was totaled by those rampaging snakes. Everyone in the buildings managed to reach a shelter without issue, but who knows how long before they reopen. Anything we can do to help? Miramara asked. Not yet, the merchant replied. We're planning on giving them their next delivery at cost, but nothing yet. Rebuilding is probably going to take a while. Everyone nodded, including the Hokage. It would probably be months before everything was cleaned up and repaired. Last one then. Training, Naruto exclaimed. We're done with the last batch of techniques, and they've proven their worth on the battlefield. We need new ones if we want to continue to improve. A chorus of nods answered him. So, for the next meeting, I want everyone to go over to our library again and bring up some suggestions. More nods. I have something to add, the unseated rabbit interrupted. Every council member turned in his direction. Go ahead, Naruto said. Miyamoto nodded. Ichibo, he said, and a rabbit rose on Naruto's head. You've been training alongside Naruto for more than 3 months now, and you've made no progress. I am sorry to say, but you should abandon the way of the sword. But Ichibo stuttered. I'll do better. Miyamoto stopped him with a raised paw. It is something you cannot fix. I have tried training dozens like you before, and the results were the same. It is nothing based on the effort you make, you are simply not made for using a blade. Ichibo lowered his head in shame. However, another has accepted taking over your training, the rabbit continued. Monty has agreed to train you in his personal fighting style. As he possesses a frame similar to yours, I suspect you will find it much easier. Ichibo's head stayed down. Grandson, Nanaboa's voice rang out. There is no shame in this failure. Miyamoto was clear that you've given your best, and that is all that can be asked of you. Everyone has his weaknesses. He smirked. To this day, I haven't managed a single fire technique, and not for lack of trying. And I still lead the rabbits. Hi, Usagi, Ichibo said in a small voice. The rabbit leader released a bark of laughter. How many times did I tell you not to call me that? Naruto rose in defense of his partner. Why not? I think it fits. Not you too? I call for a vote, Naruto exclaimed. Those in favor of Nanabo having the title of Usagi, raise your hand. The vote was instant and unanimous. All hands raised, including those of Hiruzen and Irika, who shared a smile. Miyamoto's hand was up in support right behind his boss, and Ichibo shyly raised his hand last. All opposed? Nanabo rose from his seat right there, hand straight up. The 7 staves in his bag did the same. But the results were already clear. Motion passed, Naruto said, pounding his fist on the table. Usagi, please return to your seat. Nanabo did so with a pout, but one could clearly see his lips wanting to curl into a smile. Anything else? Naruto asked, and only received negative responses. The meeting adjourned then. Next one in a week, barring emergencies. The Hokage's clone waited in his chair while the others filed out. He nodded to Irika, who left. Gaara came forward as the last was exciting. The Kage Bunshin had noticed the boy was pensive during the entire meeting, and suspected that the Sangenin had finally come to a decision. Hokage-san, what steps would I have to take to be able to meet with my siblings? The boy asked, face neutral. How involved were you with the invasion? Sarutobi countered. Very little, Gaara replied after a moment's thought. The sole demand that was made of me was to release the Ichibi when the sleeping genjutsu struck. I had no information when this was to happen, or what else would be involved. And once the moment did come, I was too damaged to do so completely. The Hokage nodded, and grabbed 2 pieces of paper from the table. On the first he wrote signed instructions and a name, while on the other he wrote directions along with the time. He handed the boy both. Follow the path written on the second note, and give the first paper to the ninja whose name I have written down. He'll ask you more questions about the invasion, and will bring you to the rest of your family if you are cleared. The Sand Genin bowed once more. Thank you, Sandaime-san. He then vacated the room, which left the Hokage's clone alone with his predecessor's son. So, Gigi, what do you think? Well, it's certainly impressive, the Hokage said. But I'm quite certain I haven't learned it all yet. Naruto smiled. Pretty sure. What did you want to know? Everything. Naruto raised an eyebrow. There's a lot to go over. You have the time? Yes, the clone said seriously. Tell me all. Naruto raised his eyes and thought for a moment. Well, he said after a moment. You know when it started. Mizuki gave me his extra exam, and I went. The Hokage's Bunshin was surprised to see light coming out of Iruka's office in the academy as he passed by after coming out of his meeting with Naruto. It was nearly midnight. Said clone, still in his natural form, knocked and entered the head teacher's room. You keep late hours, Iruka-san. The Chunin simply smiled. You're not the only one who's a clone right now, Hokage-sama. Yu Hiruzen started then stopped. Right, Naruto has been teaching you. There had been so much information in that discussion that not everything had sunk in yet. You understand now why I said you had to see to believe? Indeed, the Hokage replied with a nod. Even with the proof I had, I can scarcely believe it. He basically turned the invasion around by himself. And that combination of techniques. Dangerous, isn't it? Iruka said. Yes, but so effective. And there are so many forbidden techniques that might be safe for clones. I've noticed, Hokage-sama. I'll have to think about this, about how to place him best. Something then came to mind, and Sarutobi smiled. If he stays alive, he'll be one day, I am now certain. Truly? It wasn't that Iruka doubted Naruto could achieve his dream, but it was a completely different thing to hear the current holder of said post say it with such certainty. He's done more at his age than any before. Even when Naruto suggested it to me, his eyes stared at the distance for a moment. Hadn't something like this to my account? And if he continues to grow at this rate, where do you see him in his early 20s? Iruka thought for a moment. Jonin, clearly. Possibly even multiple times. Indeed. He'll be close to, if not already at the level of the Sannin. And who in Konoha is around that level? Hatake Kakashi, maybe? With Guy not far behind. He thought some more. Your son Asuma might reach that level too. And none of them are interested in the post, the Hokage replied. Furthermore, they don't have the temperament for it. Kakashi's chronic lateness would be a disaster there, and Guy is difficult to approach. Asuma would be better, but the time he abandoned Konoha to work for the Fire Court would hurt him. There was a pause. I do now agree with your earlier assessment. He is much too talented to put on any regular genin team. The Iruka clone smiled. That reminds me, you've never said who you had in mind for their Jonin sensei. Hiruzen's Kage Bunshin told him. A smile crept on the lips of the teacher's copy. And will you tell him about the prank? The Hokage shook his head. I wasn't planning to. After the report you gave me this afternoon, I prefer to err on the side of caution. I made sure to give Naruto the scroll with my signature. Iruka released a burst of laughter. Naruto will run rings around him, I'm certain. Prank Day 112. But Hokage-sama, what about your grandson? Sarutobi sighed and grabbed his pipe. After taking a good puff of tobacco smoke, he fixed his eyes on the special Jonin before him. Ebisu, he started, and the man stood at attention. This is not a punishment, but an opportunity. You are among the best trainers in Konoha, and a dozen cases prove your mastery in training others. But tell me, Ebisu, the Hokage asked, how many genin teams have you trained? How many genin under you went on to the next level? None, Hokage-sama, the lower-ranked ninja finally admitted. Indeed, Sarutobi replied. You made it clear that, come Konohamaru's graduation, you wished to lead his team. Did you think I would give my grandson to an improving teacher? But Iebisu started, only to be interrupted. You've trained no team, you just told me, and I will not sacrifice 2 students just so my grandson is prepared properly for ninja life, the Hokage explained. As such, I am giving you a chance to prove yourself beforehand. How? Iebisu gulped. How so? You will train the team I put before you, and be their Jonin sensei. You have 2 years for them to be promoted to Chunin, and if you do so I will personally ensure that you lead my grandson's team. Ebisu's eyes went wide. All of them? 2 out of 3, at least, Sandame answered. The special Jonin's eyes fell down to the folders he'd been given. Must it be this team? A clanless kunoichi, an orphan from outside the village, and another orphan? Now we get to the root of the problem, Hiruzen thought. But that's not what he said. This is an easy team for someone of your talent, he answered instead. I have a number of letters that recommended Uzumaki Naruto skip the genin rank completely as he would be too skilled for it. Muramura here redirected an attack from Orochimaru himself to save me, while Joden Ariko has 12 takedowns in her name during the invasion, which even included a special. I don't see you having too many issues having them promoted. But Ebisu started, then stopped. But they aren't clan members, the Sandame completed in his head. It was well known that Ebisu's difficulty at getting promoted had made him believe that only clan members could reach the top ranks, never mind all the exceptions. He wasn't the only one. Teams without clan members had the unfortunate tendency to fail any Jonin's personal exam. In the last 3 years, only teams with at least one member of a clan managed to reach actual genin rank. And no clan member failed during that time. Is this a task you do not believe you have the ability to perform? The Hokage asked, even though he already knew how the special would answer. I can find another, if you cannot. He left out the implied meaning that this included Konohamaru's future team. Of course not, Hokage-sama. Then you have your orders, Ebisu, the Hokage exclaimed, making the decision final. You are now the Jonin sensei of Team 1. They will be expecting you tomorrow at 8 in the morning at Training Ground 7. Prank Day 113. Naruto was the last to arrive at Training Ground 7, being barely on time. This was on purpose, as Gigi had confirmed that the prank was still going on, that his 2 clones would be his teammates, and that his teacher would not have been informed. As so, he made sure to arrive as late as possible while still being on time, as a diversion. His 2 copies were already there, as was the man he supposed would be their sensei. He was tall and gangly, and seemed uniformly forgettable. What he wore only helped reinforce that fact: dark blue shirt and pants, cloth of the same color hiding his hair, and dark sunglasses that hid his eyes completely. Outside the Konoha headband on his head, everything else was camouflaged. You are the man said, glaring down at Naruto. Seconds from being late. In the future, please make sure to be present 5 minutes early in case of an emergency, correct? There was quite a bit of ice in the man's voice. Yes, sensei, Naruto replied. Well, since everyone is finally there, the special said, looking at everyone in turn. I am Shikomu Ebisu, and I have been selected as Jonin sensei for Team 1. I am ranked as Tokubetsu Jonin, and am a specialist in various forms of training. As a person, I enjoy teaching others seafood and certain types of literature. My personal goal is to train someone who goes on to become Hokage. He smiled. Now, the same from each of you. As a team, we will be working and bleeding together, and as such we should trust each other. And sharing secrets is the foundation of trust. Naruto grinned. The man wanted to teach Hokage. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, he answered immediately. I'm a genin, and I suppose a ninjutsu specialist. I like training, ramen, and pranks. My goal is to become Hokage one day. Ebisu did not react except for a tightening of his traits. Next one? He said, looking at the other 2. My name is Muramura, the clone said, fully serious. And I'm both a genin and a taijutsu specialist. I like improving my sharp fist, sushi, and learning about the past. My own goal is mastering the sharp fist, and teaching it to the next generation. Ebisu nodded this time, then turned to his female student. Your turn. I'm Joden Ariko, And the little guy upstairs is a Chibo, said Rabbit waved. I'm a genin, a member of the Konoha fashion squad, and I suppose a range specialist. I like playing with my partner, meetings with the rest of the squad, and yakiniku. My goal is to make sure we members of the Konoha fashion squad go as far up the ranks as possible. Ebisu nodded again. There didn't seem to be any animosity between the three, which was always a bonus. The Hokage has tasked me with making sure that this team will be promoted to Chunin within the next 2 years. As such, I will be pushing as hard as I can to make sure you are ready for the rank. Now, as to training, the sensei said. Our days will be split into 3 periods. From 8 in the morning to 1, we will be here, training. This period will be focused on team exercises, physical training and combat scenarios. Each of you must have had a good breakfast, as we will not break for lunch until 1. From 2 to 7 will be missions, Ebisu said as he continued his explanation. I will be selecting them, and I expect the best times possible from all of you. With luck, we might clear multiple missions every day. Since a number of completed missions is necessary for advancement, I suspect it is in everyone's interest to have as many as possible, until your belts. Lastly, from 8 to 10 will be individual training. I will alternate between all of you, and work on either improving your talents or eliminating your weaknesses. I shall still expect 2 hours of training from those I will not be visiting, he said while looking directly at Naruto. Am I being clear? Yes. The 3 students chorused. Then, we will be starting right now with an evaluation, Ebisu continued. Every jutsu or skill each of you can use. Those not performing will be listening attentively. Knowledge about an ally's techniques is crucial for proper battle planning. I expect, after today, that everyone here will possess good knowledge about his teammates' capacities. Now Ariko, you go first. Ebisu watched intently as the 3 went and showed their abilities. This might not be his preferred team, but he was a professional. He would give the work his all. Ariko seemed like a pretty basic kunoichi, though the jutsu she knew for empowering thrown weapons was effective. Muramura seemed pretty much your usual taijutsu specialist, but him already knowing the tree-walking technique was a clear advantage. He probably had the chakra control necessary to start on elemental jutsu. The Uzumaki child was the biggest surprise though. He could use the shadow clone technique, both normal and mass versions, something that was unheard of from a child that age. He also had some bizarre fire sphere technique, which Ebisu supposed was the boy's element. The blonde genin also professed proficiency in high-level trapping techniques, though that wasn't something he could demonstrate easily. All in all, Ebisu supposed this wasn't a bad haul. The first 2 students didn't have much more than the basics, but what they had was at least a good start. The Uzumaki kid didn't seem as good in his basics, but what he had more than compensated for the deficiency. He could work with that. He'd started with much worse in the past. Chapter 20, Changes. Disclaimer: Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Once again, credit goes to Essex and Archeo Lumiere on space battles for Beta. This chapter would not have been as good without their talented help. Prank Day 114. It was a bright, sunny day in Konoha and Naruto felt it didn't fit with the mood around him at all, his own included. He was dressed in his finest, Irika beside him. Ariko was a little farther down the path with the rest of the fashion squad, while Muramaru was to his left along with Ebisu. Today was the funeral for the Chunin who had fallen during the invasion. The genin would be honored tomorrow, while the few fallen would have individual funerals after that. The civilians, on their side, were slowly being buried all through the week. The will of fire is a hard thing, Sandame intoned clearly from his position at the podium. It is a flame in a person's heart that warms, protects, and feeds them. Like any flame, it must be carefully tended to let it either go out or consume everything. He forced himself to stay rigid and not to react. Under his original face, Kiritori had only been his teacher for a few months, with no special bond between them. He was supposed to be a random face in the crowd of mourners, and nothing more. And that was the most difficult thing he'd ever done. The Hokage continued. Sometimes, however, there are lives that are sacrificed to the pyre. Young, old, it is beyond the realm of men to decide when one passes away. None can delay when the Shinigami comes for them, each in their own time. He focused on the words Irika had shared that very afternoon. Kiritori had been old, and he'd gone willingly to battle. He'd fought as long as he could, and had passed the torch. Naruto had to do honor to his teachings. Therefore, he simply sniffed and held back. Iruka's hand squeezed his shoulder lightly in understanding. He didn't know what he'd have done if the Chunin hadn't been there. Each man and woman we honor today answered the call with distinction, and fought until death took them. They were fathers, mothers, teachers, comrades, and so much more. Their actions have shaped the present and future, and now they rest with their predecessors. The Hokage looked around, then bowed his head. A moment of silence for the fallen Chunin of Konoha. The village lives on, and they will be sorely missed. A wave of lowered heads followed, Naruto's being no different. Sensei, rest in peace with your family, Naruto whispered near silently. We'll continue in your stead. Urameru couldn't say he remembered much of the funeral. Unlike Naruto, he could show how he felt, and he didn't let the opportunity pass. Even now that it was over, there were long traces left behind under his eyes. Ebisu, who had stood beside him the whole time, quietly led him away. The clone thought his newest sensei was accompanying him home, but the two of them ended up in a small apartment on the opposite side of Konoha. It reminded him of Iruka's place, even if everything was arranged differently. In particular, there was a glass bookcase full of colorful tomes in a clear place of honor. He sat down on a sofa while Ebisu went and gathered items from his kitchen. 2 cups and a small pitcher were placed on the table as the teacher took a seat opposite him. He filled both cups with liquid, putting one before the clone, then raised the other one. To those gone, he said simply. Urameru grabbed his own cup and slowly raised it. As he did, Ebisu drank his own in one gulp, and the clone followed suit. The liquid burned as it went down, and the Bunshin nearly choked. I am, as a person, not greatly fond of alcohol, but I cannot deny there are times where it has helped people, the special said. And many drink themselves under the table to avoid the pain of loss. Since the funerals continue tomorrow, Team 1 will have the day off, and as such you may drink as much as you wish. I will make sure you do not suffer because of it. Really? Urameru asked. Ebisu nodded. You are a genin, and as such an adult in the eyes of the village. It is well within your right to drink as much as you wish. My former sensei said the same thing when my own mother died long ago, and it still applies now. Urameru thought for an instant. As much as forgetting the pain sounded good right now, it wouldn't help in the long term. And he didn't want to reveal something he shouldn't while impaired. A second later he remembered that clones couldn't even get drunk, so that idea would have been a bust anyway. The clone shook his head. No thanks, sensei. I'll have to learn how to deal with it. I have to go forward. The words stuck somewhat in his throat. Ebisu nodded, and pushed his glasses back up with a single finger. Indeed. Then, this is the next step to the path. He withdrew a scroll from his side. What is that? Your master's will, Ebisu replied solemnly. Urameru's breath caught. Already? The teacher nodded. Yes. Wills in Konoha are generally read as soon as possible after the funeral, unless foul play is suspected. This is because they may contain time-sensitive materials, contracts, and the like. Is there anything urgent? The clone asked. Ebisu shrugged. I do not know. While, as your sensei and legal representative, it is within my rights to do so, I prefer not to without your consent. Urameru was silent for a moment. Could you look it over? If there's anything urgent, he didn't want to let Kuratori down, but he'd prefer to do this with the rest of the Narutos later. The special nodded, then broke the seal. He read quickly through the document, eyes clearly going over every line. There is something about an oath. I've already made the oath, Urameru announced. The reminder actually helped. While it had been made as Kuratori lay dying, it also brought back the satisfied smile on his master's face as he passed away. And such smiles had been rare from the man. Ebisu was silent for a little longer, then put the scroll down. There is nothing here that can't wait a few more days. There are specifics about your training written, but they can wait until you regain your mental equilibrium. Urameru lowered his head. Thank you? Ebisu shook his head with a smile. No thanks are needed. As your sensei, it is my job to teach you all I can, and not all lessons are for the battlefield. There was a moment of silence before the clone rose and took the scroll in hand. I'll be going now. The special nodded. Take care of yourself, he replied. We will see each other in 2 days when training starts again. And do not hesitate to contact me should there be any issue. I will, the student answered seriously. He then bowed and left. On the way back home, Muramaru couldn't help but break into a small smile. The man might be rigid and serious, but he cared. And to the various Naruto clones, that was more than enough. Prank Day 115. Naruto ran. Since every genin he had been close to had made it through the invasion unscathed, he hadn't planned on going to this round of funerals. He'd first thought of spending the day with Gaara, but the Sand Genin had instead decided to follow Sarutobi's instructions and hopefully meet with the rest of his family. Naruto wished him luck at that. Miyamoto had then come up and decided to take the opportunity to make his day off a full day of sword training. This morning, he'd been tasked with summoning dozens of lesser members of the rabbit court, small brown rabbits no larger than a chibo or monty. Said rabbits had then been equipped with blunted kunai and shuriken, and let loose in a zone of forest 20 or so kilometers from Konoha. In one way, they were his opponents today, even though he wasn't tasked with going after them. He was going to be their practice target. Naruto batted a shuriken out of the way, passing less than an inch beside the trunk of the nearest tree. He then diverted a kunai off course, not stopping for an instant. He'd quickly learn that the slower he went, the more projectiles would find him. The forest course Miyamoto had crafted was multiple straight lines through the woods, each half a dozen kilometers in distance, their path indicated by a length of string. He was to stay on the ground the entire time he ran while the many rabbits pelted him with blunted steel. He could use no techniques beyond dodging and sword work. And dodging alone wasn't enough. He was allowed 30 minutes of rest at every checkpoint before starting again, and even then Miyamoto used that time to instruct him in proper blade care. Right now, he was on his 4th stretch, and Miyamoto had added an extra level of difficulty. Sheath! The rabbit samurai's voice rang through the trees. Naruto instantly did so, not stopping his run. It still took him a couple of seconds, and a training kunai scraped his face as it passed. His blade clicked home, and he didn't pause for a second before drawing again. His swing parried a pair of incoming weapons, and he dodged the last one with a quick movement of the head. And he kept on. The sun was falling when Miyamoto finally declared the exercise complete. After a dozen different stretches, Naruto was glad the exercise was done. He was sweaty as all hell, aching everywhere, and incredibly hungry. He'd eaten at some of the checkpoints, but not enough to really count. As soon as he was clean enough, he was gonna buy enough ramen to feed the entire ninja corps for a day. Drawing position! His rabbit sensei yelled suddenly. Naruto reacted instantly, taking the Iajutsu position he'd been taught. An even 10 clones stepped forward, copies of his own sword in hand. This is the last exercise for the day, Naruto, Miyamoto said. You are to defeat these 10 clones by yourself. Naruto nodded, and the Bunshin charged forward. His first strike upon drawing burst 2 in less than a second, and his follow-up claimed a third. He dodged 2 strikes, parried the next and slid forward, making the clone he just blocked and a second one behind him vanish. A single jump back gave him space to maneuver, and he sheathed his blade once more while in the air. His next baton strike claimed only a single clone, as the remaining Bunshin were cautious, and the rest fell quickly to Naruto's quick and precise strikes. That was way too easy, Naruto said as he stored his katana. They weren't coming at me seriously. They were, Miyamoto said, shaking his head. Those were simply the 10 clones I asked you to make before we started on this exercise. They showed the exact level of skill you had this morning. Tell me, why were they so easy to dispatch? The genin thought for a moment. Well, their attacks were easy to see coming. They also stepped much too close for he started, then realized what he was saying. After the numerous weapons he'd blocked, most of those not as easily seen, directed strikes by visible opponents weren't much of a challenge. He also knew from experience the exact range of his attacks, something his clones didn't, at least not to the same level. Even if they were moving at the same speed, he had a clear advantage. Indeed, the samurai confirmed with a nod. Normally, seeing improvement in oneself is something difficult, but your technique allows you to face yourself without much difficulty. Now, as a student, was this exercise fruitful? Yes. Naruto exclaimed, then bowed. Thank you, sensei. Miyamoto smiled. No thanks are needed. A hard-working student is all the reward a teacher needs. As I said before, this is the end of training for today. Good work, Naruto. You make your teacher proud. The rabbit then bowed and vanished. Naruto didn't wait and turned toward Konoha instantly. He had a speed-eating record to beat. Prank Day 117. Come in, Irika said after someone knocked on his office door. It was early in the evening, and the teacher was going over the paperwork necessary to keep the academy running smoothly. Naruto came in. Hey sensei, he said with a smile and a wave. Good evening, Naruto, the Chunin replied. I'm surprised to see you willingly coming to the academy when you no longer have classes here, he added with a smile. Ha ha ha, Naruto replied blandly. Well, if the student will not come to the teacher must go to the student. Irika inclined his head. What do you mean? Did you think your training was complete? The genin asked. You may be able to use the Kage Bunshin now, but that alone doesn't bring you anywhere close to being a. Oh, the Chunin said, realizing now what this was about. Right. I do have a lot of paperwork to go through though. Kuritori's death had not helped things in the academy. There hadn't been a replacement dispatched yet. Leaving a clone behind won't be enough? Irika shook his head. How about I leave a few clones behind to help? The teacher nearly said no automatically, then thought over it. Before, as Naruto was still a student, this would have been unthinkable, but now that he was a genin, things were different. Having access to exam corrections wouldn't help him anymore, and he was no longer in competition with the former members of his class. Everything you learn in this room stays in here, correct? Naruto nodded empathically. No funny stuff? No pranks? More nods. Irika rose. I'll trust you then. Do not make me regret it. His hand then flashed into the cross seal of the shadow clone technique, as did Naruto's. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The two real ninja then left the office as the Irika clones started ordering the four Narutos left behind. They went straight to the tunnels, and were halfway to the Uruhara basement when Naruto turned to his teacher. Can I ask a question? Of course. What's the deal with those D-ranks? The genin asked. Those can't be real missions. Irika smiled, having asked the same question to his own teacher a long time ago. They are. Naruto, do you think you can put any three newly minted genin together and make an effective team? Naruto instantly thought of Sasuke, and quickly shook his head. Of course not. Still, I'm sure there are enough real missions for a new team. Couriers and the like, possibly. The teacher shook his head. Take the members of your class, and pit each of them against three mildly talented bandits. Who do you think would win? The students, of course. Irika raised an eyebrow. Every single time? There was a moment of silence. No, Naruto finally admitted. Unfortunately, not all students come with the same level of skill, Irika explained. Some are better with jutsu while others are stronger or faster, some are better in theory and others in practice. The D-ranked missions are used to help evaluate students in various domains. For example, have you had to run after a cat recently? Naruto's eyes went wide. How did you know? Irika smiled widely. The Fire Lord's wife has always been fond of cats, and even has a specific breeder for them in Konoha. She is, however, not as good at keeping them with her, and many have escaped repeatedly. I had to hunt one of those cats myself, years ago. What about it? Well, hunting that cat is like a beginner-level scout and capture mission, Irika explained. It requires the same skill set, and is a good tool to test their genin in stealth, scouting and non-lethal capture. How about mending fences? General handicraft, along with the ability to follow orders and teamwork, the Chunin replied. Teamwork is the main reason why some sensei might keep students from progressing to higher-level missions, and that's not something one can be sure about after only a few days. Naruto pouted, but said nothing. The three of them had been on Team 1 for less than a week, and there had been 2 days without training. He couldn't deny that it wasn't enough to be certain about the team's skills. Naruto himself hadn't even met with Ebisu in the evening yet. The teacher and student found an empty spot to train in as soon as they arrived in the Uruhara basement. So, what's the schedule, Uzumaki-sensei? Iruka asked with a smile. Anything special you want to work on? The blonde ninja asked. Iruka thought for a moment, but nothing specific came to mind. Surprise me, he finally said. Naruto sat pensive for a minute, then nodded. A couple of hand signs later, a black ball formed in his hand. You're handy with barrier ninjutsu, so let's go with something similar. Iruka stared. You know that this is a kinjutsu, correct? Yes, the genin nodded. It's a lot less dangerous than the other techniques I know, though. At least as long as you don't purposefully put too much fire inside. He released the sphere and only a short-lasting flame appeared. If you don't put fire chakra inside, it's no more powerful than a generic fireball. Iruka nodded. How do the seals go? Naruto made them one by one slowly. The first thing to focus on. Prank Day 118. Sasuke stepped into Konoha and instantly saw the issues there. The hole in the wall was a big clue, but the inside was showing numerous signs of destruction as well. What had happened here? Well, that explains the early recall, Kakashi said with an eye above his orange book. Sasuke could see his single eye taking in the details, building plans and scenarios in his mind. His sensei might be lazy, but Sasuke couldn't deny the fact he was also a genius. The four of them went straight for the Hokage Tower, which at least seemed to have come through intact. On the way there, they crossed paths with Hinata Hyuga, who was wearing a Chunin vest. He scowled at the sight. If a wallflower like her could have made it, he was a shoo-in for Chunin. His team was what was holding him back. After the first exam which Sakura had abandoned at the last question, he ranted and raged at her to prevent him from being promoted. Sakaki took her side, saying the team wasn't ready yet. He didn't care about the team. He needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Then Kakashi rejoined them and confirmed that, yes, the entire group wasn't ready. By then, Sasuke's rage had control, and he yelled at his sensei, blaming him for the current state of things. Kakashi endured his words stoically with his usual smile, then asked a single question as Sasuke tapered off. Are you a leader or a follower? Either of those. He yelled back. He was an avenger, a lone wolf. He didn't need people slowing him down. Kakashi stared down at him with the most serious look he'd ever given him. Then, you aren't a ninja. Ninja are either of those, and nothing else. If that's what you want, I'll go right to the Hokage and have you removed from the rolls. Why? Why only those choices? Kakashi scowled behind his mask. Because no single person can take on a well-led three-member team of their level. The only way to fight such a group is to defend all the time, and wait for a mistake. And each member of a team can cover for the other's mistakes, he explained in full seriousness. So, are you a leader or a follower? He repeated. Leader, Sasuke finally said, looking to the side. It was the better of the two choices. Then lead, their sensei said. You have two people here who'd follow your orders, so give them. Sasuke couldn't deny that. Sakura would throw herself into fire if he asked, and Sakaki clearly respected his abilities. They'd listen, at the very least. So he took another angle of attack. Aren't you supposed to be this team's leader? No, I'm this team's sensei. I may be your superior, but that doesn't mean I'm the one to give all the orders. I'm simply here to teach and protect you. Does the Hokage manage every single genin team? He's their ultimate superior. The white-haired man asked rhetorically. HRN, Sasuke grunted, while the two others simply shook their heads. Why don't you teach then? Sasuke asked, grasping at straws. I've come to you for training dozens of times, and the only thing you said is that I wasn't ready. Kakashi's stare somehow got harsher. Because I train a team. Did a team ever come to me for training? Silence was his only answer. All had come alone requesting training. I thought as much. The next day, Kakashi got Team 7 a 2-month C-rank patrol mission on the border between fire and grass, and Sasuke started pushing his teammates hard. Surprisingly, both of them took it seriously, and Kakashi never held back when asked for valid exercises. The worst he did was tell them they weren't ready for something, and when he did that he always had something to help them along the way. Team 7 reporting as ordered, Kakashi said as the group finally managed to meet with the Hokage after more than an hour's waiting. He then handed the village leader a scroll which the Hokage quickly read. Good, Sandame replied as he finished. A calm border is always a blessing. Team 7 dismissed. Kakashi, please stay behind. The three genin split then, each going their own way. Sasuke simply ambled, looking at the changes to the village and listening to the conversations. He wasn't in a hurry to get to an empty home. He was buying a tomato sandwich when he saw the dead last of his class walking toward the mission office. With a Hittite. He stepped to the side to watch the proceedings while better hidden. The tall man behind Naruto was obviously his sensei, which meant this wasn't some form of prank. And that made the two others beside him his teammates. The boy wasn't anybody he remembered, but the girl was that one fangirl he'd brought to Konoha. A shiver went through his back in remembrance. Naruto could keep her. He wanted nothing to do with that girl. As the three genin disappeared, Sasuke realized that the next final exam for the academy wasn't until months in the future, and that he'd passed in the last. That meant that Naruto's promotion wasn't through the normal channels. Sasuke finished his dinner in 3 quick bites, and returned to his information gathering. If someone like Naruto had managed to pass, that meant that big things had gone on while he was gone. And not only whatever had caused all damages. Information is power, and he wasn't going to be weak in any domain. His quest depended on it. Ebisu stepped forward onto Training Ground 6, which he'd reserved in the evenings for Naruto Uzumaki's training. He'd verified the last few days, and the boy was using said spot for training in the specified hours. Good, at least he was taking this seriously. He remained in hiding and watched as his student trained. The Uzumaki boy was fighting what was clearly a clone. They were going at each other with katanas in hand and no other weapon. The special frowned. This hadn't been in the list of skills the blonde genin had given. Yet, watching him, it was clear that Naruto wasn't a beginner with the blade. His movements were fluid, precise, and quite fast. Ebisu himself wasn't specialized in kenjutsu, but he had no issue evaluating the skill level of students. Still, he needed to be sure. He withdrew a couple of blunted kunai from his vest and threw them at the pair, yelling incoming. As he did so, the two Narutos reacted instantly. The first easily batted the kunai in flight, while the other jumped, turned, then deflected the flying weapon. I don't seem to remember kenjutsu being in the list of skills you profess knowledge of, Ebisu said as he stepped out of his hiding post. Why is that? Well, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. I'm not that good. I'm getting better, but I'm not to the level I can call myself proficient yet. Ebisu shook his head. You are quite above the average level of a genin, which is more than enough for it to be noted. He looked down at the boy. Any other skill of note you might have forgotten to reveal? The Uzumaki boy launched himself into a complete skill listing. He repeated the items he'd originally revealed, and added quite a few more. Ebisu had no clue what the oiroke and harem techniques were, had no easy way of testing for stealth, though he had to admit that the boy had made a good showing against Tora, and had seen nothing special in the boy's basic 3 techniques. The teacher then made a decision. Stop, he said, and his genin did so. You and I will be having a full contact spar, that will let me evaluate you properly. Naruto's eyes went wide. He hadn't done so with his clones. You sure? I wouldn't want to hurt you. Ebisu straightened haughtily. I am a special. I doubt you could really harm me. Naruto wasn't convinced. How about you use a shadow clone? I've noticed you can use them. And how did you get that information? Naruto shrugged. I noticed you watching yesterday. Actually, it was his clone who had. And I asked Ariko this morning, who confirmed that you spent the entire 2 hours with her. Since there's not much use to sending an ordinary clone, that basically means a Kage-kunshin. Ebisu nodded, accepting the reasoning. Indeed, I can use them. You would prefer fighting a clone? Naruto nodded. There was nothing lost in humoring him, so Ebisu generated a single clone. His reserves being what they were, 5 or more would be tiring to him, but he didn't think he'd need more than the one he made. The first part of the battle went as he'd expected it. Naruto generated a wave of clones, dozens strong, and they charged forward swords in hand. The clone dispatched a few with a fireball, then used rapid replacement to dodge and hunt unprepared clones. The teacher's Kage Bunshin had things well in hand when the one clone jumping toward him turned into a very naked and very stacked amorous girl. This distracted the clone for a second, but that second was all the Narutos needed. The Ebisu clone found himself switched with another father in the battlefield, and a bursting black sphere took him a moment later. What was that? The special asked, baffled. It might simply have been a clone, but it still had all the instincts and skills of the real thing. That fire technique would have seriously hurt if not incapacitated him. Naruto generated another sphere. I showed you that one, didn't I? No, that he pushed his glasses back into position, flustered. That transformation you did. Oiroku no Jutsu, Naruto explained. It's a distraction technique I invented while in the academy. It even took out the Hokage once. He didn't say that the reason he did so was because Muramura had noted the Hokage's favorite Eki book in a place of honor in Ebisu's apartment. The sensei took a deep breath to steady himself, then turned to his student. One more time, if you don't mind? He summoned another clone as Naruto nodded. That match lasted a lot longer. Ebisu was now prepared for the distraction technique, and didn't get caught. He dispatched clone after clone, but the numbers were endless, and after a long fight the teacher's Kage Bunshin finally vanished, having spent everything it had. So, sensei? Naruto asked as all the clones disappeared. Well, it is clear you have energy and stamina to spare, the special finally said. Your techniques are also well practiced and used effectively. One thing I did notice, though, is that you aimed all of your attacks directly at your opponent. How is that an issue? Well, to give an example, those 3 beams of fire you shot simultaneously, do you remember them? Ebisu asked. Naruto nodded affirmatively. Well, all 3 were aimed straight at me, the teacher continued. Now, what did my clone do? He jumped to the side, the genin answered. Exactly. Now, say one beam had gone straight for me, with the other 2 a foot or so on each side. What would have happened then? Ebisu asked with a smile. He would, Naruto said, thinking out loud. He would have had no choice but to replace himself. Indeed, Ebisu nodded. One thing to remember with attacks as powerful as your fire sphere is that hitting your opponent is more important than overpowering him. The injury one of those inflicts is enough to hurt if not incapacitate a normal opponent. Sending your attacks wider makes them more difficult to dodge, meaning they have to waste chakra to survive. And with your reserves, you're winning if you cause such an engagement. Naruto smiled and nodded. Thank you, sensei. I'll remember that. Anything else? Ebisu thought for a moment. Well, I noticed you count a lot on your clone cover for defense. What would you do if you couldn't use it? Like during a stealth mission, in a small space or against someone who can track the real you? The blonde genin had to admit the idea had never come to mind. I don't know. What do you recommend, sensei? Well, it depends on the situation, Ebisu started. In a confined room, you might want to. Prank Day 119. The Sandaime had received a note this afternoon, when Team 1 came requesting missions, that there would be a council meeting tonight. He smiled when he'd received it. The last time he was present, he'd mostly been a bystander, as he'd not had all the information necessary to make valid decisions. But this time, he had had an entire week to think about it, and he had a number of requests to put forward. Going to see Iruka in the academy ended up being pointless, as the real thing was already in Naruto's base training. As such, he made his way alone in the tunnels, once more disguised as his younger self. Luckily, he remembered the path pretty well. There wasn't an entire army at rest this time. The clones were now in groups here and there, clearly training in different techniques. A single Naruto then waved at him and switched right before his position. Hey Gigi, he said with a smile. Good evening, Naruto, the Hokage thought for a moment. Are you the original? Yup, Naruto answered. I was training while waiting for you. You're the last missing member. What were you training in? Hiruzen asked. Combining the replacement and the tree-walking techniques, he created half a dozen clones, then they were gone the next instant. 3 appeared on the walls and managed to grab on after skidding for about a foot, while the 3 others tried for the ceiling. Only one of those managed to stick a foot in time, the other 2 bursting before they reached the ground. Interesting, the village leader said, looking around. I do not see Irika. Is he already upstairs? Naruto shook his head. No, he's up there. He pointed toward the ceiling. Sarutobi found the Chunin straight above their position. The man was sticking to the ceiling and fighting clone after clone with kunai and sword. An effective training method, I have to admit. One had to both fight and manage his chakra at the same time, and this position made certain methods of dodging impossible. You aren't worried he might hurt himself in that fall? Naruto shook his head and pointed toward one of the pools. There are a dozen clones waited, all their eyes on the combat. They're there to switch with him if he falls. Head first in water is a lot less painful than on raw earth. Not wanting to be dumped made for a good reason to put one's best effort forward, too. It took a minute, but Irika finally finished the clones remaining on the ceiling since Naruto had stopped spawning more. He looked down and, seeing the Sandaime there, quickly made his way down to join him. Good evening, Hokage-sama, the Chunin said as he was offered a towel. He then wiped his face before handing it back. Good evening yourself, Chunin. I am happy to see you training hard, Hiruzen said with a smile. Will I be seeing you in the trials one day? I hope so, Hokage-sama, Irika answered. It is still some way off, but I hope to one day give a good account of myself there. Good. I'll be waiting, Chunin, Sarutobi replied. Now we have a meeting to go to, do we not? Of course, Naruto said, making a cross seal, though no clones appeared this time. Let's go, he added with a wave as a number of Bunshin made their way in the group's direction. It didn't take much time for everyone to be seated. This time the rabbits weren't summoned, leaving Ichibo the sole representative of that group. Hiruzen also recognized the new face there, even though it was another Naruto, which he supposed was Nico. Okay all, welcome to the weekly meeting of those in the know, Naruto exclaimed from his spot at the end of the table as soon as everyone was in place. Sorry for the extra day between meetings, but I was busy with Ebisu yesterday. Status report. No one had much to say there. A couple of everything fine along with a somewhat longer report regarding a group called the Torison. It took less than 3 minutes for the point to be closed. Merchants, you're up next, the real Naruto said as the others finished. How's the network doing? Better and worse at the same time, the clone in the middle of that group replied. We've gotten a few new customers through Tucci, but the general trend is that people order less. I can't say if it'll pick up once more when repairs to the village are done, but I hope that's what happens. How about our saboteurs? Kyuha asked. The Hokage moved forward, very intent on this subject. Ninja operating in his village without his knowledge wasn't something that should be happening. No trace of them, not since they abandoned their base, the merchant clone replied. They may have abandoned this type of work after what happened, but we have no way to be sure. We still have guards with every shipment, just to make sure. A number of clones nodded, and the subject was closed. Information network, your turn. Nico was the one who rose. We have a lot of data, rumors and the like, but no way to know what to focus on. Even with clones, sorting that information takes hours if not days. Worse is, those sending the reports have no idea what should or shouldn't be included. That ties into something I wanted to bring up, the Hokage said, rising. If I wanted to have someone else sit in on these meetings, what would be necessary? Naruto shrugged. You're the Hokage, Gigi. You can pretty much bring who you want, the real boy thought for a moment. Who did you have in mind? My spy master, Sarutobi answered simply. He's currently out of the village, looking for Orochimaru, but he should be back within a few days. He'd probably be the best person to put your information network into shape. I don't see any issue since, as spy master, I suppose he can be trusted with the prank. Hiruzen nodded at that. Any issue? He asked around. Nobody brought any argument against it. Done then, Naruto declared. Information network, keep piling up your data. We'll have a specialist helping us starting next week. Anything else, Gigi? Indeed, the Hokage said with a smile, drawing a pile of scrolls from his pockets and putting them on the table. What are those? Miramara asked from his place beside Naruto. It was clear that the rest of the clones were also curious. These, Hiruzen said, taking one of the scrolls in hand. These are requests from ANBU members to be transferred to the Dukeshi. The Dukeshi? Irika asked, and was echoed by a number of clones. I've never heard of them. His group, the Hokage, continued, handing the scroll to Kyuha, who sat on the opposite side of the table. The clone still had his ANBU garments and his bizarre hair color, though he'd removed the mask. What? The clone exclaimed in surprise. That's not all, Hiruzen continued. I've had 3 different meetings this week where I had to pretend that I knew everything about the Dukeshi, and that I'd personally created them as an anti-invasion force. Some even went up to me demanding names. Naruto lowered his head. Sorry, Gigi. Don't be, Sarutobi said with a smile. I had a good laugh about it. Your team probably saved the village dozens of casualties, if not the entire battle. Me having to pretend knowledge is a small price to pay compared to that. What should I do with this? Kyuha asked. Check them, the village leader replied. I'd like, if possible, to have actual members of the Dukeshi in existence, in case it ever becomes needed to make a public showing. I'd like this place to remain hidden for as long as possible. A trump card, if you will. Kyuha nodded and reached for the rest of the scrolls, which were duly handed to him. Anything else? Naruto asked everyone. I have one last thing, Hiruzen said, still up. Naruto nodded. Go ahead. I have another job for one of your clones. A female one, this time, the Hokage explained. Which is? Secretary, Sarutobi said. My current one has left my employ, and it is the perfect place for one of your clones. It would allow you to pass information to me easily, it would prepare you for the work you'll have to do if you ever take my place, and would permit me to reach you easily. He smiled widely. That fact that you can be trusted with such a position is also a great help. Naruto thought about it for a moment. One more clone wouldn't hurt, not at the level they were. Anything special you need for that clone? Not really, the Hokage started, then stopped. Actually, yes, the man said with a smirk. A specific hench, actually. One that will allow me to notice her more easily. Anything else that needs to be discussed? Multiple no's answered him. The meeting concluded, next one in a week. Everyone made their way out, save Naruto, who went to the Hokage. So Gigi, tell me what you need. Well, first, this tall. He indicated a height with his hand. White blonde hair up to the shoulder blades. Naruto did his first transformation. Whiter than that. Reddish brown eyes and... Chapter 21, Faces New and Old. Disclaimer, Naruto belongs to Kishimoto. Ramen belongs to Naruto. Enough said? Credit goes to Archeo Lumiere on Space Battles for Beta. This chapter would not have been as good without his talented help. Prank Day 120. Muramura had pushed it back as long as possible, but he could no longer do so. He'd finally mastered the last training exercise of the sharp fist he'd been taught, and he needed guidance to continue. As such, it was time to read Kiritori's will. The clone had postponed it until now, as after it things would be final, and his fellow Narutos had followed his lead. This was the last message from his fallen sensei, and waiting gave the illusion that he was still somehow there, if only in part. Still, he had to keep on and not stagnate. He'd sworn to keep the style alive, and as such needed to master it completely. Ebisu had confirmed that there were instructions for him inside, and these could no longer wait. The first part was read through quickly. It was all legalese, pointing out the disposition of his assets and properties. Then came the man's burial requests. A plot had been reserved for him beside his wife and children, and other miscellaneous details. And last was a personal message for him. Muramaru. If you are reading this, it means I have died. My plan was to update this document upon your graduation. As I didn't, I have either died before then, or was unable to update it at that moment. I do not know how I died. My health was no issue upon writing this document, and I cannot predict what might have caused my death. Regardless of what it was, I will ask you for one boon. Do not grieve unnecessarily. It took your entry into my life to recognize that, before you, I had been waiting for death to claim me. My reasons might have been valid, but I can now see that I passed dozens of opportunities for growth and happiness because of that. As your teacher, I urge you not to follow my path. You have great things before you. Do not let sadness hold you back. The second thing I must do is thank you. Not only did you bring me out of my spiral of despair, but you made me feel needed once more. You have no idea how much I needed that, and for that you have my eternal gratitude. I know I am not the most demonstrative of masters, but be certain that I am proud of you. I am honored to have met you, and am full of pride at your growth. You were, and still are in my mind, my youngest son. I had planned on adopting you formally post-graduation, but it seems death had other ideas. As such, the Hyojin name is yours if you wish. I do not know what happened to your previous family, and it has no impact. I know that you will bring the Hyojin name honor if you choose to use it, and, should you not, I will understand. It is you who is important, not what name you carry. Regardless of your decision, I have placed the properties I own and most of the funds I've acquired in your hands. Do with them as will, they are yours without restriction. Lastly, the sharp fist. In what little time I've known you, you have already made good strides in the family style. I am certain that you will continue to do so in the future, and I have left behind scrolls to help you on your way. But first, the oath. If you have already recited the oath before at least 2 witnesses, you may skip this part. If not, please do so before continuing. I personally swore the oath before my Jonin sensei, my teammates, and the Hokage himself, and I am sure he would make himself available for such an act. Once you are oath-bound, return to the dojo where I trained you. Hidden at the back of the calligraphy on the walls are seals, which contain the scrolls written by my ancestors, my family, and I. The seal at the bottom of this document will be required for you to open them. There will be a scroll with your name on it there. It points out the normal path taken through the style. You may deviate from it as you will. I did the same when young, as did my father and his father before him. I know you will do the style proud. Now go, and do not look back. You brought an old man happiness in his last days. My time is gone, and yours is only beginning. Remember me fondly, and I will see you once more in the far future. The rest of the family and I will be waiting for you on the other side. May the will of fire always be with you. Hyojin Kuritori, 11th head of the Hyojin family. Muramura cried as he read the words out loud, and he wasn't the only one. The real Naruto before him was standing stoically, tears flowing freely from his eyes, while Ichibo was on Ariko's left shoulder with a much-used tissue. The 4 of them were the ones who had been in the arena on the fateful day, and the ones who'd been in most of the classes with their former teacher. What will you do? Naruto said between sniffles. About the name? That was the main point left to discuss. The oath was done and training would go on. Muramura thought for an instant. I'll ask the Hokage. He'll know better what it implies. He smiled a little through the tears. I'll take it if I can. Both Ariko and Naruto nodded at that. The 3 then split up, Naruto going back downstairs while Ariko left for her own place. Muramura took a few minutes alone to cry his last tears, then stood and went straight for the dojo. He needed to do honor to his style. And from the next day on, he was known as Hyojin Muramaru, 12th head of the Hyojin family. Prank Day 122. Ebisu wasn't much of a drinker. He had his own vices and knew about them, and preferred them to the loss of control that came with alcohol. As such, there was only a single reason that he went into bars. That is, to socialize. He wasn't much of a social person, but there were things that could only be learned from people. As such, he went once a week to the bar most frequented by the higher-ranked ninja of Konoha. The fact that the many Jonin sensei in the village tended to gather there was only a bonus. Hey, look who's here, a special Jonin at the counter said. The great teacher himself. That was his own nickname, which was only used in places like this one. He hid the fact, but he was always proud of it. Around on me, the man continued. For the newest of those saddled with brats. Here, here, came the cry from most of the ninja around. Ebisu stood stoically as people rose to offer him congratulations, or to commiserate with his loss of freedom. He'd expected such a spectacle, which was why he'd skipped last week's visit. Luckily, it didn't last too long, and he found himself free to take a seat at a table he never sat at before, though he'd never been far. The Jonin sensei's table. Currently, both Sarutobi Asuma and his on-off girlfriend Yuhi Kurenai were present, along with 3 of the older Jonin sensei. Kakashi was absent, which wasn't surprising, and Guy was out of the village at the moment, as were most of the others. Congratulations on your team, Shikoma-san, the female teacher said as he sat down. Congratulations on the success of your students, Yuhi-san, Ebisu replied as he took a small sip of his drink. 2 promoted out of 3, that is a very good result, especially counting on the shortened tournament. I can't take credit for Hinata, she immediately countered. Someone else trained her, and this teacher got more results in a month than I did in 3. Whoever he or she is, that is the person who deserves those words. Then congratulations on Shino's promotion, Ebisu continued. He was clearly one of yours, and he showed it in the arena. I nearly didn't pick up his genjutsu myself. Kurenai simply lowered her head to hide her slight blush. Asuma came to her rescue. How is it, having your own kids to deal with? Tiring, he answered. Even with the many students I've trained before, 3 at the same time is exhausting. He sighed. I don't remember having so much energy at that age. Don't we all? One of the older said. Still, I can't complain. The 3 of them already work well enough together, and they don't shy from training. Ebisu continued. It could be worse. Another of the older sensei turned to him. You've got the blonde menace, right? He finally said. That and 2 civilian genin? Ebisu nodded. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, he exclaimed. He should never have made it out of the academy. He didn't see the dark look the 2 younger sensei gave the man. The special shook his head. No. While it is clear his basics need work, he is more than talented enough for genin rank. His chakra capacity is absurd, and he has the tools to use it. Close up the holes in his education, and he'll be more than ready for promotion too. If not farther, he mentally added. You're shitting me, the older replied. He's not, a new voice added from behind Ebisu. I've seen the kids work, and I can believe it. The special had to think for a moment before the man's name came back to him. Kanden-san, was it? The stocky nodded in confirmation. I did not know you worked with Naruto. More like I was called to verify his work, Tekuno answered. I'm probably Konoha's foremost specialist in traps, and he got me. Easily at that. He smiled as he recalled the memory. With good training, he'll be a trap specialist right soon, mark my words. He did specify trapping as one of his main skills, Ebisu thought for a moment. What do you recommend? He then added, moving the empty chair beside him for the joining to take a seat. Tekuno quickly accepted the invitation. Well, there's quite a bit. The boy's wire placement is good, so chakra wires are a natural next step. Fuinjutsu is also a good one, as he's. The discussion between the 2 lasted for more than an hour, and by the time they were done they were the only ninja remaining at the table. Ebisu had a scroll full of notes, since he never trained a trap master, and Tekuno was clearly happy to discuss his main area of talent. The special realized how late it was when he reached for his glass and found it empty. It was his 3rd one, which was 2 more than usual. I'll have to go, he finally said, rolling the scroll back and slipping it inside a pouch. Want to continue some other day? Tekuno asked. Ebisu nearly said yes, then realized something better. Are you often busy in the evenings? He asked instead. The shook his head. Not unless I'm on a mission. Ebisu smiled. Naruto trains alone in the evening, 6 days a week, in Training Ground 6. Would you be interested in teaching him a few days here and there? Would I ever? Tekuno said, rising from his chair. He'll go far, and all the better if I can help on the way. Then I'll be glad to have you as an assistant teacher for one of my students. I'm sure you'll do better than me on the subject of traps. The sensei extended his hand to seal the deal. The 2 men shook with a smile. It was the beginning of a new partnership. Prank Day 125. Jiraiya, as the member of the Sannin remaining in Konoha, was well known by the population. As such, he strolled straight from Konoha's doors to the Hokage Tower. He scowled as he passed the zones most affected by the destruction. He saw the invasion as a personal failing. He was amongst those who knew Orochimaru the best, and was Konoha's spymaster to boot, only for something that big to pass by him. It shouldn't have happened. Worse was the fact that he'd lost the man's trail. The tracks had gone cold not long after he'd entered rice country, and he'd wasted 3 days trying to find the hide or hair of his former comrade. He'd had to give up and go home without results, something that ate at him inside. As an important part of Konoha's military, no one stopped him, even once inside the Hokage's tower. Only the ANBU did so on average, and they were keeping to their posts. So, he went straight for his sensei's office. Jiraiya didn't become spy master by not paying attention to detail. He logged 3 different rumors to follow up on, noted one missing ANBU member, and noticed that the Hokage had gotten a new secretary. As he did for any new person in the tower, he committed her appearance to memory. Long white hair, flowing straight down, split straight in the middle. Almond-shaped face, with expressive reddish-brown eyes. The Sannin estimated her half a foot short of 2 meters. He also wasn't surprised at the size of her bust. Hiruzen was known for certain tastes, which Jiraiya had inherited as his student. Hers was impressive, even seated behind a desk like she was. His eyes noted the last detail right as he pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. There was a small plaque at the side of her desk with her name on it. Tsuya. It took half a second for that fact to reach Jiraiya's brain, and he froze right there halfway in the door. He stopped like that for a second as facts clicked inside his mind. Then he stepped backward, and turned toward this Tsuya. Yes, can I help you? She asked, inclining her head to the side. Jiraiya cringed. She even had the voice right. Can you stand up for an instant? She thought about it for an instant. Sure, she finally answered, and rose from her chair. Jiraiya noted that he'd gotten the height right, then imagined her wearing green and gray, and paled as the result came to mind. He had a sudden urge to get right out of the city and find his female teammate, just to make sure she didn't step within 100 leagues of this place. Instead, he took a deep breath and charged inside the Hokage's office. Good, Jiraiya, I was starting to worry, Hiruzen said as he looked up from a document. What do you have for me? The Sannin ignored the question and made sure the door was closed behind him. Then, he activated all the security seals he knew about, which was most of them. Only then did he fix his teacher with a glare. Sensei, why do you have the star of my first Ika book sitting behind a desk in front of your office? Sarutobi smirked. Sometimes, revenge is living well, with a good treat for the eyes. Also, age and treachery will always beat youth and skill. Jiraiya's glare intensified. You do know that if Tsunade ever sees her, I am a dead man. And that is if I'm lucky. If I'm not, she'll keep me alive for years just so I suffer more. You're exaggerating, the Hokage replied. She's one of the 2 people who came closest to killing me, and that was simply for peeping. The Sannin exclaimed. If she finds out I based one of my characters on her, there's no saying what she'll do. He thanked the kami every day that Tsunade's hatred of perversion kept her from reading his books. I'll take care of it if it ever becomes an issue, the Hokage said, closing this discussion. Now, what about your mission? Orochimaru's gone to ground in rice, Jiraiya replied. I leveled at least one of his bases there, but I can bet it's not the only one. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some in the surrounding countries either. Prisoners? A few, but no one important, the Sannin replied. The place I wiped from the map was clearly a staging area, probably for the invasion. I'll have to extend my network in rice, as it is clearly either compromised or ineffective. That brings another point I wanted to discuss. Hiruzen pressed a button on his desk. Yes, Hokage-sama? Tsuya's voice came from the intercom. Tsuya-san, please bring my guest an IT, if you would. Green with sugar. At once, Hokage-sama. They didn't have to wait long before the secretary came in, carrying a tray. She offered a cup to Jiraiya first, then to the Hokage. She then stood to attention. Your will, Hokage-sama? For when is the next meeting of those in the know scheduled? Hiruzen asked with a smirk. There was something in there, Jiraiya could tell. Barring extenuating circumstances, tomorrow evening, Hokage-sama, the woman quickly answered. Thank you, he replied, and handed her a pile of folders. Please file these with their respective offices. Be careful not to miss anything. Tsuya bowed. Of course not, Hokage-sama. By your leave. Hiruzen nodded, and she quickly made her way out. The room was silent for a moment before Jiraiya spoke up. Do you know if she has any acting experience? 'Cause I heard they were planning a movie based on my first novel. If he was going to die, better to do it for something great. Again, Sarutobi smirked. You'll have to ask her yourself, Jiraiya. The twirl of the Hokage's lips clearly indicated he knew something more about this. Anyway, give me a complete report of your projects. I'll have something for you to work on, barring any emergencies. The sage took a sip of his drink and sat down. Well, first is Orochimaru. His tracks died 2 kilometers for Tagure, and nothing I could do allowed me to get anything else. He's been pranked. Day 126. Jiraiya didn't know what to think of the current situation. He was currently a shadow clone, hidden under one of his least used disguises, following his sensei Hiruzen, who was disguised as a 14-year-old version of himself. He'd been surprised at the hidden path they'd taken, not at its location, but at its existence. As spymaster, his knowledge of the city was greater than any, save possibly his sensei, and he'd not known about this path. It would have been something else if it had been newly built, but all indications were that it was older than that. The sage estimated that it was at least 10 years old, and quite possibly much older. The clear lack of maintenance made it difficult to ascertain a date specifically. The Sannin dropped his disguise the second Sarutobi removed his, which was when they came in sight of what he supposed was their goal. He was even more surprised to see his godson waiting right at the gate. Good evening, Hokage-sama, the blonde boy said in welcome. Good evening yourself, Hiruzen replied with a wave. Can you point me to the original, or is he already seated and waiting? The false boy smiled. I can't get one past you, Hokage-sama, he answered as he turned. He's farther back, training with Irika. How did you catch me? The real Naruto would have called me Gigi, Sarutobi replied as he stepped forward. And I notice you clones keep from doing so. The Bunshin bowed. Step inside, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-san. The two did so, but Jiraiya stopped once he'd made a single step inside. The place was huge, etched straight into the stone, and every few meters there was another Naruto. They were doing just about everything, reading, training, laughing and eating, with no visible rhyme or reason. His sensei walked forward as if this scene was common, waving at welcoming clones and calling others by name. He quickly arrived at a large group of what he supposed were Bunshins, all watching something in the middle of the mob. A place opened itself for Hiruzen without him saying a word, and Jiraiya sneaked right behind the man and looked over his shoulder. Both what he supposed was the real Naruto and in his 20s were blinded and fighting with wooden swords in the middle of the ring of onlookers. The many reports he'd gotten from Hiruzen about Naruto's life gave a good idea who the man was, Yumino Irika, one of his godson's closest allies. The two fought some more while the two elder ninja watched. The two were evenly matched in movement speed, but it was clear that Irika was better at fighting blind, while Naruto's kenjutsu was visibly more polished. As such, the two were pretty evenly matched. 4 more exchanges came and went before Irika managed to sneak in a hit with a kick to the shin. It wasn't powerful enough to hurt severely or incapacitate, but it put Naruto on the defensive. Irika didn't let the opening pass, and attacked relentlessly. His greater strength made it so the boy was forced backward more and more, until a well-placed hit finally managed to disarm him. Game! A clone on the side yelled. TCH, Naruto scowled as he removed the blindfold. You're much too good at this. It comes with experience, Irika replied with a smile. I have a few years on you still, and blind fighting was something my first sensei focused on much. You'll get better in time. Indeed, Hiruzen said as he stepped forward. You're already better at this than most genin, and there are some things that only time can help master. Gigi! Naruto exclaimed as he turned. I hope I didn't make you wait too long? He shook his head. Time spent watching the youth of Konoha improve is never wasted. Now, everything is ready for the meeting? Of course, Naruto said, crossing his hands together for a seal. Jiraiya had expected more clones to appear, but no such thing happened. Instead, the hands came apart after a second, and he made his way toward the side of the building. Various copies joined him, as did Irika and Hiruzen. A bunny even jumped from head to rest in his hair. The Sannin wasn't far behind. It didn't take long for everyone to be seated around a long table. Jiraiya's own seat was right beside his sensei's, and the many clones clearly had specific places. Iruka was right next to the real Naruto at the end of the table. You want to lead the meeting, Gigi? Naruto asked. The Hokage shook his head. Your place, your group, your show, he countered with a smile. Knowing his sensei, he appreciated the fact that he was an equal around this table and not the one everyone looked up to. Right, the boy said with a nod. Welcome, members, to the meeting of those in the know, Naruto exclaimed. For the third week in a row, we have a new face here. Please welcome the Toad Sage, the self-proclaimed super pervert, Jiraiya of the Sannin. The sage smiled and bowed, saying nothing. Being a talented spy, he knew when to talk and when to listen, and this was clearly the second. There was too much here that was unexplained for him to step forward. Also, for those not informed, let me introduce the latest head of the Hyojin clan, Hyojin Muramaru. He continued. Said youth rose and bowed formally to those at the table. He then quickly took back his seat. Everyone here is busy, so let's make this quick. Status report, Naruto said, turning to a clone with a big book beside him. Said reports passed quickly. The merchant network was still waiting on the rebuilding, the Dikeishi hadn't finished going over the possible recruits, the Torisan was still doing police work, an agreement hadn't yet been reached on what to train in. As always, Jiraiya made note of everything, committing it to memory. There was much information in there, and if he wanted to figure this place out he would have to go over it more than once. Naruto looked around as everyone finished. Does anyone have anything to bring up? Gigi? Outside the request from last week, no, Saratobi said with a shake of his head. My newest secretary's work is more than satisfactory, and the quick access to information is perfect. That's between Nico and our newest member, Naruto said, looking toward Jiraiya. Have you informed him of what's required of him? No, Hiruzen said with a smile. I wanted him to see this place beforehand. Jiraiya countered with a smirk. You want me to whip his network into shape as an information-gathering tool, he replied with seriousness. Are you sure you didn't give him a hint? The Hokage's secretary is part of your group, and she's feeding information to the Hokage, he explained. You have a number of merchants on your payroll, and judging by the number of people representing them here, they are numerous enough to gather information. I heard about the Torisan, and they're a mercenary group currently stationed in Wave, which means your sources aren't only in the village. With the invasion that just passed, it's simple logic to deduce that you aren't satisfied with your current information network. Naruto's face went slack under surprise. He is my spy master for a reason, you know, the Hokage pointed out. Meeting adjourned? Naruto nodded quickly. The meeting adjourned, he quickly said. Nico, Jiraiya, please stay behind. We'll go over what the network needs to be useful. Jiraiya looked to his sensei, who was rising from his seat. A simple nod confirmed that he was to stay behind. I'll be waiting for your report about this in our next evening meeting. He put his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. Good day, student. You'll see we had much less to fear about your godson than we thought. Try not to stay too late, old man, Jiraiya countered with a smirk. I'll catch you later. Indeed, the Hokage said as he walked out. The rest of the participants had already done so, leaving the sage with his godson and Nico, who was clearly a shadow clone. Why he had the name Jiraiya hadn't been figured out yet. Well, at least you've done your work, Jiraiya finally started after a minute of silence. I'm Jiraiya, sage of toads, well-known writer and the envy of all those who like the pleasures of the flesh. I'm also Konoha's spy master, though that detail evades most. From what you said, you already have a network. How many people are in it? Naruto and Nico looked at each other, clearly unsure. Depends on your definition of people, I guess. The sage sighed. Contacts? Pen pals? Informants? None received an answer. Outside of you, who's part of the network? Well, Nico here for sure, Naruto started. Sannin shook his head. Clones don't count. That means Naruto answered. Gigi and Iruka. And you, I suppose, he quickly added. Jiraiya scowled. He was clearly missing something. You mean that every one of your contacts is a clone? Naruto nodded. That was going to be the shortest lasting spy ring in the history of man. Why? The sage asked. Why not? Shadow clones are easy to make, have great communication, and can use techniques. They're perfect for such things. And how long can you maintain a clone, brat? Jiraiya replied, starting to get irritated. Naruto looked at Nico again. The record's 140 days. The clone nodded. Yes. The first big training group. They've taken hits, but most council members are from that generation. What? Jiraiya roared, rising from his chair. You mean that Miramara boy? Clone, Naruto pointed out. The genin girl? Clone, Nico countered. The AMBU member? Jiraiya said, clearly grasping at straws. His jaw was hanging wide in surprise by now. Clone, the two Narutos chorused in a sing-song voice. The Sannin fell back into his chair. And, including clones, how many contacts do you have? Nico fell back to the folder that was before him. I don't have exact numbers in clones, but I have the number of places covered. Do tell. Nico did so. Jiraiya's eyes grew big and his jaw went once more to the floor. Even with a single clone in each of those places, Naruto had a network that rivaled his. And worse, it couldn't be that old. He grabbed a sheet of paper from the table and withdrew a pen. Start explaining. It's gonna be long. I don't care. He'd planned a visit to his favorite brothel, but that no longer mattered. He needed to get to the bottom of this, or it would eat him inside. Go. Well, it started with Mizuki, Naruto said. Have you heard about him? I have. He even had a day scheduled with the trader. There was information there, and a lesson to be taught. You do not mess with Jiraiya's godson. Well, I took him down, as you've probably heard. The thing was, his giant shuriken had been poisoned, and… As the story continued on, Jiraiya started smiling. He'd known he would have to pass his contacts to another, and feared Naruto wouldn't be the right kind of person to take care of his network. What a fool he'd been. With Naruto at the helm and a few months of training, Konoha was going to be feared on the intelligence level like they'd never been. His home was secure for a couple more generations, he could tell. Prank Day 128. The waves had changed in the past months. The festivities had tapered off, and the population had thrown itself into work. The bridge had quickly been finished, the population helping free of charge. The people had then turned to the fields, preparing them as much as possible for the next spring. The winter would be tough, and the next harvest probably wouldn't be as good as those previous, but a few years like this and waves would be booming. Jaga, formerly known as Niqni, watched as the people went, smiling all the while. Over the last month, most of Gato's former mercenaries left the island, a large part of them as soon as the bridge was completed. Without Gato's leadership, the combatants hadn't tried anything. There had been a few issues at first between the mercenaries and the Torisin, but they'd stopped after the first execution. Jaga had been the one to do it. He'd disliked the act, but agreed it was necessary. The criminal had been warned numerous times, and he'd still been caught in the act of raping someone. He'd been judged with the Torisin in attendance, and even other mercenaries had testified against him, bringing proof of previous crimes of a similar nature. He'd sworn during the entire trial that he'd kill them for what they'd done, and everyone agreed that exile wasn't enough, and that prison wasn't punishment enough. As such, death had been the penalty. At least, Jaga thought, he'd made it as painless as possible. The fact that the law now had teeth dissuaded anyone else from trying anything. The bloodiest mercenaries moved out quickly, and the others slowly left. That is, those that did not find new jobs. Some, who'd been more respected than most, were offered places in Wave. There were numerous empty houses, and there had been a few relationships started between mercenaries and townspeople. But many came to the Torisin for recruitment. The clone who'd gotten the idea for the group hadn't planned on attracting recruits, but it still happened. There were mercenaries who were looking for a good group to work with, and others that had simply left their home wanting to learn to fight, drunk on romantic stories of samurai. There were even Ronins abandoned by their families or left with only mercenary work, who were grateful for a place in a real troop. And most of those, the Naruto clones did not have the heart to send away. As such, the Torisan had nearly doubled in size. And it was looking like this wasn't done. Jaga turned around, continuing his patrol, when a message came for him via update. That was rare, since the pretend samurai limited their use of ninja techniques for their cover. He was being recalled instantly, and another clone would take his place. Jaga didn't delay, going directly toward the mansion that the Torisan had been offered. It had been the former house of a wealthy merchant of Wave, who had been eliminated by Gato as competition. The group hadn't refused the offer only because it was one of the rare places that the entire group could use. He went straight for the meeting room, which was where he had been called to. He was the last, with the rest of the informal heads of the group already there. Tora, the clone who had created the Torisan, was in his usual seat at the head of the table, with Rayon and Hyo at his left and Kuga at his right. He took the other seat at the right, passing by the man who was coming with a request. The Konoha fashion group had started the clones by noticing details about people and what they wore. This one had quite a bit of contradictory information. The man was wearing clothes soaked in sweat, grass and dirt, but there were clues that he wasn't a peasant. There were remains of embroidery over the hem of his clothes, and the colors were still unnaturally vivid for peasants, even with the grime. "We are all here," Tora said in his grave voice. The clones had found that mercenaries responded better to such a sound. "What is your request?" "I am Getsuko, and I have come a long way to speak with honorable samurai such as yourselves. My lord's land, in San no Kuni, has been plagued by 2 rival Yakuza families who have the region in a stranglehold." Tears started to flow from his eyes. "Worse, they have been steadily assassinating those in power, either opposing them or working for their rivals. My masters, the Jin family, have slowly been eliminated one by one, and now only the last heir is left." He bowed low, so low that one could get the impression that he was pushing into the floor. "Please, noble warriors, answer this desperate request of a lowly man. Please save the last member of my lord's family, and rescue our lands from oppression. I will pay any price needed, if only the security of my lord's family can be assured." Silence rang in the room as his plea ended. He didn't move from his place on the floor, and his tears could still be heard falling to the ground. The 5 looked at each other, all lost. What should they do? Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi!